lo stay on here ញ៉ាំបាយហើយដល់គ្នាអើយញ៉ាំបាយហើយមិនសមមិនអត់បានទៅ stream PUBG ដល់គ្នាអើយស្ដាយចុយមែនកូនឈឺដល់គ្នាគូទី1ទៅជាម៉ោង 5 ដល់គ្នាគូទី1ទៅជាម៉ោង 5 សុំយកមិញអត់បានដេកទេយកមិញដល់គ្នាខ្ញុំអត់បានដេកទេខ្ញុំនៅជូតទឹកកូនមួយយប់អញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំដល់ពេលឈឺពេកទៅពេលគេងទៅរឿងនេះទៅក៏គេងតដល់ម៉ោង 2 អត់បាយហ្មងគេអត់បាយហ្មងអញ្ចឹងតែញ៉ាំបាយហើយមុនហ្នឹងដែរបាយបដាចូល live ខ្នុយបដាងំតានេះគេបូលីគេម៉ោង 5 ទៅតែប្រកួតមែនបងហ្នឹងឲ្យម៉ោង 5 ប្រកួតដល់យប់ហ៎ដល់សារម៉ោងគេខុសមកយើងរបាញ់ដូចជា 10 ម៉ោងហ្នឹង 8 ម៉ោងហ្នឹងខ្ញុំភ្លេចបាត់ហ្នឹងគ្នាI almost forgot ដូចជា 10 ម៉ោងហ្នឹងនេះម៉ោងហ្នឹងនេះនិយាយទៅគូទី1ម៉ោង 5 គូខ្មែរយើងគេ rolling អញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំអត់ច្បាស់ថាគេ rolling ទៅវាម៉ោងប៉ុន្មានទេតែភាគច្រើនគឺម៉ោង default គេម៉ោង 8 នោះនេះមានអ្នក comment សួរសុខទុក្ខរឿងកោតទៀតវ៉ាវចាំតែខ្ញុំសុំ reply comment មានអ្នក comment សួរសុខទុក្ខភាសាកូនក្តៅខ្លួននោះទេនិយាយទៅកូនក្តៅខ្លួនគឺយើងប្រយ័ត្នជាងគេខ្លាចគុណឈាមអញ្ចឹងទៅខ្លាចគីឡូរបៀបថាគាត់ក្តៅយប់ឡើងអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំត្រូវជូតទឹកគាត់មកយប់តូលភ្លឺចង់តូលភ្លឺហ្នឹងចាំមកខ្ញុំឡើងអស់ខ្យល់ហើយមើលតែទឹកមុខខ្ញុំទៅដឹងចង់អស់ខ្យល់ដែរហ្នឹងអ្នកនេះឥឡូវមានអីបាក់យើងកូនឈឺទេ45 បន្លាយគេក្រឡាយមែនអូខេរៀនធ្វើវីដេអូលើកដំបូងបាន100 view ច្រើនអត់បងមួយខ្ញុំចូលសលេងឆ្កងហើយចាគាត់បាយអានេះគឺជាការចាប់ផ្ដើមរបស់យើងខំប្រឹងទៀតបងសួរចុយអាលីងទៀតចុយអាលីងហ្នឹងគាត់ខមមិនទេដងមកប្រកួតឡើយសបើកប់មើលមកយាយមើលឥឡូវនៅណាឥឡូវលីងនៅណានៅ player room ឬក៏នៅស្ថាគារឬនៅ VSHOPKH គេបើក live អត់ទេគេបើក live ឯង stream B ចុយមកគេមាន stream A stream B អស់គ្នាអើយច្រើន stream ណាអានេះ stream ចុយអាណា A អាណា B នៅមុខ stage ចាំ open អូខេចុះអាហារូនៅណាហារូ player level ទៅអត់ចុយអត់ទេសួរសុកទុកពីមួយម៉ាត់មើលកើតអត់មើលចាំជួយ reply comment មួយមើលណាគេអាចvideo call បាន Who can join the video call សួរសុកទុកពីមួយម៉ាត់មើលណែយើងជាឪគេចឹងណាស់គ្នានឹកពួកខ្ញុំអត់បងហើយដឹកអីឃើញគេសុវ័យហ្នឹងអីទៅដល់ប៉ារីហើយលយជួយម៉េចហារូនៅមុខ stage ដែរហើយនៅមុខ stage អស់គ្នាចឹងវល់អស់ហើយតើអត់អូខេដែរប្រាំងឲ្យយើងនៅនេះថ្លង់ណាស់បងចូលគេនេះហ៎នៅនេះដូចជាមើលម៉ោងខុសគ្នាមែនអាហ្នឹងគេចាំ open សារមនីរបស់គេមែននោះណាគ្នាសត player គាត់មក comment Sophia Haru ជុនលីងអាលីងដៃ Experience Land lot chanh mà thế đấy lot mà tới à lấy dương mong 4 cái tâm mong mình đọc phật cái nào nè cái tâm mong mình đọc phật bóng ruộng ta cà phê sao mấy cái like đã là cái like đã lớp page PUBG Mobile eSport Cambodia ấy hay nhóm mở advanced stream thế của mơ câu nó con chưa MW3 ai bong bạn MWI nhưng sẽ caption không này thời đây heo bài nè trời bong mấy bạn nói ở play tới bong chẳng trời tụi đây like mơ phụ nhóm đặt chụp mà bong không pay bong là nơi support tranh bị chất nông niệm chỉ nè support nhưng thờ support lực tắc chất tặng óc nè nobody không pay tha dương mà này anh phải trên nó nói dương mình khi tách tay là này khi dương chọn trăm support không prăng lên lại lên hai vậy hiền lên hai vậy nhóm mến sam bay nào kìa Haru mình tên nào nên năng cơ bản nó cứ Haru mình tên Haru hay năng Sophia hay năng ảnh lính Sophia đây mid ảnh lính Experience Haru còn mình chờ dính đây subplayer Golan cái like tay cái mình stream A stream B nào thế ơi anh stream A này này stream B ok chắc là này stream A ok A and B what the fuck có kia nào thế ơi miền đỏ P à mùi A mùi B đằng mơ stream mùi nè là cái A B vậy à miền A miền B úp lịch bao lưng khỏi chẳng ai hero do tà na phải all trời ơi lôi mẹ nè like bọc pra bọc tiền hai nhóm trăm mơ like là nhòa sạch hai bong trời không phải lên một chim to scam bong phơ bạc không nói giờ tràn mọc ok player cái mục đư nè trong đặt bắt cái tô tè và cài tên chơi cài mẹ linh nơi trăm cái open rạm này ní lang heo bay hai ok alright good luck guys chuyên po Queen Galaxy Phoenix bao dương phơ ban lo ngày ní cùng pay cùng pruy ấyการประกวดแบบนี้คือจีเอาไว้เดี๋ยวយើងចង់បានសង្ឃឹមតែយើងផ្ដាច់ញាចិត្តគោលដៅតែមួយមិនត្រឹមតែជ័យជំនះនេះជូនមកកាន់ខ្លួនឯងក្រុមម្ចាស់ក្លឹបនិងអ្នកគ្រប់គ្រងយើងទេគឺដល់ប្រទេសទាំងមូលអញ្ចឹងធ្វើបានល្អណាទោះជាលទ្ធផលបែបណាកុំភ័យព្រួយថាពួកយើងស្ដីបន្ទោសកុំភ័យក្នុងនាមជាអ្នកគ្រប់គ្រងគឺយើងនឹងបន្តលើកទឹកចិត្តអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាមិនថាអ្នកគ្នាធ្វើបែបណាមិនថាការប្រកួតបែបណាគឺយើងនៅតែលើកទឹកចិត្តស៊ូ guys សម្រាប់កម្ពុជាយើង let's go bọn mơ e tao như bì thậm chí là dương láng á dương của mũi crom đó nè yeah right dương của mũi crom mày không ai của mũi crom bằng láng at least 5 nhóm tu ti ai at least 5 prime team tạch tôi import prime team bài phong mơ like phong wow món món này tầm mong nhắm bài
con cá cá mà phây buôn lụa cho là nạ trộm sầm ráp bốc lôi mà phây pram sen cầm phây cầm pruy chê ta cá cả sai sập pi từ bàn ơi
ai kêu vợ mền pro lên ngày ná bo ngay mà phây bay bờ tranh nhom đa srat ok hai mền bọn nó ha mày ha này mình còn ha này đi ai cả lạ si Phoenix đặc nhé ai cả lạ si Phoenix ai cả lạ si Phoenix này là logo vô private để chấm hiếng khang khói miền lệch buôn này miền lệch buôn này miền logo as a supporter Galaxy Phoenix guys yo this is Galaxy Phoenix rồi tầng đấy xài x mà tới tàu x ơi ai lôi ai Galaxy Phoenix nó nghe nè mình logo nè nè control bật cắt nè tranh việc chết ạ dục mấy anh ban cây rồi nè dục mình chút tặng icon mà dục trăng mà dục tôi phư rồi con cái luôn rồi hay pôn nhóm con đã số luôn này trăng ở nhóm bạn trăng ấy pôn nhóm con ngợp chụp tề lại quạt ở trừ tiệt trắng này trăng ở nhóm coi mơ bia kênh nhẹ Queen stream rồi trời vắn đấy chơi mày ô mà thật anh Galaxy Phoenix mong 8 nữa nè đổ một lăng sử điện Sanford mẹ nên Navi ní sẽ hai men pho đã không ai mà pay về đôi tiết logo phơ pì mía mẹ bong mía nè 12 lần trăng choai ngó họ thì xem phi âm CL VSHOPKH yesterday chọc chất là hai chuột chất là hai mà sao mình con chư nó thêm một nhóm bật like nhóm phẹp đây con chư nó này của anh nhóm receive style đấy nó trong receive này bây giờ miễn đập sen pi free chui free manitos ui mua lòm này dân trời tại control lực chất vào quát lực cầm pua vào quát đăng thì quát tiếp cả đây chơi không em nó bully sorry mà xong tốt chơi lột ở lỡ trắng tẹo ơi vài em phải bị đôi tăng tề công tạ đặt khờ thêm không ai bàn hai bon nơi chăm on ford ở chăm ta đi xem hạp chi phong mong từ đấy ngày đi cho đi xem đi ấy nào này cho đi xem MWI vậy đó anh ấy với chia CoStream play cá chia play cá CoStream chầm mơ trái chầm mơ ngay grand final mà chầm nhom đi xem hạp chi mà từ sáng có phơ tròn mình MWI rồi của CoStream này dương anh mơ ban plan chầm mơ sân mơ mình ban nhom mơ plan mà ok nơi ở channel lấy cái hạp chi cái mình nhom bạn mơ thì mà chầm tí miền pi channel nè hạp chi mobile eSport này bật chào mồi liên ăn bóng hello what's up bro what's up iPhone nó xong đã lực mục dạ lực mục tại cái so tới nhưng không ai ưa mấy lực nghe nó xây lên yes MWI guys stream trái tranh chụp P min stream A stream B cái lên ngày năng này lên ngày năng đăng bị tôi dáng bội cọp gì bọn chun percy sao ti tập pi mỗi chun po sầm na sọc phiệp lo thua tầm na sọt phiệp p đại tới mau chỉ mùi na ca bả lỏ cái lên bà sao free gầy ca bạc cột bà sao free cái đó cứ lên bà chắp pi pu lưng nhau mà round one nó cứ cái bà chắp vậy mà cho nhung cầm mình ắt khơi chẳng khơi đã giờ tới cái chắp đam bây giờ lại tới tay cu fin classic Phoenix bao giờ ba cho mùi na VPA nó cứ nó mong 7 PUBG ស្អែកមួយថ្ងៃទៀតស្អែកវគ្គផ្ដាច់ប្រូតស្អែកបញ្ចប់វគ្គឲ្យ PUBG ស្អែកបញ្ចប់6ម៉ាច់មួយទៀត6ក៏4 6ទេថើ8 10 ហ្គេមមកយើងឡើងតូចក៏5ធីមដែរ PUBG Mobile PMCL បាល់ខាត់ហ្នឹង sorry បងភ្ញាក់មុនហ្នឹងចុយភ្ញាក់ស្អីគេបាទ6នាទីទៀតអ្នកគ្នា 6 match per day have 3 day ចឹងថ្ងៃស្អែកថ្ងៃផ្ដាច់ព្រាត់ចាំមើលអាចទៅស៊ីមស្អែកឬក៏ let's see អាចមើល plan មកអ្នកគ្នាតែសារខ្ញុំ office call គេហៅ office ជាអ្នកCoStream ផ្លូវការខ្ញុំណាអ្នកគ្នានិយាយមែនតើចឹងមិនអ្នកគ្នាឃើញខ្ញុំប្រើមាន frame មានអីទេហើយឲ្យដល់ពេលខ្ញុំ CoStream អ្នកគ្នាអាសាមើលទៅឃើញខ្ញុំដាក់សិតតែមានframe កាមេរ៉ាខ្ញុំហីអាហ្នឹងគេហៅ official CoStreamer ព្រោះអាហ្នឹងសិតតែមានការចោះឈ្មោះចោះអីត្រឹមត្រូវណាអ្នកគ្នា tục chất lớp khổ chay nên là khổ chay tại đây mặc gì có chay có cho luôn đây offshore CoStreamer những nhom về thà nắng bia bị sai ông lễ ta trong vậy bị sai không ai dưới snap chứ bong tí chụp lên hai nhom block comment kê because kê comment này cả thiếu bong comment này kê không ai lên ngày nâng mẹn bong tự ngơ bị đê yes ngày nâng cứ trong cả si phoenix cam chia dương ba chục navi nó mong vậy tay cam thì cái bậc cua chập đam bị mỏng pram tới đó vì 7 năm môn nơi cầm sắt cầm rõ trà ma sao nẹp sai bằng to play ca ê em Felix nice that's good one của nhóm trên nẹp sai to play ca nhá đặc biệt chẳng cứ viêm miên là nặng thử dương ở ní ta ấy chậm nhóm lụi mưa play nhóm miên tài nhóm chi officer nẹp mơ lái câu streamer khê dừng lên mong vậy nó thêm vậy giúp có chay tới đây vậy có chay tới đây cho mình giải cái donation đó nè nhóm like dù tay donation man tích sơ scam đấy không nói gì bật mỏng mọi khi mỏng lột play evenly chả máu nó đã hot khơi at time đi lập bật chảo xong ngõ pi donator đạch lôi cho si dán mo khmai vinh chơi hết si dán này Haru miên thằng xa đỡ bọn Haru xong xa Haru Sophia ngày đó anh lên mà chỉ chết thằng này group tông chết đập đón khinh lôi về này mấy trai Amara đang trai chẳng ní từ chẳng cái oi lấy cho tới nó không ca bạc cuột MWI nó kia cầm nọt slot này cứ miên tầm mai 5 man player nằng one sub player ai đừng khôi mùi tỷ khôi chay tới nó extra ta mơ tới khang mình chắc club là si phiên những quạt chay lối rồi này là mấy khôi chay tới chẳng bờ dân mơ tới khang slot man slot phèm nét thì dân khơi nhá phèm nét nó hay sub player diện muối mình để chờ muối hay năng khôi muối hay là time của chay một điện nhưng miền đắp sen pi chầm ráo nó con mai lên mong vậy thì sắp player là dính Haru nó mình đã chơi này cái mình đã chơi tao mùi pin thì tiết cháu rồi này 2 more minutes guys nói là bây là xa bịa mùi chẳng bàn miên định donation tràn tha mong pram mà lớn bạc lại bạc khơi cái ta mong buôn nó chạy bạc môn đó bây giờ nhưng bạc môn đó dù linh xe tôi có chai khôi cạ so mang tới EWC đài tờ riêng trận mong mùi hai cho bạn đi chi vin cả ca tờ ọt mình pẹp vào đây nhá đi chi roster flash. One more minute guys. Cái mơ nghe pro nè bong ai xàm pho bật. Mà năng kì mến mơ nghe hạt ọt. Một sạn mày. Trời. Mày một ọt đi, phần năng hay xa đấy. Ốc con nạc này là bán chui từ xa mình đây nè. Mày một ọt đi nơi từ xa đấy.
MWI 2025 champions Team Vitality.
nó mới lẽ nó nói nhỉ vay vò về nắng đôi mình đắng chui mà lại đi sạt thôi mày từ
C'est la vie.
cho đời
Such is life. In the land of dawn, such is life
Trời,
when all that
cái
remains
từ nộp
are
từ nớp ấy
dreams.
ba lấy lưới để ăn hết sạch
Last year,
cái miếng sao đạm mình đi cái chẳng mơ mà
But MWI is where barriers are broken and queens are made.
giờ tới ca và cốt Mobile Legends á miền ta miền sang là đi miền Mobile Legends
Is
mùi
to be able.
nơi EWC
MWI is a
MLBB
chance for ladies to represent themselves because there were no opportunities in our region back then.
Çoğu insan Türkiye'nin kolay bir yer olduğunu, biz burada
Kentucky.
bunun yanlış olduğunu kanıtlamak için buradayız.
From heartbreak to hope, from
Mở miệng
doubt to belief.
We only want to take revenge on Team Vitality because they were the only
Trời
team
sao
to
chẳng song sắt team Vitality
Wow,
Wow, kill whale, my god!
I think the fourth title will be
vai
ours.
vai vò
Who will rise above?
Vivian được lòng
Two
vai vò
champions, one game.
Sao mới được viên như vậy Top, what are you doing? Nice, Emulator. Wow, we sponsorច្រើនម្ល៉េះ
$75 مليون 25 لعبة أكثر من 200 نادي وبطل واحد بس بطولة الأندية هي جوهر منافسات كأس
ចុះ
العالم
នេះភាសាអារ៉ាប៊ិកឯង
على مدار 7 أسابيع ترسل الأندية لاعبيها للمشاركة في
EWC
المنافسات.
ហ្នឹងមក
كل
5 រង្វាន់សានជាងគេមែនអត់ទេ5រង្វាន់ស្មើតែគេដែរ
وكل صعود
ដូចគេ
إلى
តែឯង
منصة
ណា
التتويج
3 លានជាង3លាន2
في
លាន
نهاية
2លាន
الأسابيع
ជាងមាន2លានជាង
السبعة تجمع النقاط ويتوج النادي الذي يتصدر الترتيب ب$7 ملايين إلى جانب لقب أفضل نادي للرياضات
មួយ
الإلكترونية.
club champion ហ្នឹងហៅ club champion
الأمر ما يتعلق بأن تكون الأفضل في لعبة واحدة بل بأن تكون الأفضل في جميع الألعاب. العمق، التنوع، الثبات تحت الضغط. كاس واحد، بطولة واحدة. مين بيحسم اللقب؟ شاهدوا التاريخ
អាពៀនមិញ
يكتب
ពៀនសម្រាប់
بباريس
ម្ចាស់ club
خلال كأس العالم
club វិ
للرياضات
ញ្ញាសាណាដែល
الإلكترونية.
មានបន្ទុកច្រើនជាងគេបានន័យថា club នោះមានច្រើនវិញ្ញាសាទៅបានលេខខ្ពស់អញ្ចឹងបានភ័ញច្រើនអញ្ចឹងលេខ1បានលុយច្រើនលេខ1 7លានថ្ងៃហ្នឹងស្អី Galaxy Finish លេងម៉ោង8នេះ default គេ
Paris, France, the city of love, a gorgeous city with rich history. Unfortunately, for a lot of the women of MLBB, also the home ground of the world champion for women's MLBB team Vitality. Welcome to day number 1 of MWI. My name is Renmar, and no, this is not IPL Philippines, but you are joined by the Weaver Bros. It's Leo and Nice gentlemen. How are we?
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
What a dream come true to actually fly out all the way to Europe for what, the third World Esports World Cup, and to celebrate women's MLBB.
Yeah.
To maybe crown the defending champions once more on home. So what?
It's crazy.
Mấy bạn kia lên tới Paris đang bạn vậy.
Days ahead of us. It's crazy to even be here. I think even for us, all talents, you know, if we got settled in, I was here a little bit earlier than you guys. You know, we had our wild cards over for MSC, but now you've got to share the beauty here, and now we get to see the beauty in the land of dawn for this MWI.
Yes, women's MLBB has been on the up and up ever since, of course, MWI started. Now officially the Women's World Championship, now Women's International, no longer the Invitational, if you're familiar with it. But yeah, a lot of stories. We've talked about Team Vitality, but there's so many familiar faces coming back, a lot of new faces coming in. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what MLBB has in store for us. Because remember, it's not just one champion MSC later on, but it is MWI. We are under EWC, the Esports World Cup, and the whole club championship theme. So a lot more to watch out for. First off, let's watch this.
C Championship អត់ទេ C ដូចជាចាំមើលចាក់ស្ដែងយកអត់តច្បាស់ដែរឲ្យមីម៉ាវាយអាប្រទេសហ្នឹងគេដូរ
they just want to prove that no one can do it better than us. I think that it was meant to be ours all along.
Winning MWI 2025 meant a lot
Nè, mà
to
Trang
us
Trang ai chăm môn.
because this is our first ever EWC
Vitality.
champion title.
Coi thay sorry flick buộc nơi team house bán 2 bong. Coi the wall riệp để bán đá lên phê. Ơi khôi. Khôi miền đá lại khôi.
Perfect run last year, but it just happened, so we kept going.
Complete đạp tao xài co tao không ơi. Trời mai tư cảnh bọn nó mới khơi nã cái pẹt theo bị hà ruộng ơi, bị hà ruộng anh muối à pẹt.
In Mobile Legends Woman. After that, we went to Paris. I actually feel a little bit pressured because we are playing at the home ground of Team Vitality. Now that we're here, all of our fans in Paris are able
Top,
to
what are you
watch
doing?
us directly on site.
Trời pẹt đang là bay đây. Top, what are you doing? Top.
More eyes on us.
Top, what are you
It's always
doing?
been our nature to win every tournament there is, but
Thiên không
what
ai dâng lên này.
changed is going into this year's
Hôm nay giống mong bậy thì em mong
EWC,
bậy.
we have more motivation to
Phú
get
Mỹ
the
cậu
back-to-back title.
Này player mấy sub player.
I feel confident
Này
this
viên.
time. I know that everyone wants the MWI title, but I will not let it happen. I will always be hungry for the title. If you call us the final queen, we will take it. To all teams, give us an intense game. Don't make us.
Chắc mình ha nó ọt miền là cái pẹt khảo pi haru ấy, và tao sẽ có để nhóm áo đó. Ở bên này cái pẹt pi haru ấy ngày muốn tầm mới. Only haru pẹt và tao sẽ có. Miền Crom na VSHOPKH vai vo tê khăng này. Chào mơ mới năm đi, let's see. Ta miền Crom na improve art, nhưng chào mơ chặt sáng mình đi.
Powered by play.
Top, what are you doing?
It's crazy to say that Indonesia's most dominant MLBB
Lên
team
nắng đá, lên
is
nắng
at
đá.
home court here in Paris. Nice to last year you got to cast the grand finals.
Yeah.
Lay it down. How terrifying is Team Vitality?
Giờ tới ngày nó cái lên mà
you know,
group
these
nó
are the
cứ
queens
chắp ngon mà ra
of
ngon.
MLBB. They've won so many championships. They've accomplished so many things, and you heard it from Vivian and the rest of the squad there herself. You know, please give us a good game, give us good matchups, so they're not sleepy, right? They want this competition, and I would say over the years they've definitely caught up. Other teams have started to catch up to Team Vitality.
And just to put it into perspective, for the better part of the past decade, more than half a decade, even under different banners, this squad, Team Vitality, has been dominating and winning every single tournament they've touched.
Yep. And they are
Like
the
$10,000
favorites to win $150,000 by the end of this all. It seems like the question for a lot of the people following the women's scene is who is going to be meeting Team Vitality in the grand finals? Because of course, remember at the very first EWC, it was a shocking result. Team Vitality then got swept by Smart Omega Empress, now fighting under the banner of Navi.
Anh ấy kênh vậy của top 4
as a potential second best. But yeah, there's so many more teams to watch out for. By the way, we have an interesting format this time around. You have the breakout stage and then of course the knockout stage. The breakout stage, it's 2 groups of 8.
16 team trai tranh chia 2 group.
The teams all split up and then it's very similar to
Qualifier by Australia, semi by
you win 2 best of 3s, you move on to the next stage. You lose 2 best of 3s,
Yeah, it's quick. It happens really fast. And, you know, today we're going to be covering actually a multitude of games. We've got 2 streams going on over here on B stream. We've got 4 matches ourselves. So, you know, even after day 1 concludes, a lot of things kind of already fall into place day 1.
Yeah, pretty sure you have a lot more questions about our format, so we prepared a little video for you guys so that you can understand a little bit more.
MLBB
Women's International returns to the Esports World Cup 2026 for its historic 3rd edition. And for the first time ever, the grueling battle heads to Paris. As the one and only all-female championship at EWC 2026, 15 teams emerge through qualifiers spanning over 60 regions. Only one team bypasses the chaos, Team Vitality, returning as the title defender with a direct invitation. 16 elite teams will fight for a staggering $500,000 prize pool, one of the largest in women's esports history. MWI features 2 brutal stages, the group stage and the knockout stage. In the group stage, 2 groups of 8 are each locked in a double elimination showdown. To survive, teams must secure 2 series wins to claw their way into the knockout stage. One loss drops you straight into the lower bracket, where every match is crucial for survival. Lose again, and your tournament life is over. 8 teams will be eliminated. limited. Only the top
Mặc
4
rục,
from each group will
4 ឡើង
advance to
4
the
nè.
knockout stage. In the knockout stage, the stakes escalate with every single step. Teams start in a best-of-3 quarterfinal before advancing to an unforgiving best-of-5 semifinal.
Single
Teams who fall short of
elimination
the
by
grand
off 5
finals
and
will
by
be
off
granted the
grand final.
opportunity for a podium finish in the third-place match. Finally, the top 2 teams battling for the title in the best-of-7 grand finals. In this single elimination format,
Cho highlight
every
một
match
phi
is do or
này.
die. On the world stage where dreams are shattered and history is made, a monumental $500,000 prize pool and crucial club championship points are on the line. But only one team will rise above. In the first of 2 MLBB championships at EWC, who will be crowned the queens of MLBB?
I'm not
2
sure, guys.
champions, 1 game. This is MWI at EWC 2026.
Tôi sợ lật đai bài mai rồi. Bài Austria ច្រើនផុត 3 វគ្គឈ្នះ 2 វគ្គឈ្នះ នៅក្នុងវគ្គ group stage ចូលដល់វគ្គ knockout បែ soft 5 grand final បែ Australia ជួយលឺមែនឲ្យលេងទៀតក្ប៊ីតែគួរណៃកើទៅអេកមែនណាបងបានអត់បានឃើញខាងស្ទើមានណាគេអត់ហៅនិយាយទៅអន់វិញ
Vitality. Let's spend a little bit more time talking about them so that people understand why are we focusing so much on this team. Let's start with the Rome. Vivian, arguably the best roamer in the women's scene in the entire MLBB landscape, and she's won already countless of titles in Indonesia if you consider like the grassroots tournament.
CoStream គេអត់ខ្វល់ទេប៉ុន្តែយើងអ្នកខ្វល់យើងអាចជា CoStream បានទេមិនមែន EWC ឲ្យ stream បានយើង stream ហ្នឹង
You know what I mean? Because MLBB has just been on the rise
ខាងនៅខ្មែរគេអត់ហាមដែរគេអត់ហាមយើងទេតែ ឡាយឲ្យបានមុខយើង
You do that consistently enough and you lead a squad through the difficult world of MLBB. That's what Vivian did.
Yeah, she's named. We caught a name for her last.
The mother.
And there's a reason exactly for that.
យើងធ្វើការនៅ smart and then you talk about cell cap
this whole tournament, of course, and the rest of Team Vitality. Now, this is the group split, right? We've got Group A and B. All these 16 teams that have made it.
Group
B
fought
through their, the trenches, and that's the thing I think we have to point out too. A lot of our viewers out there for MWI maybe didn't get a chance to catch up with everyone. EWC and they've all had crazy journeys leading up to this point.
It's hard to follow a world full of up-and-coming talents, and I think that's something that we didn't mention in the lead up to this discussion. It's 15 teams plus an invite, right?
Yep.
There's a lot of changes in the past year since Vitality's win in Riyadh.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of familiar names if you've been following the women's scene of MLBB all throughout the day. Some fighting now under different banners, but let's look at today's schedule. First, the top 2 matches you see, those are the ones featuring in Group A. You get Team Ray Young and Aurora Gaming and Virtus Pro versus Twisted Minds. That's where we're going to be seeing a little bit of an org switch up. We'll explain a little bit more about that later. Of course, Navi and Galaxy Phoenix, then Falcon Daisies against Team Falcons Mena. Different kinds of Falcons, by the way, something to note of. Is there a match that you're looking for specifically here first?
Mine's definitely going to be match number 3. I want to see if Navi PH specifically can kind of make it work the way we saw them when you mentioned, was it 3 years ago, MWI? We have 3 of those members now on Navi PH. It's a little bit of a mix-up, but that's not the case of a lot of the teams for MWI. They are, like you mentioned, Redmar, there's going to be some familiar faces. Some org swaps happened here, but there's so much experience for these ladies. I think that's the big thing, especially the ones that have been on the international stage and what they can bring to some of the newer up-and-coming members of these teams.
As for me, I'm all about the flight of the Falcon.
Falcons?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the Burmese versus the Egyptian squad. Both of these teams boast of experienced athletes, veterans of MLBB esports, and the fact that Ira joined Falcon Daisies, a Filipino import. I think that's the shot in the arm that the Burmese needs to get one over, obviously a veteran of MENA.
Yeah, some great matches that you mentioned, but we also have our story of the day later on. We're going to be watching the little switch up between Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds.
The current members of Virtus Pro, a lot of them were former players of Twisted Minds last year, while the current members of Twisted Minds were former players for Virtus Pro. That's why that's going to be... Oh, honey.
Go! Yes, good luck. I'll see you guys later. And of course, we also see Falcon Mena. Hello, girls. You ready? See you again this year.
Yes, I'm ready. We are all ready.
Perfect. You girls look amazing. I love the little ribbon on your hair. I'll see you later. Bye. How are you? How are you, girls?
I'm doing good.
Right behind me, the players are just arriving. A little bit of a chit. Really, really good. You know what? Let's see who we can interview. Hi. Hello. Come here. Don't be shy. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm so ready.
You're so ready. You excited?
Yeah, I'm so excited.
You're so excited. Good luck. I'll see you later. Bye-bye. And over here,
my God,
the mother of tanks. Hello.
Yes.
Are you excited?
Out there, Vivian, putting on the moves, man. She's like out there ducking and dodging, man. She's the mother of tanks. She's looking to go big, of course, representing Vitality. You know, one thing that I really appreciate about this player walk-in, sometimes you never know what you're going to get, but everybody pretty much had a smile on their face. So they're ready for the competition, and I'm ready for our crunchy story of the day. Now, the question is, who dare challenges the queen? Who dare challenges Vitality? And I've got one that I think is looking for revenge, and that's Gen G.
Yeah, back last year, they were under Gaming Gladiators, and they were able to take top 2. It was the Cinderella story, the underdog story. I think everyone was corralling behind this team because they just wanted to see someone be able to beat Vitality finally, right? And now they're coming back with a vengeance, obviously under a different banner, Gen G, but they also came in with a different roster too.
Yep, they had a slight change, and it was, I think, a significant one, especially if you take it into context of the current meta, because this will bring so much new expectations to the table in terms of how Gen G as a team will actually play their game, because it's Rui. And this new player they actually took in had a very remarkable record in the previous MWI. She finished 3rd alongside Terror Queens, also made a statement themselves, put up really close fights just to make it to top 3. And now you're seeing these lineups merged into one, chasing for that revenge against Team Vitality.
But also Ashley versus Vivian. I know that's a hot talking point. Let's not forget the championship interview last year. Vivian did make some call outs. I'm going to be bringing that up as the show goes along. But it's not just Gen G, it's also Na'Vi. Now, fun fact about this roster, 3/5 of this roster actually won at EWC 2024 MWI, right? So they are also looking to reclaim the throne from, of course, Vitality, who's won the past 2 years. What can we talk about with Na'Vi?
Well, it hasn't been that much of a good record for them, I'd say. I think a lot of us had more expectations of them, especially in the previous MWI, but they did not have a podium finish. Like, I think they were in one of the top teams you would consider to be in your power rankings before you actually entered MWI, but due to that, they did make some significant changes. This lineup used to have 5 Cebuanas. For the longest time, they've been together, but they switched up their mid and their gold. And these 2 players too have a lot of experience under their runs. And I think so far, every single time I see them, they look very comfortable. Like their aura seems very light. And they literally feel excited to enter this round.
The new face throughout postseason, which is a pretty big deal, right? So clearly they have composure. They know how to win. The question is, can they win on one of the biggest stages, though, MLBB has to offer? That's my big question. Obviously, we're going to be getting those answers as the days go on. We talked, obviously, Gen G and Na'Vi. Do we want to throw a 3rd team in there that you think is, like, really on your radar? I know Falcon Daisies, you mentioned them over in the other group, but who's truly a contender?
I think I'd also want to include Malaysia.
Okay,
yeah.
Malaysia, right? Same.
Because if you take a look at even one of the more, I think that was SEA Games 2025.
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. Expected outcome.
As the analyst, we've got to talk about it, right? I'm the new guy here, though, so maybe we don't have to talk about it.
Long story short, ID lost to PH lost to Malaysia, and Malaysia finally picked up the gold medal. So that's what happened.
Yeah,
that's why we don't talk about it.
I'm kind of learning regional debates is pretty hot, right, when it comes to MLBB, and we're going to be discussing that all tournament long. But I'm curious who's going to end up taking it. And obviously, we gave our crunchy story of the day, who we think will be the contenders to Vitality. But chat, let us know. Keep, of course, the conversation going. who do you think is truly going to take this entire event? And if you guys just want to go on a micro level, just let us know who do you think is going to win today based off our schedule. And again, just a reminder, we do have our Stream B going down. $500,000 on the line. It's MWI. Let's go to our stage to get it started.
Go. Go. Ôi. Trời ơi. Lôi mà. Oh my god, bro. Trời mẹ rôn clear cặp đi. Oh my god, bro. Ui. Lôi mẹ. Lắng lấy nhau nó sẽ sắp luôn. Damn, bro. That's good. Ooh. Oh, anh ấy break dance. Fuck, this is break dance, guys. Anh ấy break dance nào nè. Can't break dance. Why the transition? Yo. Woo! Holy shit, bro. Oh my god. Lôi. Ở đây ăn lôi ăn man mà lôi mà đây.
Legacies aren't inherited. They're built. One match, one win, one impossible comeback at a time. Nothing is granted. Everything is earned. The Esports World Cup has landed here in Paris, the city of love. And this time, for the love of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. 2 champions, 1 game. Welcome to Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's International, where we have gathered 16 of the strongest female MLBB teams, where they converge here in Paris to make history and rise above.
And of course, all of these 16 teams are the queens of their regions. And here at the Esports World Cup, you know that means they are about to be fighting for a lot. $500,000, ladies and gentlemen, is up for grabs. And of course, the glory of being considered the best women's MLBB team in the world. Of course, right here on the trophy stand, we do not have the trophy yet, as last year's champions, Team Vitality, will be bringing out the trophy later on. But in the end, there can only be one champion. Damascus, what help us to those who fall short?
Rob, 16 teams are going to fight for that title, but of course 15 will be eliminated throughout the next few days, and every single eliminated team must go through the grueling process of destroying their key right here at the Key Crusher. And let me be real, sometimes it gets kind of loud because you can hear these keys popping just like the player's dream. Without further ado, it is time to welcome our 16 teams for this weekend's event, and let's see who will get that big title.
Qualifying out of Indonesia, Team Falcons.
Falcon đại sĩ. Trời ơi!
Qualifying out of Western Europe, made up of 5 countries, GK Esports.
GK Esports.
Qualifying out of North America,
GG
Esports.
នោះ Ashley អា Ashley នេះ 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 Ashley នេះ
And joining all the way from Mongolia, Aurora Gaming.
Aurora Storm. Đây cái đà Aurora Gaming là Mongolia nè.
Powered by their jungler, Miss
Đây là Pro.
Virtus.
Tô Pro nó mena đây actually Saudi Arabia, miền Philippines muối, miền Russia muối.
Last year's rookie come back with a lot of experience all the way from Turkey.
Team Turkey Food. Nơi Turkey nó thêm đo mà nè nó vay
The newly assembled qualifying out of Myanmar.
Ấy mà lấy Singapore vay cái này là mà lấy lại. Ray Yang. Thêm nó mà lấy miền organization trong ta.
All the way from China.
Seta. Thêm chân bia vì thêm vay bia.
Qualifying out of Cambodia.
Whoa, Cambodia!
Galaxy.
Yo! Queen finish! Let's go!
The 2024 champs are coming up with an updated roster. Insurers of Redemption, representing the Philippines, Navi.
With the return of the Ice Queen, Geltec Cyber Team.
Geltec, Geltec, giveaway. Geltec nó vay là giveaway sang hàng game em. Bây giờ Brazil. This is Brazil.
Qualifying from Myanmar.
Đi Myanmar pha con đại si.
And with a more experienced roster looking to put Mekong on the map.
Ấn Độ mới đôi chim Việt Nam thì máy đôi miền Độ import. Yeah, mày lên là năng trên cao phi năng Độ.
Sweeping the entire Africa qualifier. Put your hands together for Team Falcons MENA.
Falcon MENA này ở Egypt nào thì Egypt 4 tụ kỳ mùi. Đánh sự lên năng tụ kỳ.
And now it is time to welcome the champions, the title holders. Make some noise for Team Vitality.
Vô piên vô mà này. Vitality năng defending champion là ra năm môn cái chương này.
Last year, the defending queens didn't just win it back. They
cái chốc lấy ngay cái chốc đan nó không đi ở vui đó.
Perfect run, the golden road. This year, the target is on their back, heavier than ever before. Every team came here to Paris for one reason and one reason only, to take the V-Hive down and the crown from the Queen Bees. But here in Paris, this is the home ground of the organization. Pride is on the line. Today, the question isn't whether Team Vitality still belongs at the top, it's whether anyone in the room can actually do something about it. To break it down, let's find out from the studio.
An introduction. The ladies have taken the stage. They start to get serious. And the trophy has been placed in the center by Vitality, looking to protect it. Will they be able to only time will tell of competition. Let's start breaking down our first matchup. It's coming up quick. It's going to be Falcons Indonesia versus Sadek Esports. Two dominant rosters going toe-to-toe for the first time ever here at the 2026 Esports World Cup. However, when it comes to MLBB, there's been some big changes. Even since our wild card matchups, let's start discussing our new meta and how things are shifting about. And, well, I don't know. Who wants to take this one first?
Okay, I think we start with the first and probably the most important point that we have to talk about here. It's the nerf on tank junglers who have been the kings of the jungle for the longest time in MLBB. We see occasionally some assassins here and there, but just because of this nerf, in terms of their jungling speed, I think this will allow for the assassins who we've all wanted to see finally step up and take place in the land dawn. And I am so excited to see this because a lot of our female junglers are actually really good assassin use. Yeah, their carries. Their carries, they're violent in their execution, they're violent in the game. So I do agree with you, Brig. I like that you brought that up, but also when we take a look at the hot picks, we gotta see it coincide with one another, right? You're talking about specific tank junglers being nerfed, and we're talking Boxia, Frederick, Akai specifically, but also the fact that there were battlefield adjustments that we also need to pay attention to as well.
the fact that the purple buff, the orange buffs, and the creeps around your own jungle has gotten buffed when it comes down to how much income you get. It's 20% on orange and 20% on purple, and the rest have been upped by 50%. We're saying a lot of numbers, we're saying a lot of specifics, but what does this mean in the game? It means that there is more room for carry junglers to rise. Assassins will be able to get to the power spikes a lot quicker. It also allows them to not really have to go for the contest for the first turtle. So they can play the way that assassins want to play. And hence, if you do still want to use your tank junglers, I guess you need to be a little bit more aggressive to see a bit more of the aggressive invade type of roamers or the heavy pick-off crowd control specialist roamers. Because I think that would be also one of the biggest responses to the potential rise of the assassin junglers all over again. But more so, if we're talking invades, if we're talking about all those disruptors and annoying heroes, then might as well touch on a bit of the EXP lane. Because there was this one hero that took a significant change, which was Esmeralda. Huge. Lower cooldown, increased damage, increased shield on her first skill, low on her.
And they're taking
the time for the qualification. Avalanche went all the way, and it came down to one final game for them to book their ticket to Paris. Gaming Mongolia. If you've watched Mongolian MLBB, you know that they are purveyors of the download game. So here they can afford a download game. They can afford a download series, but I don't think that's something you want to give over to
Of course, we discussed G-Boy and Quinn like being the leaders there. If they are going to continue the DNA of Mongolians downloading, I agree with you. It's going to be risky. Punished. They're going to have to
MWI
get out of the gate, be aggressive, show that you can set the tempo against a team that has experience on this stage. But you mentioned the transition from each to the jungle for Anu. I think this is going to be where they're going to need to start showing off some dominance here. If they get both in the jungle, there's going to be a quick 2-0.
Bốn chê là hao gì trong miền này còn thật xa cái tayยังไม่ได้โยกเลยนะchắc thật xaอันนี้ mainstream แม่นอ่ะอ๋อจัง stream stream A mainstream stream B นั่งมาทีมเด็ดแต่ทีมโน้วิอัดนี่วิอัดล้อเมื่อนี้แค่ไหนเมื่อนี้แค่บอลแชร์ยังไงวิอัดจำเบอร์การกู้สักโคเยอะรีดัดให้เมียนโคใช้แต่ช่วยเนี่ยโคใช้แต่ได้โคใช้แต่ได้นะฮะดังกันยกนั่งมาว่าน้องปีไหมน้องปีจะเมื่อไหร่มาพลังไอ้สปางอย่างนี้ใช่พลัง
My lens is going to be looking at here for this year's MWI because that might just be tuning in, right? From MWI to MWI. Qualifiers up to this point, and the game has changed.
Earlier we were touching on the patch and the hotfix. Now you're going to be seeing a more visual representation of it, of course, with the nerf.
This
janglers. Those janglers. Little bit of my Filipino.
This team. One thing that we know for sure though is that they tend to really prioritize the strong laning picks in order to just establish that early game because they're most flexible when it comes to the mid game. That's where they can either opt for these split approaches or even just rely on team fight as a whole. But what we know for a fact is that they're a very flexible team and both of them would probably really just fight for that early game advantage.
Now with the new meta, flexibility obviously is going to be hugely important here. Now I have heard though, at least when it comes to our ladies, they do like to go with the comfort picks despite of the meta. But I guess here for this roster, maybe they're going to be comfortable flexing a little bit. And by the way, if you want to go ahead and get your fantasy team written up, scan that QR code. There's a lot of players to choose from. Who do you want to choose? Like I said, EWC is great. You have an opportunity not only to be involved just in chat like the traditional way, but also choosing your fantasy roster. See how good you are at building the best team you possibly can. Scan that QR code. But again, going back to the meta discussion, because it changes, do we think Seda Esports might actually have a little bit of an advantage here? Because clearly they have good, at least from what I've been seeing, macro mechanics.
Stop breakdown ní detail dân breakdown ní.
And they're footing in the meta now.
Yeah, this is one of those scenarios where you feel like great and gracious
Alliance protects your beyond the game so you can focus on winning.
You buff Mincetar in a realm where you nerf the tank jungler so that it gives more room for the dashes to come back. I feel like someone's going to be crazy enough to try and win Mincetar, man.
Yes, as creative and as their changes show, in 2 different directions.
Half team
Mincetar try it, but also Mincetar shields.
ពពយើងថ្ងៃ23តែ assist ស្តាន22តែយើង schedule ថ្ងៃ23ពព
Yeah. That's kind of how it feels. Yeah, I think that's the dance we're going to see in the draft. That's how it's going to feel like.
That's why I play Balmond.
Can we get that one more time?
I just spin. I can't spin. I'm physically incapable.
You're not able to spin, yeah. But even then, like Sweeping Cyclone. Spin to win, man. You know? Hopefully we actually end up seeing that again. I think there's a case for...
It's what won Falcons main at the group stage.
That's true. That's true.
Almond of all
man. That takes me back, and it feels like it was just yesterday.
Gotta give Boyd a hug.
Last week and a half, yeah.
Yeah, well, it was like a week and a half or 2 weeks.
A week and a half, 2 weeks ago. I lose track of time out here.
Yeah,
time difference.
You know, the sun stays up till like 10 p.m. By the way.
That's true.
So
it is quite jarring. But speaking of time, in just a bit, we're going to be seeing the 2 teams going up against one another. Team Rayyoung and Aurora going up onto the stage. I think we can discuss the patches a little bit more. I want to get your feel for like, give me a hero that a lot of people aren't expecting, but you feel like strongly in your soul, in your DNA, maybe. I don't know, that might come out.
One hero. You want to try this?
One hero, okay.
We name it.
Okay. Wait. At the same time?
At the same time. One hero. Are you ready?
Okay, wait.
You have a hero in your head?
All right, I do.
Do you?
Yes.
All right.
1, 2, 3, Lucas. How do we
Everything was different. What did you
heroes? Barats.
But we already kind of saw him in like he.
Hirara អាចចាញ់មកដល់អ្នកនេះ Hirara អាចចាញ់ពី Mongolia.
Tankier junglers, and we missed the concept of snowball, right? Who's more snowbally than Lucas? Well, there's a few, but
he's a fighter too.
Yeah, he's a fighter.
He can be as chunky or as damage oriented.
Yeah, and
តាក់ណាអ្នកនេះចា comment ខ្ញុំភ័យ
difficult to kill if he gets a lot of spell vamp. It's a nightmare if he snowballs. Kind of GG, so that's why I'm leaning Lucas.
I went with Hanzo because I want more cool, edgy assassins. He's about as edgy as it gets, I think.
Do you consider Hanzo a goth baddie?
Whoa, hey.
Is he?
Technically, when he's in his form,
I guess subscribe to music.
But just like in general.
ម៉ោង 3 yeah ម៉ោង 3 ខ្មែរលេង
I don't think so.
No.
តាក់មិញបងចឹងអូជាស្អី refresh មួយនេះ refresh មួយលេងអី
It's worrying.
ហ្នឹងមិនដឹងខ្ញុំភ័យ
Yes, you can snowball with him.
He got a little buff.
ខ្មែរម៉ោង 3 នេះខ្មែរតែស្អីយើងលេងម៉ោង 8 ឥឡូវយើងមើលគូនេះ stream នេះ stream Aurora Gaming របស់ Mongolia វាយមួយ Team Ray របស់ Malaysia stream មួយទៀត Team Falcon Vega របស់ Indo ប៉ះជាមួយនឹង Seta របស់ចិន នេះចង់មើលមួយណា
Alpha.
Which one do you want to burn?
This might be the rise of fighters. Because in a realm of tank junglers were good.
Falcon មានពីរអើយមាន Falcon Vega ហើយ Falcon Vega មេណាទៀតវាមាន Vega មេណានេះណា
Go for the balance. Maybe that might even mean like heroes like Matilda come in so that you can rotate faster with those fighters, right?
Oh, man, Aurora Mongolia mình một lôi vô này.
Hey, maybe we might have just
em mỏi đây.
It could be fighters are
nhưng mơ pi tu sap
teams who might want to try to.
Nhưng mơ chẳng là ba này hay chẳng mệt, thì mà nhóm thời mệt.
Because if tank junglers really are that much slower, and assassins are still that vulnerable despite them getting their items faster, like it's a little bit more 50-50 if you're gonna make it work, then why not go for the safer pick?
Safer pick can work, but
it's been 2 years since we last saw fighter junglers be.
You want to watch 2 screen? Right, let's watch it. It's 2 screen.
Who's the biggest fighter jungler?
Alpha, I think it's
Alpha on the top of my head.
Because even the time where Lucas was viable, for some reason he was cursed.
Yeah, he wasn't as like prominent there.
Yeah, and he wasn't as consistent also with like getting good results. Most of the time it's just like, hey, Lucas is here. He didn't win the early game. GG.
His time is as a meta pick is matched by the times he was meme. Like, oh, is that a wrong Lucas pick? Or teams get blamed because they pick Lucas. So like that's 50-50.
There was a time in the professional league when he was picked up, and it was usually a question mark. You know, where is he going? Is this gonna work? But I think if there wasn't the Lucas, the Hanzo, Barrett's is kind of picked up.
Oh my god, Seta ឡើងសក់ខ្លី3នាក់ឯនោះគ្នា
If we're gonna continue
ជួយខាងនេះអត់តចូលទេខាងនោះគេចូលហើយ
thinking here for the picks.
Oh, the ladies are here.
Yeah, the ladies are getting set up on stage right now.
Your thought?
If maybe tank junglers are too slow now because of the damage reduction. What then happens if you decide to pair it with Natalia, Jawhead, mid laner like Selena, Hellcurt? Heroes can help the farm process because you can peel, not peel,
This is why
how are you, bro?
Because does the same thing.
Because technically, even if you know, like the way he's built up, it's not like you're building him damage unless you're in solo queue and you're insane. But usually, his kit alone and his passive and everything else helps kind of speed that process up. And there's a good enough early damage with a concussive blast and everything else where it's like he's a threat, you know. So I think Cho he's probably gonna pop up quite a bit.
There's a reason why Cho, you'll see him in highlights from season 1. Season of MPLs.
Especially with the new skins.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't need any more skins.
No, come on, like
he has like 18 skins.
It's like 18. Like give him the aged one.
Yeah, give him like an aged one, like old man Cho.
That would actually.
Right, like with a long.
ខ្មែរយើងលេងម៉ោង 8 ខ្ញុំឆ្លើយយ៉ាង 20 ដងហើយសំដួលហ្នឹងតែអ្នកគ្នាស៊ូហើយអ្នកគ្នាដើរចេញពីកន្លែងហ្នឹង
Collector skin. Old Joe.
Am I winning you over here, Leo? Do you want the old man?
Here's the thing, you're not swaying me because I don't play Cho.
I do. I'm agreeing with you.
All right.
Oh, you post-get your Cho.
I'll take that.
My diamonds are not on the line here.
I'll take one of the two.
I'm still waiting for Balon's 5th skin.
Does he only have 4?
ខ្ញុំផុសចូលក្រុម Telegram ខ្ញុំមួយសិន
like there's definitely some heroes that still only have 2 by the way.
ខ្ញុំផុសចូលក្រុម Telegram.
Wait, so Nice did mention one damage roam pick. Is there a damage roam pick that you want to see? That you think might actually show up?
Okay, so you mentioned the 3 or 4 good ones.
អរគុណសាន់សាវលីសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេនអរគុណពីខ្ញុំប្រសង្ហាតែបងតាការសង្ហាជាង
កប់សាវលីអរគុណច្រើនចឹងជូ
early to mid. Novaria's not doing that. She's a win more in the late game. Because imagine you get a team past the 15-minute mark and they have a Rome Novaria. You're not winning anything. You're not even crossing over to see what's in the bush when you're taking the Lord.
Yeah, because vision is just not yours.
You're just dead.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm going, but I don't know. That's the thing. Because of the Scarlet Embers update, I don't know if the game is slow enough to do that. Because we might even see like 9-minute games today.
That's what I was going to say too. I think Wildcard was enough to go ahead and prove just how fast games can be.
Bắt tầm bác lấy tầm môi ra nào
I think it was 25-ish minutes.
27. And then the fastest was 9.
Like 9 minutes. So, and the average was probably around 13, 14 still, around that level. So
those are from matched teams when it comes to skill, you know, experience. But maybe that counts too. Maybe, and that can
Kill Way តលេ Kill Way schedule គូទី
Team Ray Young they come from
គូទី
very
2
developed scenes.
គូទី 2 Shell Tech Cyber Team ប៉ះមួយ Giga Esport Stream
So then we go back to what we talked about.
Stream B Virtus Pro ប៉ះជាមួយនឹង
the picks that might show up here.
Twisted Mind Vietnam
come in with a little bit more packed lunch. Something that it's life is like a box of packed lunch.
MWI បានហើយ
I think that's how the code goes.
Fan Team Shell Tech okay.
You take a bite of the croissant and you don't know what's in it.
សួរតែខុសចង់លឺសំឡេងចេញពីបង
Wait, is it like sacrilegious to put filling into
បបោមាត់បបោ
confirmed technical pronunciation.
He did. I was next to him.
Yeah, I did not. He was behind me.
Yeah.
And
we were.
You play a channel
the rules on how it's made.
Yes. Yeah. The rules on how it's made, and then you'd be surprised at how different. What is it? Pana chocolate can be too.
Yeah.
Like
what it's called
in different areas.
Chocolatine.
Yeah. From the north and the south of France.
How is it that when we start talking about food, suddenly after waiting for so long, we finally are about to get into it. So thank you. I'm glad.
Okay.
And
all right.
Go into this.
Say lôi cho mấy YouTube lại ơi.
Questions to be answered. Are we gonna get the utility? Are we gonna get the assassins? Who
anh
are
ấy
we gonna get in terms of the picks?
Aurora Storm Aurora Gaming ឯគេប្រើពាក្យ Aurora Gaming ប៉ះជាមួយនឹង
because of all the
Team Ray Young ហ្នឹងម្លេនេះ Ray Young ម្លេ
You know, I think about with the more dangerous nature of the picks available.
Hey,
that it seems like why would you want to pick Gord here?
Live on the edge, man. You know, that's that. If I know I've said this a couple times on our broadcast over at home.
coi hai aiបោះខូចឡើងដូចពាក់រ៉ូបហ្នឹងម៉ែខសំរងអានឹងចិត្តដល់ជង្គង់ហ្នឹង
A vulnerable mage in the mid lane against the assassin meta and just being athletic enough to survive with a flicker.
គូហ្នឹងខ្ញុំគិតថាវគ្គ1 Aurora វាយ
Just pick it. And at that time
វគ្គ2បានម្លេវាយវិញអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំគិតថាម្លេ 2-1 ទៅលើ
and I was like, you know what?
Ray Yang 2-1 ទៅលើ Aurora នេះ Mongolia ណានេះ
during that fighter meta, I remember there was one pick that came up. Again, it benefited that pick because he got some really good adjustments. Leo, how do you feel about your Bane potentially showing up today?
Okay, I did not want to jinx it.
Ngoài một mọt khai ở nhà mà đừng một nhóm sầm 4 đèo nha.
But here's the thing, I am self-aware. I know that Bane is a very specific kind of hero, and the fact that we don't even know where on the spectrum of assassins and tank junglers we are is the reason why I'm not holding my breath. The reason why I'm not putting it out in the universe, manifesting the appearance of my one true love in the land of Don Bane. So, again, we don't know how fast games are, and Bane is almost useless in the first 4 minutes.
You know, he had his moment when he was built up magic.
In the hands of, you know, certain Khmer athletes or imported to the Cambodian region athletes, sure. But we've been doing this a while, man. I know not to ask for something that I know I'm not going to get.
Hey, you know what? that was me for many seasons, and it slowly, surely happened. I think Leo's kind of switched camps though. Man. He's gone from the Bane over to now the Ballman, right? So
mình ta trai đấy cái vui.
But here's the thing, how often do we
con sấy này cầm hai trai nhưng mà chụp này.
Every year.
Muối hay đọc không muối này. Ôi.
It's probably like
oh my god.
Yeah. Or maybe a dozen. Let's give it a dozen.
Yo!
That's where I stand, Renmar. That's the lore as to why you don't see the 4-letter word come out of my mouth as often.
All right.
Mà mày lum đấy mà. Ôi. Mà mình cua na MWI mình biết nè cua sna đây mà tới tầm biết nè cua sna. Cam cua kia là nó mơ là anh mà mơ là chủ lẽ.
Yes.
Hello people, stay.
All right, so I brought up the match that Aurora had in their qualifiers in the grand finals against Onyx Mongolia. As mentioned, they did go all the way best of 7. It seems like just going through their draft is just very reflective of the times because
មានអ្នកលេងស្រីបាត់ international stage អត់បងមានដែរតែខ្ញុំជឿហៅឈ្មោះทีมចៅ
Aurora can do that.
Yeah, this was about 2 months back.
Yeah, 2 months back. And oh yeah, that was the meta for quite some time. So the question is, what kind of surprises do they have? They played in Akai Rome, and I think Akai Rome, maybe it's because I'm just biased towards it. I feel like there is a world wherein you could see Nika bring out a Akai Rome for the team.
Akai Rome.
Which makes sense because his nerf does not affect what Akai Rome wants.
Akai Rome ai chẳng tranh mà Akai Rome kháng này.
At the end of the day,
thậm chí sẽ thấy đội thì mang hai đài đang bộ. Từ máy giống như là. Miền này player một mấy.
I love some of the shake up man in the Rome too because in wild cards, at least for those that missed it, you know, there's a whole lot. I don't know if that's going to be the case here or if it's changed a bit, but one thing is, you know, you need kind of that decision. You know, the rest of the team. I think that's talk so much too about the jungle. Kind of that's going to be going.
Oh, sorry.
Rome is such a good pair in that decision.
Only English caster.
Yeah, you mentioned we were talking about Cho earlier. I just remembered here. Chiboy is
new device make
she's a huge fan of
Honor 8 Pro ឆ្នាំ Honor Magic 7 Pro ទូរស័ព្ទនៅស្រួលលេង
with the Rome when she last played for MWI 2024. So based off of the picks here for Nika and Aurora Storm, it seems like Nika wants to play a little bit more slower tempo, slower control, just play for the vision. While Chiboy, remembering from how she played back in 2024, she was in your face, she was going into the jungle, and this might actually be a really tough job for Nika in Aurora Gaming.
And I think it would be in their best interest to use the mechanical advantages that they have from Can, their Indonesian import. I do think that's the dynamic Aurora.
Yeah.
Again, I hate to say it, but going for the down low game, just like see how much we can break through, see how much Ray Young is throwing out, and then Team Ray Young just stepping on it, pedal to the metal. We'll win when we can. Sub 15.
Yeah, and you know this is the draft right here. This is what I was just gonna highlight that point on Leo. I think it's great that you also have to highlight this is Coach Ethan, right? He's familiar with us because
former Little Gun, former IHC.
Yeah. And he brings creativity. Exactly, and that's why that download strategy concept is so apparent. And yeah, maybe they take one game.
You name the Mount Rushmore of Mongolian MLBB athletes. He's there.
He's Ethan. He's Abe Lincoln.
He is.
He's the Mongolian in MLBB.
In MLBB.
Specifically just in MLBB.
That makes sense. Look at these
Even the bands are different. Even the bands are different.
Gord.
All right, Gord, Belleric, Marcel. I love that is a priority for Team Ray Young. This is just Southeast Asian efficiency.
And the Jushin,
at work.
Despite
Coach Frost.
Rule survivor មានណាអ្នក
So with
ចុះខ្ញុំឲ្យហ៊ានដាក់ player ដាក់ webcam ខ្ញុំឡើងលើណាខ្ញុំសុំដាក់នឹងក្រុមហ្នឹងណាអ្នក
we talked about Aurora
ដាក់លើខ្លាញ់បាំងមុខ player cam
you do that with heroes such as Marcel and Juice. Yes, they can be aggressive and very in your face, but because of their sheer amount of crowd control abilities,
ចែប្អូនស្រីសក់ខៀវនេះមុខស្អាតបាតមែនទេ
It's clear that through the draft they want
ឈ្មោះអានូអានូ
whatever win con or game play status they want to have because
លុតតេម៉ែស៊ូឡាណានីកាចូលឈ្មោះនីកា
what Marcel does but in a little safer way
មុបសៃកូអូខេ ហាងនេះមាន Queen ឈីបយមីគូតាំងណូរ៉ាមែនយោឃើញខ្ញុំនិយាយអត់ធីមម៉ុងហ្កូលីនឹង pick ហ៊ីរ៉ារ៉ាឥឡូវជឿខ្ញុំអត់ជឿនៅឥឡូវជឿនៅម៉ុងហ្កូលីនេះគឺខ្លាំងណាស់ហ៊ីរ៉ារ៉ាណាគ្នា
also going on the Mongolian Mount Rushmore
Okay, Hirara, very happy that she is still showing up here in the drafts, considering that we were thinking that maybe she might not be the best hero in the landscape of the meta. She was not really well in the wild card. Now, Team Ray Young, very unique picks here. Although I do showing up a little bit more in the priority, we want to talk a little bit more controlling and a little bit more bullying.
Hello.
Slow, but still very chi-boy. And Lilia as well in the mid lane for Zulana. This is going to be a difficult row mid duo to find advantage over if you're Aurora.
Yep. Their basements and ceilings aren't that high, but best believe when you're playing on the ground floor, the mezzanine against Team Ray Young is so comfortable. It's so hard to even at level 2 get something past them. Aurora here picking up the aforementioned Atlas again. This might pull out a Purifier 2 out of Team Ray Young. Game is where they want to live.
Game because in the early game there's that potential for the Aurora to be enough of a threat. That's why I was saying that when we have the whole discussion leading into this about jungle, you see that the Aurora is one of those heroes that can give you that pressure in the early game if she isn't punished as well.
Snowball in summer.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, you need some burst.
Yeah.
So mid pick is going to be so important here for Aurora.
You cannot find a mid laner that might not well enough for your burst, then you're going to have to pull off the
Philippines đóមានហ្នឹងម៉ែមានវៀតណាមខ្ញុំដែរនេះមានធ្វើបាត់ចិត្តខ្លួនឯងយ៉ាងធ្វើបាត់ចិត្តខ្លួនឯង
But now with an Alice, the Team Ray Young, their first 3 picks really screams veterancy and their confidence that they can outsmart Aurora.
It's first 2 or 3 move opener checkmate. Many a team that played in the qualifier for EWC here.
បាញ់មកកាមេរ៉ាមកនេះច្រើនមកលោកអើយមិនលំនេះមុខនេះមុខលុយណាស់អត់ចាញ់ធ្លាក់ឯនេះចាញ់ទៅធ្លាក់ទៅ lower
third pick
សង្ឃឹមខ្មែរធ្វើបានល្អបងសុំសួរមួយគិតយ៉ាងម៉េចណាកីឡាករទៅការក្រោយនេះស៊ីស៊ូណាស់ដឹងដែរបើអត់ដឹងកីឡាករណាគេខ្លាំង
The bands for Team Ray Young, the Freya and the Uranus. Oh, there's the Hanzo Joseph taken out by
Sanford versus ស្រី
Very interesting that
Hanzo ដៃខូចនេះគេកាន់អាដុំសម្រាប់បិទបើកម៉ៃនិយាយ
It's like one of those things where it's just I guess they don't want to have to deal with too much pressure on
Moscow Atlas Ellie Glue
you need to go ahead and secure that early rotation. You need to be able to secure your buffs.
Ellie hong Glue vong
I would say maybe I don't know if it's actually statistically the best burst early on because of the way her kit works, but it's surely one of the greatest things that you can have in early game, not to mention the iframes that come with her kit which is kind of finicky to deal with.
Trong Lancelot chăng là
they'll take their own iframes.
Yeah.
Team Rayon will go with a Lancelot.
Honestly, very safe pick with the presence of the Atlas. You needed something that could disappear out of the map just real quick. Last 2 picks here for
Experience Land 0 លេងសល់យូរសង
needing that pick on Zulana again. I needed
វិញ remake តែបើសិននឹង Hirara វាឡើងអាច front line សល់ Uranus លេងមួយ at least ដូចទៅសំណំទេដែរ
especially in the first 3 picks.
A lot ក៏បាន
and then of course a good tanky EX.
A lot Valen ណា Valen លេងបានណា
since again in the jungle now you have a fragile assassin.
Farami ដូចអត់សំណំទេកុំលេងឯង
I think
ឬក៏វាច់សាណាក៏បាន counter ក៏លូ
Wow, that Alice pick are
Woo, Lunok. Yo, what? Counter glue it. So rare.
Okay. So they sort of
អូថ្ងៃហ្នឹង stream MWI ហីអ្នកគ្នា
target the other more AOE.
Yes, of the two, I'm pretty sure Zulana knows what she's
ខ្មែរយើងលេងម៉ោង 8
getting into.
ម៉ោង 8 កន្លះ
Gave
ទី
her the heads up, or in this case the thumbs up.
មែនខ្ញុំភ្លេចមើលតារាងមុនហ្នឹងកន្លែងមើល
The Sora was the better choice. So the Sora makes the Lunox kind of work.
Hanabi.
Yep. And Hanabi. Hanabi last week. Yes.
Hanabi 8 cheese man.
Yeah.
Welcome to MWI, baby.
Yo, Hanabi.
Yeah, well, we saw a little bit of that.
Off against the Hanabi.
Against the Atlas, all that with the Sora there.
Hanabi មាន Aerod 2 Hirara.
You're going to get dove on a lot. You're not going to get controlled, but you're going to have to hope that your shields and your basic lifesteal is enough to keep you alive.
Quinn.
លេខ 1 5 10,000 លេខ 2 មែនទេ
This is crazy, but here's the thing.
លេខ 2 ដូច 7,000 ដឹង 8,000 ដឹងលេខបាត់ហើយ
allows
លេខ 2 9,000 ចា
just be this
ការមកហ្នឹងលេខ 1 5 10,000 លេខ 2 9,000 លេខ 3 5,000 លេខ 4
I'm not thinking this is like
5 8 2,000
easy start. No, hell no.
9 12 15,000 13 16 $10,000
It is a little bit dangerous. So, gentlemen, you guys take over.
Welcome.
Thank you so much, Renmar. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We're officially opening up MWI here at EWC 2026. It's our very first matchup. There's tons of games to watch, and this is going to be the first of the 4 here for Stream B. It's me, Naisu, and Leo to bring in the action. We already talked about the drafts. Let's take a look at the emblems here, too. While Nika is getting zoned down quite a bit. On that Atlas up here.
Spell HE thôi.
This is gonna be tough one, I feel like, for a Sora. Whoa, flicker used too.
Luette. A little bit of nerves here from the XP laner Aurora. So again, that main matchup. Chiboy now crossing over, checking into that small cap, which is all the more important right now. Tan is going to take advantage. This is something that Nika alone can't fix. Miku throws
Nika!
Just because of that, Team Ray Young are up by about 200 gold.
Yeah, that's one of the things, though, you have to watch out for. You know, it's, some of those burning those early flickers. You're dealing with a lot of damage too, just from Miku on the Lilia. Right? There's a lot of damage packed into those glooms. Well, Anu is going to go ahead and try to get out of here.
Hero nó bảo bay ngốm này ơi. Cũng đánh chết. Hero nó bảo bay ngốm này. Sao hang này. Hero
down just yet, but there's a lot of pressure coming out towards Aurora Gaming's jungle.
Thật ca rô mấy năng đi mà chui. Gạt trâu bờ đây.
And Aurora have done well to stabilize, at least get some farm elsewhere.
Bài Austria rồi bài Austria.
Got bullied out of
Còn ca vậy Khmer lên mong 7 chân 10 đòn 2 bong xu nè xu. Nó thơm mệt như nào thế. Bữa ăn slide hai dương rất chứ. Chân trộm slide chứ thơm mệt như nào. Ăn slide chứ hai dương rất ấy chân tay chân slide chứ trộm slide chứ ở đây đi. Nào thế khơi chân chui reply cầm bắn hay slide cho nổi nhau không? Ngọt đi ca bạn hay đi ca. Oh!
And just like that, the trade goes over to the Mongolian squad. They're going straight for the turtle.
No! No! Aurora vậy mà lại hỏi trốn tim lệ. Ây ơi, Rayon, what are you doing?
So this is what I was talking about in the draft prior. Team Ray Young, their first 3 picks.
Cho miền Việt Nam mùi. Damn.
They can't win big ticket trades. And Aurora played with that. Aurora said, okay, you want to risk it?
Yeah.
Let's go. And they did, and they won.
I think that's why it was so big to see how much Team Young was trying to see what they could get away with in the early. You know, poke here, poke there, pull off a little bit. If they burn some battle spells, that might be great, but they weren't able to convert. So then they were put into that fight, and you know, now you actually have to worry. Because now that these level 4s and these ultimates are available on both sides, it's going to be even more difficult to approach the next hurdle. Because you have to worry about Nika setting you up with those fatal links. You know, and over here you've got that one purify.
Hanabi let again, no counter. Oh, Hanabi bạn lên.
You're gonna have to rely on a lot of
Hanabi thấy
Unfortunately, the map has flipped.
Team chân vay pha con bò.
In the lower
Trời,
quarter now.
bàn tan man.
Closer to where maybe, just maybe, the relative quiet of the past 4
minutes has benefited Quinn enough.
Because that's what they needed. They needed a little bit more reliable damage output that Team Young could not find. Because, I don't know, Chiboy couldn't find the right mount. Miku wasn't putting down the right glooms, and Tan was spaced out. So looking at it now, it seems like it's Miku who we're looking at for Team Young to deal more damage. She's up by about 100 gold. That's the only real reliable source of it this early on for them.
Man, to be honest, I haven't seen a Hanabi in quite some time. It's been a minute. Other than my own little solo queue adventures, right? How long does a Hanabi actually take to get online these days?
Second and a half item.
Second and a half. So she just got Corrosive Scythe, so what she needs...
Optimally, if they can find it at the third turtle. Oh my lord, Chiboy puts the flicker back, and there it is, despair! In comes the resident Tan, takes out Nika, and Lua will follow through. Double kill for the Lancelot, and now the turtle goes over to the Malaysian squad.
And that's why you pick right there, or Patrick Star in this case, because Chiboy surviving that is insane. And then off of everything, they'll get the turtle as well, a good equalizer there in this game, up to that 5th minute mark, as they're also going to take that bottom side. So yeah, man, you mentioned it, that turtle over on that side, as you look at the replay here.
Yeah, đó là nếu mà vai đai cả lũ chop hưởng.
Tai bạn đặt lông bờ. From Nora, and then Quinn was just able to go ahead and fire off a great.
Atlas hay nó sâu ra, và đặt kia lên nhá, siêu được phái cái ó hay.
Icing on the cake here, cherry on top. Team Young denied the trade up top.
Gã ní trại ní lọ đá, trà mong cái lý lọ nè.
Up goes Nora saying nope, this is not free, not right now. That's what puts Team Young up by 1,000 gold. And
hai bị nó đó mid game á, đó nó hang mid game, early mid game ha.
Bad Nika, but Quinn will still get it, and a lot of damage on the Nika. Quinn takes her down as Nika builds the fleeting time. To be fair, we really haven't seen that many good fatal links yet.
I guess it's just too difficult to actually get that setup you're looking for. You know? Even dealing with that kind of just, it seems like Team Young is just marching on up to where they want to go. And deciding to pick off a kill or two. They're going to do tons of damage to the tier 2 turret. Wow. Hold on.
Mai quay đi đằng chân ngọt. Nè, sau ra lock xuống rồi. Sau ra hay năng Hirana lock hai là bi xuống rồi. Bao tầm cha đánh váy. Váy ơ, ê! Váy ơ, ngô mày váy ơ. Mà thôi. Nika, cho đây.
Top tier 1. They're gonna go for more, but man, this is fight for the map space, fight for objectives. All this for the turtle to come up here. Last one of the game.
Hai đặc biệt nó bạ rút bị Hirana nó sâu ra lên make đánh váy ở đang thưa ai giờ mà.
Essentially the same thing, but they might be a little bit too late to this. Golden staff pick up for Quinn. They're fighting for it. Nika's gonna push off.
Anh lock lên slot này. Ui, đi tri sát mày.
Turtle goes over to Aurora.
Nora mặt đây ơi. Đánh che đánh. Lidl man, im sure rag ta. Glowing bomb? What the hell? Nika rồi đuổi mà flicker. Anu. Ui, Hirara khăng đấy. Oh my god, Anu trai sọt heal làm trai. Paul sọt heal nữa man. Nó ngay Paul sọt heal nữa ngay.
The grab on cooldown, and that's tough. Team Young, they barely closed the gap.
Mình man Atlas Annie nè bong, trời pa tiệt. Pa Annie ơi. Annie ơi, kịp pa hai Annie. Kịp deal Annie ơi.
that split push, you know, that's happening here every single time we see with the Moskov. But then also you've got Anu doing the same thing.
Ô cái bột chi bồi. Chẳng làm chi bồi, làm chi bồi. Ui. Ở đây game khỏi mình lẽ của bạn Hirara đó nha.
What I was saying is again, Team Ray Young has to kind of maintain these side lanes being pushed in. And then who do you do that with? Who do you go and deal with?
Lulan on top. Hoặc là Lunox có Sahara đây bay sâu nó ơi, bay sâu bay muôi ơi, chui Sahara. Trong cam con để lấy lọ mới nào kìa. Tôi trai mấy nhóm click mơ trai chắc nhờ mọi người đây. Hot mid ban mơ trai riêng. Mà tao chọc trai mặt tăng là trai cái ấy kia. Ở đây cam con lọ mới lấy khang khang thấy. Improve tâm một ấy.
I think Quinn is on the way. Again, I said 2.5 items. Yeah. That's when you can kind of go, all right, I'm ready to go. And even if she did suffer a death at the hands of Luet, who, by the way, is just a monster. If Luet decides and says, I'm going to get you, she is going to get you. Yeah. Team Ray Young, they just have to find a way to protect Quinn.
Mongolia rõ ràng. Malay team TOY đó, Team Ray. Ray Young.
Looking to find out if she can pull one off, maybe a Force Aegis, maybe a Purify. Lord here at less than half health. Anu's been working on it for the past 10-15 seconds. And this is a better position for Team Ray Young. Aurora might have to telegraph the engagement. In comes the Throne of Ruin!
Long back.
The Fatal Links, the answer, Nika falls! T-Boy traded out for her. Down goes Luan. Miku gets
long rồi.
Well. Triple for the Lilia. Now Anu!
Whoa! Yo!
Lord! For
That was clutch from Anu. She got Tan low enough so that she had to get out of the Lord pit, and then Anu knew, I have an iframe to work with.
What the heck?
I'll go in, get the Lord secured. What a clutch play from Aurora Gaming.
Hirara's iframes are criminal. Yeah. They are nothing like the iframes we've known from the half-a-decade-old hero that is Lancelot. His iframes are like on DSL.
Oh my god,
this
Anu!
Is fiber speed.
This is fiber.
5G satellite internet. Iframes coming in from Hirara. I had to hold my breath. Wait, how's she doing this?
I was like, wait, is she actually gonna go back in? And then ends up making it work.
All right, look at the damage coming in from Quinn. Fatal Links once more. Black shoes from Miku. Luet in trouble. Does Shifting Skies into the cloud forms. A little chunkier for this. And they will get the back off. Lord marching down bottom.
Oh, Hirara is hard
okay, so
oh my god.
Luckily for Aurora Game, no one goes down there. They still have that Lord. It should charge in the turret. Does take out on the bottom side. That's probably all they're going to be able to get off of that. I'm not sure if they'll continue to push down at the mid, tier 2, or top. Right now, Mob Psycho.
Oh! What the fuck? What the fuck? Yo! Yo! Ôi, mắc vị bay nè, chẳng ngật một, mắc vị bay nè, chẳng ngật một.
You don't have to follow through with that. She's fine. Like I was saying, though, off of that Lord, they're going to get that one turret unless Anu continues to put pressure up there. But I'm sure that will be dealt with. You can see Nora rotating up there. So right now, Aurora Gaming in good position. Nothing's out of hand, though, for Team Ray Young as they look to go for Mob Psycho again. Mid lane.
Ngọt bạt Moscow. Ngọt Moscow bạt.
Let's find out by 10. Zulana with the brilliance not going to save her from Quinn's shurikens. And now, at least Nika and Anu will keep themselves scarce. But, all right, the only thing that one could ask for as a fan of Team Ray Young is if this happened closer to Lord. Lord is still a minute out.
Still a minute out. I think that showed us, Leo, that again,
Trong lane team fight tranh ghê vậy.
Team Ray Young right there.
Split pick.
Again, with their composition and what was available to them, they could convert kills.
Oh! Look at the free hits coming out of Quinn! Nika gets taken down underneath tier 2.
And that's what we're seeing
happen now.
That spike. The power spike for Quinn is there.
Her fourth item now?
I believe
Lên kém bạn lên
she's
á.
definitely got the 3. She's got the Trinity locked in, but she's
Phần lơ Mobile Psycho. Mobile Psycho lẹ sơ lọ sao? Moscow còn nè.
With a gun.
Bây giờ Moscow có lẹ sơ lọ.
I think she's going for the gun.
Yeah, it's gotta be the gun.
Mẹ đám ha Moscow ở sơ rất gọi toàn đó tham lai nhìn bé.
You're just gonna rely on your CC immunity.
Mơ cho mơ tiết sao này.
So Lord will now come up here in a couple seconds.
Nè lại nè thật caro mơ check mẹ bạn tầm bay oi ở Moscow split.
Whichever, if you go for the gun,
chẳng có hiên tranh để, có hiên tranh để, chẳng Moscow hiên tranh để.
Wind of Nature, you're protecting the lead you have.
Yeah. Let's see what they do here. Lord is up. Team Ray
Ôi,
Young
Nika
has
đã cho.
position
Ôi.
favor. You still have push up top from Mob Psycho. Chi-Boy leading up on that top side. Mob Psycho is actually just going to push that one in, so they're
Check
fighting for
team
space,
lot.
fighting for the map on the other side.
Kìa bốc ra lưới. Bốc lưới mỏ mạnh máu bốc lưới mỏ. Bốc lưới mỏ. Bốc lưới anh miên xiên lên bốc lưới. Mạnh máu tê. Mạnh máu tê. Lọt này cái giò bạn. Ui bốc lửa tư mau tẩy ơi. What the heck? What? What the heck?
Quinn is not.
Con mình nó sẽ làm pay về hàm sen.
Anu here, can she get away? Do they know? 2 for 1 the trade, Miku. Oh, I think it's Anu who makes the first move.
Mai mà cái vị chất ngọt Miku
I can't believe Anu got away with it. She has so much damage packed into this Aurora. Chi-Boy's not.
Oh, split second.
1 second away from being able to go ahead and catch her, but ultimately the Lord, the objective.
Chúng mày bốc mạnh mang thiên sri ơi, mau tẩy mấy bốc tách cha một mấy bốc tách cha một.
They should not have any.
Ê, chạy.
Rose gold dog.
Trong tranh kia lọt trai mày. Ồ bay là năng máu, bay năng máu.
Protect yourself from Zulana and from all the, reliable damage output.
Chơi mà khó mà.
Has down bottom though. Anu defending against 2. Quinn and Chi-Boy.
Cho rồi.
SOD hits
Mau rồi.
those glulings. Oh, easy recall down bot.
Okay. They maintain the defense. Lord was worked on. Oh. Whoa. Okay.
Flicker by Nika and Luet.
Ồ, nụ khăn ảnh về ơi.
They've got plenty of time. A minute and a half for the Lord to come up. They keep their base turrets. I think that's the main assignment for Aurora Gaming that they do. But now, Team Mariana will go ahead and try to put some pressure on the jungle. They go take the purple or set up around there.
Hai bếch, lơ hai, trai lơ hai.
Anu now.
Okay.
Nika.
That's the mount. Nora comes in, takes a lot of damage from the back line. And the shifting skies takes her trade. Run for EXP and in comes the rest of them as they take out Luet. Make it a 2 for 1. Anu looking to burst down. The 4 pushing from Team Ray Young. Iframes. Disgusting how she gets away with how deep she can get. Mid lane inhibitor has fallen. Quinn doing her job here. Oh, how does Aurora get the Quinn now?
That's a great question.
Because
right
Luet
now,
has fallen 5 times.
Yeah, it just seems like it's really difficult to pass that front line. They're just trying to clear the minions out at this point and maintain the base turrets. They already lost 1 in the mid. Lord's 40 seconds away. Aurora Gaming, they're still in a position to say, hey, let's go ahead and get this reset going and set up for the next objective dance, that Lord dance. But it's just, I don't know.
Cho ra hay năng
you can't just rely on Anu to
Atlanta lên
go
thử nhé. Gắn cặp nha cho về.
For the past 15 minutes, the reason why we haven't really seen a dance, at best we've
seen a beat bị bay on.
Yeah, is because Aurora's lineup.
Mới hai là biết bẹo viên that charge mà.
Maybe Team Ray, they can kind of do that. They can all right, pull her out, pull her out, pull her out. Okay, we back off. Aurora, they just can say all in. Pick off or no. That's why Nika's been doing this. Fatal links.
No!
Oh my lord.
No!
Person hit on the throne of Rowan. Chi-Boy falls first. And they answer. Trading out for Luet.
Có ba số đi đây. Ô, số lăn khỏi. Em. Vô lót. Đi sát vô lót.
Yeah, 2 for 1 trade. They're going to make their way quickly to
Yo,
this
ball.
They want to see if they can potentially get something. Miku
picks up a winner crown. Doesn't have a clear
Quinn as well. They're still
Quinn
a threat for this Lord, and you can see it. Even the 4v3.
Nika mid mau con Nika.
Nika does have a fatal link. So he's gonna be able to pull it out. As Quinn takes her down. Quinn with the Aegis Proc and Solana.
Ngọt luôn nọc. Ngọt Miku mà win. Alright.
Games gold medalist. 2 for 1 the trade. Finally Miku's first death.
So ra cá ton.
Goes straight for the Lord.
Okay, pha lót. Oh, I lost cái bạn.
They're just going to go ahead and maintain what they can.
I wouldn't put it beyond, but alas, when you're down like this, at 17 minutes, you don't want to risk it.
Don't want to risk it. They held on to those 2 base turrets. They have been fighting, and like you said, Leo, it's been, one of those instances where it's like, we have a fatal link. So that's kind of what the fight process has been for Aurora Gaming. It's been really tough for Nika. She's died 8 times but she's been able to get. I don't feel like she's been able to just get a.
Một thò pin nhẹ bắt bảo bay.
Ê
mình mobile psycho nó miếng này hay miếng miếng một miếng Vietnam chơi thằng pin nữa ơi.
Behind the inhibitors, you could use the extra firepower.
Yeah.
Because they're a two-step team fighting team right now. The mount onto Anu. That's a rare sight. It rarely happens for Chiboy to find the Hirara like that. Anu using that
chia thu khổm này tiết, chia string khổm này tiết, trong lôi vậy. Ôi, cúp thlu, ôi, dạ, đó timeline thì mấy cái này, đó timeline thì mấy, đánh chia string khổm. Đánh. Yo.
Yeah, stands for now 1 HP, literally one hit away. Really good clear speed happening right now too for Aurora Gaming. So this isn't going to be a game-winning Lord push that we saw. Lord was already taking.
Lại đi chặt ba này. Yo, chụp vắt, mỗi bữa chụp vắt, chụp vắt. Lo. Mai chụp vắt ra nè, mình chụp vắt ra nè. Ôi sao chụp vắt, chụp vắt ra nè. Thế ta môi son pha không?
This game one already approaching the 20-minute mark. This is, I guess, just the nature of this composition from Aurora Gaming. I mean, Luette with a setup of lifetime. She set this up in a choke point in the jungle. And Mob Psycho, she was unleashing here too, but she had to be careful because Quinn was right there, and that was an immortality from Chiboy. She didn't want to get caught any further. So right now, Aurora Gaming has shifted things a little bit in their favor. They're still trying to fight here in the mid lane, though.
Nora here with a fake out, flickers forward. And yep, no, she just gleamed in. That was a good threat, forcing Aurora back off.
Trong mẹ đó mobile psycho đi cái đáy á, quật lên man vậy. Nơi đi ca có thời ca P và liệt.
The base turrets, they're gone. They've been dealt with.
Yeah, eventually everything just fell.
Are they in a position?
គាត់តែការគាត់ set up ពេល lot ហ្នឹង lot ហ្នឹង lot សំខាន់សម្រាប់ Aurora បើគាត់បាន lot ហ្នឹងគេរយគាត់ឈ្នះច្រើន
Joseph, just to answer your question, yes. You see how much firepower they have?
Yeah.
Especially
Moscow cúp SOD Moscow cúp SOD ôi mà off flicker bay bánh lang chiêm ô bay lang chiêm pha lọt ban lọt mid lane top tier no hai là bị bọc tier lại thôi ơi lọ lại cái bọc tier nữa với nha.
Had a plan, and my goodness, that plan ended up working.
That was devious. That was veteran wiles that got Quinn across there.
Man, what a
ok em khỏi cái bẹn trái này, cái bẹn trái mà nói hero hi ra nó leo lên mà ta vậy.
Keeping them contained up top. Tan was really low and so late. She rotated not in enough time, but they made the decision, and they were just like, you know what, hey, send Quinn.
Hey, the pick was Gila. It was crazy already. And the fact that they won that way is just a perfect bookend.
Yeah, man, that was a great game one in this best of 3. You know, 20, what did we end at? 20 plus, 21, maybe almost 20.
A little past.
Yeah, that was just great game one. Showing, again, this experience, this veterancy that they do have through the course of
break on là mơ mobile tí, PUBG mobile. Hotline nữa. Trời, PUBG mobile line nữa này. Chọn bạn này.
I mean, a split push was happening, but in the end, just that little bit of detail where Aurora overcommitted and did not take care of some of the simplest things that we always point out. Minion wave when you have no more turrets.
Yeah, you know what? It's not that I didn't expect how it ended. You know what I didn't expect? How it went. How close Team Aurora actually, Aurora Gaming actually kept Team Ray Young. Kept them honest, you know, kept fighting. By all means, this doesn't feel like a download game to me. It looks like they played to really just win.
This was a game that I feel like they they were close to turning completely over. They had to catch up. They had to do the work, I feel like, and it was starting to be apparent. But at the same time, again, their base was dealt with. The base turrets were down. They couldn't keep that maintained. They weren't really able to, I feel like, compete in an objective fight, objective dance, and maybe that's the nature of their composition or just the way they executed it. And so, you know, Team Ray Young was just able to go ahead and take that and continue to punish that kind of weak point, at least in game one.
Yeah, two biggest learnings here. It seems like Anu is a student of the ZXaura dojo of Hirara. And the second one being that Sora and Lunox's last two picks for Aurora, we were looking for that burst. In some moments, you were missing more AoE coming out of them. But I think just a pretty even spread between the Sora and the Fist coming out of the air and Zulana once you're being able Chaos Assault with Darkening Up. It actually gave a lot of difficulty for the Alice and the Glue. It seems like a lot of the times, the Glue and the Alice were playing to the very last inch of their health bar to try and hold long enough for
best rush
in the overall macro play of Aurora.
Big bọc te hơi, ở bên này cái nó khơi chặt te. Tới có game in edge thế này, kẹt qua.
Notice, but now in hindsight, I can appreciate how Miku, when she hits the Fatal Links, it's away from where Anu is. So Anu can take care of whatever's left where they started the initiation.
Well, more MWI action coming towards your way. Aurora and Team Ray Young are going to be playing a second game. Will it go to the third? Let's see after this break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
Cho nên cái cho anh phím đây. Hai này make break chẳng. Anh ấy cái cho vậy đặc này nè.
Go from game 1 to game 2, and technically Team Falcons are
trong tranh
comprised of
đổ.
a team with a lot of experience. They've been on the international stage before. They've been on multiple stages before, and they should be able to reset, especially it is a best of 3. There is pressure for sure because we are at match point.
Yeah.
And yeah, technically we do have, you know, like the double elimination system coming through, but it would be great to win twice in a row.
Yeah.
Right? You can go straight to the knockout stages. So what do Falcons really need to do? I think, would we talk drafts?
I think the draft honestly wasn't as bad. Like, they really went toe to toe. Maybe a bit more on the early game execution, because it was. I think it's really what their focus is mostly on. The fact that they're a very tempo-based team, so I understand if they really wanted to go for the aggressive plays, but then it should be a win for them if they just really want to keep it going. So the fact that they went for it once, failed, and still decided to go for it again, and I think failed constantly multiple times after that, really didn't allow them to get any room or to find any room to bounce back.
So specifically, we're talking targeting. Right, we're talking targeting on multiple occasions in these particular team fights. They wasted so many resources onto the front lines. Because I think you mentioned earlier on as well, Reflections, you were talking about Jessica 66 over and over and over. And as we saw the game really unravel, we did see that she was the one that everyone was targeting. Maybe with enough firepower, maybe if they had their power spike, it could have been possible to take down Jessica. And then look for something else, because technically she seems to be the one to really initiate these team fights and really figure out how these team fights will unfold in the Land of Dawn. But the fact that the Moskov only had 2 items,
that too.
She was so far away from her power spike. She was so behind as compared to the carry. So they really didn't have the firepower if they even wanted to go for the target on Jessica.
Which they wanted to really catch up on, I feel, because we saw how there were a lot of times it was just trying to get farm elsewhere, or try to farm, or even in a way through map control, since they were trying to attempt to go for split pushes, since that's what we know that Moscow actually specializes on. But the way that Sega have been also very quick to respond didn't allow them to do that either. So it's as if things fell one by one, fell apart one by one. When the moment that they failed their first 2 or 3 attempts in the mid, I think mid-river really, you need to pay attention to that. How do their mid duo actually decide to play the matchup against the mid duo from Seda against Nami and against earlier Fanwa. Because I think also that was another surprise that we got to see. Fanwa coming in and having a really good KDA, honestly. That was a Gatot who I think had almost 100% kill participation with 0 deaths throughout the entire game.
So, as far as speed goes, Falcons Indonesia aren't scared to initiate the fights, get aggressive, get in the face of Seda Esports. But how do you slow things down if you're Falcons Indonesia? Is it worth slowing it down and not initiating all the fights and maybe trying to figure out what Seda is all about as opposed to just constantly bashing your head into the wall and hoping you break through?
I think it goes back to the fundamentals, right? They really need to think about it. It's great to be aggressive, but why are you aggressive? What are you aggressive for, rather, right? That's the question. Like, are you going for an objective? Are you trying to shut someone down? Because it seemed like in the way that they initiated the fights, sometimes it was just for the sake of.
Yeah. And if you're going to commit to that aggression, who can you afford to be that aggressive against? Because earlier, I think absolutely not a problem. Not a problem. Absolutely not at all. But if they're just really going to commit to the bit, then might as well make sure that they can really afford to go after these targets, to really take out these targets they really just want to go all out against. And now, I think we're seeing some adjustments from Team Falcons. They did take out the Phoveus and the carry from the options, which then leads us to, I guess, opening up the roam options earlier that were mostly banned out. The Mathildas, the Atlas.
Is this early trauma?
Oh, yeah.
Like, carry instantly banned out? That's not a hero that we usually see being banned out, you know, first phase, right? Yeah. So, I mean, is Zeta only limited to carry? Because I don't see another reason why that first phase you would go for a carry.
Yeah, and more importantly, the Carmilla has been a staple ban too. Like, I wonder where this really came from. The fact that they just really wanted to take it out a lot of times. So, okay, we're seeing a Paquito priority come into play immediately in the first pick, but Seda does Jessica play the Esmeralda? Do they really want to go that route immediately? Even for Red 3 later on, let's say if they just really want to keep their options open. Because I think there are a lot of other priorities you can also go for at this point. There's no carry left. So Paquito seems like a safer pick. How about the Claude? Just to make sure that there won't be any counters. Okay, they go for the Esmeralda immediately too. At least you have a guaranteed winning matchup in the lane.
And we finally get to see what the Esmeralda has to offer, right? With how many buffs she was given in the Scarlet Embers patch. We're wondering how OP is this Esmeralda, because everyone really is talking about her. You were talking about the Claude earlier on. That's definitely something they can bring out. It's not going to be as simple because technically you are in a winning position because you're up against the Eve. So it's definitely something that I think Falcons need to consider. But the fact that we have a Paquito on one side, does this also signify that they're not going to go for an assassin in the jungle?
Oh, that's going to be... especially if they go for that damage bit of the Paquito, then that'll compromise the stain of their lineup a bit.
Exactly.
I am concerned though, Jessica, being as good as she was in game number 1, going into game 2 and guaranteeing that is a big boon for the side of Seda Esports, and Falcons Indonesia, in my opinion, are already behind.
Okay, this is interesting too. So we might expect majority of the damage to really come from Gai without the carry pick. I feel like they're confident enough still. So this might just take away the fact or the theory that carry is one of her main or special picks. If they're going back to jungle. Or is it back to jungle? It should be.
Do you think there is a chance that it could be flex?
In the roam.
It can be flexed into the roam.
Because it was picked after the high loss, Jusin. So like those are really high mobility heroes. Look at that. Seda also taking out the X-Borg, a hero they played in their very own qualifiers as well.
Which is why I think Baxi is going in the jungle.
Yeah. If they're taking out X-Borg, okay.
Do you think that we're living in a world where Paquito can go jungle? I mean, it was meta before.
Or are they forcing it to...
It could be possible, but technically Fredrin's still up for grabs. The Akai basically hasn't seen the light of day as well.
Because I remember there was a time too where Hylos could have been in the EXP lane.
We remember that. We remember that meta.
There's just so much possibilities if we're talking patches way back. But if we were to follow what we're commonly seeing nowadays, then we are indeed expecting the Baksha to go into jungle. But what does Guy pick up then eventually later on? Because I feel like Falcon's ID also sense that they might just put it in the jungle, so they're taking out some of the other options that could just really put out the damage that's needed from Seda. But if that's the case, shouldn't they be taking out the Claude as well? Because Seda's picking up first after the second banning phase.
This is they're put in a tough position as well. Like, how big is that hero pool that you opt to go for the Moskov ban? Unless,
or do they feel like Guy doesn't play Claude?
It could be that, or are they going to put something unique in the gold lane? Maybe an unconventional gold laner?
What else is there? If we're talking Shred, there's an yeah, but there's again a Paquito.
I mean, Freya is still up for grabs.
But then that leaves you with an almost all fighter
Freya
lineup
against Esme. I don't think you want to do that as well.
Consider the Claude here, or do they have other options up their sleeve? Because we're thinking that the Baksha is going into the jungle. They already have an Esmeralda and Eve, so much space created. Claude. The other remaining matchups are honestly, it's a bit tough to Harith into the Eve and the Baksha.
Yeah, I was about to say. I think the most 50-50 would be the Harith.
It's a Baksha Eve.
It's a Baksha Eve.
What else is left? I feel like Liv will have to bring out something.
Do you want to play like risky early game?
Like the
Grangers of the world?
Suyu, bạn pick
switch it up, put Paquito in gold if you don't want to go up against the Esmeralda and put something else in EXP.
Clean lane early, back
well,
Sky
we're thinking about it really hard, and it looks like they are thinking about it really hard as well. They're taking their time. That is a hero that we have not seen in a while. That is Hanzo and the Irithel. Hey. Unconventional drafts.
And could this be
Yo, Baxia.
Deep into their bags
Yo,
to
Baxia
try
Ling
to
roll my
defeat
pick Ling Wing
Seda
Hanzo.
so much in map 1.
I have a feeling there might be a chance because it doesn't feel like a typical game 2 draft in a best of 3. It feels more best of 1. It feels more...
Well, technically, if you think about it, they're already down 1-0. They lose one more, they're going to loser bracket. They got to commit everything.
It's a do or die for Team Falcon's ID. At least, if they don't want to go to the lower bracket and have only a single life left. And say to close it out with a Tigreal. Okay, how could you just go in?
Yeah, this is going to be tough. I mean, the one thing that Falcon's ID have in their cards is the fact that there's really nobody to kind of look around for the Hanzo. I guess Esmeralda will have to be able to look for that.
Yeah. Okay, I still feel like Team Falcon's ID can definitely play around with how unorthodox their draft is currently. The Irithel in the lane can, I think, manage the Claude if we were to follow like the more previous times we've seen Irithel into a Claude matchup. If it's just laning that we're talking about. But the Irithel moving around these heroes, a Baksha, an Eve, an Esmeralda.
I mean, she has movement speed, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing, right?
Oh my God,
you're playing with movement speed and boxes, Irithel should be able to do it.
Well, it's definitely a fun hero selection, and now it's time to move into map number 2. Athena Mirko, take it away.
Thank you so much to the studio. A great analysis so far, man. Hey,
hello to last day.
Yeah, this is definitely an unorthodox draft.
Welcome
to London. We're seeing a lot more picks, and this is exactly why we've been talking about the Hanzos, the steals early on, and though not aware of it on the Baksha. It's already such a slow clearing jungle. Tries to go for the top lane straight up. A level 2 dive or a level 2 gank attempt here. And with no buff, I don't even know if they can actually walk up to take what a Falcons buff. This is just going to be a big lead to Sev early on.
Well, let's see. One game at a time here for Team Falcons ID. As they've mentioned, that it's kind of like their composition is built for a BO1. They're already down 1 point. and they wouldn't want it any other way to go back onto the lower bracket. Now for Zeta Division, on the other hand, I feel like they wouldn't really react to that Hanzo being picked up here for Falcons ID, because we've mentioned that they don't really have to necessarily shut him down. They just have to be really careful, stick to their guns, stick to the plan, which is to farm up as much as they can, and the Tigreal will do the rest when it comes to someone invading them or attempt to invade their jungle here for Zeta Division.
Vậy đó Hanzo tránh liên tranh này tranh ma thợ bam Hanzo nó vô
before this first turtle. Guy in the bottom lane losing out. Liv is actually gone for a very aggressive emblem choice. A master assassin down below. Going to the guy's weak side. He's trying to punish her even more. And so down below. She actually did get level 4, so this is A-OK. So you don't lose despite that early orange buff take by Sev. So he's going to try to go for the shield unity.
Philippines ក៏អត់មាន
អរគុណ chat សៀវឆេងសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$5 អាមេរិក
បាទអរគុណសៀវឆេងសម្រាប់$5ជូនបងណាឡោស្វីបឡបណា
Flicker was forced out of Name. Fanwa getting in on the ride, but the Vitalize activated as well. Trying to survive here is Raimundo, but so with the shield unity, the first already activated. But trying to run away, being blocked over the corner here, offered neutral. Name yet again will get the first blood. Same goes for what happened from the previous game.
The target is all over the place. It looks so good for Falcons ID.
បងទឺប្រទេសម៉ាឡេអែមខ្លាំងណាស់អត់ឲ្យខឹងពេកខ្ញុំនិយាយមែនទេអានេះបើសិនក្នុងវីដេអូ live គេ clip ទៅមានពាក្យណាមិនសមរម្យណាស់គ្នាខ្ញុំអធិស្ឋានបងយើងលេងមក8នេះព្រោះសារពេលខ្ញុំខឹងដោមែនទេដោមកបាញ់តែយើងឯងហើយម៉ាឡេតើតតែយើងឯងដល់ម៉ាឡេចាំ third party យើងហើយបើដោអើយដោចាំផ្ដាច់យើងអរគុណ20សេ20សាពីចាន់នេះសុន
With a Hanzo stealing her orange buff early as well. This is a disastrous early game for Falcons ID.
It's not like
no, at least គាត់ជួយឆ្លើយអត់ទេមើល comment គាត់ជួយឆ្លើយម៉ោង8ម៉ោងអីគាត់ប្រាប់ម៉ោង
compete on a triple elimination, surviving that game hers from way back in Indonesia, and now for Zeta Division, they're just showing how much they want to stay in the lane. Okay, Glorious Party already activated. Liv will get the kill. That's
MWI all
for Zeta Division. Jessica 6 skips them.
MWI all
right now cannot do Nami with a free hit.
Bison! Yo, what the fuck, Bison? Is it Satan or Bison?
And it looks like she will be able to get back. Now Falcons got another punch in from Zeta.
And it's the same story again, Athena. It's all about Falcons initiating first, being the proactive team, but then losing track of the win condition. They go in, they use all their resources, but Zeta, they want that to happen. It's all about the longer team fights, but they can abuse some of those resources being spent already. And look at the zone coming in from Fanhua. Liv has the Purify, but I don't know if she wants to burn it.
Oh, maybe. But let's see, Fanwa being cornered here. Flicker, and now he has been exhausted. For Falcons, on the other hand, we see them try to attempt numerous fight, but that's it. For Zeta Division, they just go ahead and trust their instincts when it comes to Nami committing that very nice box around them. And Jessica 6 always on top of things, preventing the very great rest for Falcons now. Objective up. Half an HP Nami will still survive onto the front yet again. With a ninjutsu, pinnacle ninja, able to even get the objective. It's Zeta yet again taking the upper hand.
It's Fanhua on the Tigreal.
What?
Do a lot of damage with the implosion, and I think it was like 3 patches ago. Jessica, though, there's no one that can actually handle Jessica. She can actually just be all up in there, under turret, no problem whatsoever. So has a vengeance too. Chev's just tickling her.
Look, she's kind of enjoying the attention that Falcons ID is giving on to her. And imagine, she is considered the X factor for Zeta Division. Definitely she is.
First game,
she doesn't even care.
What the heck?
It's looking rough for Falcons ID. They got to regroup somehow. It's not like they have the best late game too when it comes to just pure team fights. Zeta wants to play the tempo, so the dive.
Okay, that is very nice. here immediately for Fanwa and Joey. Now we see Gaige just going with the free hits. Now the Blazing Duet activated. All those bullets coming in hot here for Falcon's ID. It's going to be a soul stare, but they have to try and run away. Now Liv is the next target here, but say the division, they already got an advantage, and Jessica 6X goes on her day, just clearing up the last bits of waves onto each lane.
What? Winning matchups, and they can dictate the tempo of the fights. They started first, and it just creates so much confusion within Falcon's ID. Again, we see the targeting all over the place. Livy, Crimson Beacon forward, went onto Guy, but Sev wanted a different target. Everybody is going for their own 1v1s, and it just doesn't look good for Falcon's ID. We're already a game down. Zeta are putting Chinese MLBB on the map. Imagine that. First match, opening of MWI 2026, and a win against
chọn vô. Một vô. Livy.
Setup here for Fanwa. Now we're talking. Now we see why they've built from scratch instead of just buying a whole new set of organization. From building to scratch, now they've got this blueprint. A wonderful standard here for MLBB Chinese, especially on the FE division, right? They're setting a new face here on MWI. And it doesn't look like their first rodeo. It's actually looking like a huge contender for the crown this year.
Fanwa is just taking it. They're going for the poke again. Sev's trying her best to do the best she can. She's the only one on the team who's still deathless.
Oh my god, bro.
And it's hard to say, but right now, Zeta are gapping Falcon's ID. The Sea Halberd first item to try to deal with Jessica. Still not enough, though, for Violet. Livy's going up as well. No glowing one. So they're just real. That's no wonder. They're relying on just the Sea Halberd from Violet so far to actually deal with the sustain coming from Zeta. That's why they can do whatever they want.
Yep. Leaf only has a Haskell. That's why even deal a lot of damage here onto Zeta division. Now they're chasing Raimundo. They don't care. Even if it's the tankiest of them all. They've got enough damage to totally shred them into pieces. Justice Ball drone as well here for Jessica 6-6. The problems just keeps on piling up here for Falcon's ID.
She's dealt with the wave so well. Now she goes up top again. Chev will get a turret, but that's about it. Now it's a 1v1 against Jessica. She gets away with the Pinnacle Ninja. There's just no one that can deal with Jessica. That's the problem right now. All the battle spells are up. We're waiting. This is the calm before the storm. A big one that can actually be Zeta's first win in the tournament. A loss to the Titan in Falcon's ID. A purple buff take by Zeta. They're getting control over. Chev has already used the Retribution, and it seems like Zoe will try to go into the bottom lane. They saw it. Had vision of a few of those members.
Try ultimate. Team fight 4 ទល់នឹង 5 ក្នុង lot.
That's another
Oh my god, bro. What the heck is that? កាក់មីនណែ SME.
To somehow zone them out and of course try to spot where Sev will come from. But now she has multiple responsibilities and she's doing stellar at her performance. Now another objective is up. Joe as well is starting off smart here. Violet onto the back, but I feel like it's too risky to contest this Lord up onto the hands of Zeta division. And now Sev, the Ninjutsu Pinnacle Ninja already Doors pathway here for Raimundo. Is that the opening that they want? But Gaigai with a blazing duet hitting on to the right marks of Falcon's ID, slowly crumbling down. Lord as well! With a shutdown kill. Is it the turnaround that they need to actually contest this fight? No, Zeta division has their eyes on the prize. They don't even care if you get that Lord as much as they want to get that.
As long as they get the kill and advantage, they'll take it.
They got the team fight. They were able to, again, prolong the team fight, play around the carries. Name, she did get taken down, but she bought enough time for the rest of the team to follow it up. And man, clean retry. And a few shots coming in from Liv. Great take on the Lord. We take a look at it again, and it was just so constantly CC'd. Already caught in the midst of it all. Taken very low. Thrown back by Livy on the Juicin. And Liv, she didn't even go for the target of the Lord. It was a hit onto Fanhua. She dashed away towards the Lord, and the AoE of the heavy crossbow hits got the Lord stolen for Falcon's ID. They're playing with just a tad bit of luck here so far.
That's
two members caught here inside the box here for Nami.
Oh my God! Yo, what is that?
Run away, and now they have to back away. Sera Division with the beautiful implosion plays so far here for game number 2.
Oh
These
my God!
Have been brutal. Nothing they can say about it, even with the Purifies.
Oh.
You use it, and it's an instant blazing duet. An RWM, layers upon layers of CC and damage. They get a trade at least with the enhanced minions up top with the Lord. Able to get a trade, but still, it's a tier 2 in the mid lane. Now it's Seda. Falcon's ID. They haven't looked too good in the last 2 games. But they're a team that can show up in the middle of the game as they continue to scale.
Hello! Finally see some great responses for Team Falcons. I also saw the Malefic Gun ready build up here for Liv. So additional range here. What were you expecting? Flicker already activated here. He needs to be really careful. Jojo sponsor here, but Name gets caught here by Seb. That's a really great trade-off here for Team Falcons. Just buying enough time for them to actually pick up some of the members here for Seda Division.
Soaring past the skies on the Paquito, juking everybody, invading those crucial resources. Flicker out for Guy. Got so in a tough spot as a frontliner so that Name can be vulnerable. And Falcons took advantage of that. It's always been chaotic throughout these games, but now that they have the items to actually go for whoever they want, it's starting to actually work out. Falcons ID, they're in their comfort zone right now. They can finally start to break that front to back that Seda have relied on in the past 2 games. Chev, though.
Oh, but still, it's all about exhausting their battles price or even ulti. They'll take it. And now, still Raimundo being caught. Lures Pathway just to disengage. The last bits of the RWM will hit him. But Jessica 6-6 will just zone out Violet. No, but Seb on your hand.
No. No, 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 it's a free. Bốn head off.
But not for long, because Jessica 6-6 still has her eyes here on the Liv. Seb is the only one left here, and looks like Seda Division or Seda Esports wants to finish off this game 2 as fast as they can.
We've waited a long time for China to make their show on the international stage. This might be it!
And this time, they want to put their names on top of the list, and Seda will ensure the 2-0 sweep against Indonesia's finest. This is Chinese MLBB on the main stage.
Trai chiên.
What? Fury already out looking for it. Finds the Requiem in 10. Second guesses her entry.
Rổ ra vai chim ray bên mến. Ủa vai tao vai màu đó.
With a blazing duet gets knocked up, backed off. I'm pretty sure there was a couple more seconds left in that BD, and just like that, the dance has turned into Operation Push. Zulana gets taken down 1-for-1. The eventual trade by Team Ray Young.
Look at all the battle spells and ultimates and everything else that was used by Team Ray Young, but the hell was it worth it? They get a kill on Zulana. They push back Aurora Gaming. They won't be able to full commit to the Lord, but still, that's what they've been doing throughout the game. They've been pushing and pulling in these team fights against Aurora Gaming.
A Lord delayed is better than a Lord stolen. So that is what Team Ray Young is telling themselves right now, with about 1,000 gold up and the rest of the map looking relatively red. I'm pretty sure they want to push mid in more. I'm pretty sure they want to take care of that big fat wave up top. That's why they sent Quinn there. That's why neither team are fully committing to the Lord just yet. This is not as free as one might think.
Okay, now it's Aurora Gaming getting into position, but look at Chiboy's positioning here. They might try to make a sneaky play after they take this tier 2. It looks like they're going to make that call. Aurora Gaming has to respond to this. They don't want to get cut off in a bad position too. So
another Minoan Fury! Miko, despite the black shoes, she was waiting for the Purify to come off of cooldown. Quinn, AOT stacks off of that mid-wave. Chiboy with a conceal. Who's she gonna find? Finds Lu and Nika. Pixel brushing control. Lord with the knockout.
Quinn load mà lấy. Số lát Quinn load bay lấy. Mang. Man.
First, Nika scores. Quinn finds Zulana behind tier 1. Lord still standing. A 16th of its health. Tan has a red tree.
Oh, clean man load. What the heck? Oh, Nika.
Tan cleans up house in frustration, in anger that was supposed to be ours.
It was time for Mom Psycho to step into this game, and she does just that.
No, clean man too.
Great setup, and this Blazing Duet was held on a little bit longer. Quinn will capitalize the kill on Zulana, and then this was just a face-off, a dance for this one. But Mom Psycho ends up securing the Lord.
Highway robbery at point-blank range. Who'd have thought it would be the sheriff who will commit the drive-by?
Hey, they made it happen. They've brought some momentum in their favor. They've just got to deal with this. The Lord is actually going to be worked on really quickly. Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Nora jumping in. Another Mongolian bouncy house served up, plus Gush. But Keyboy will be able to back off. In comes Tan. Another massive blazing away by Quinn. Able to BD on out of there before it's too late. Nora dancing around them. And they're jumping by Tan. This is risky business. 4 members of Aurora will not allow for this. Team Ray Young, take care of the Lord.
Okay, I think Team Ray Young should be happy with that. They took care of the Lord pretty much as soon as it spawned. They held on, they can clear out these waves. There is a big push up top though on that tier 2 turret. Tan will be there just in time to keep this up. It does get brought down to a quarter of its health, but still, one thing they want to be careful of is Zulana, once again, on that Sky Piercer. Lightning Trunchet locked in now too with the Gourd. You're seeing the amount of damage that can come through that burst. But Quinn also being a threat. She's going to go ahead and start being a big problem for Aurora Gaming, and that's why we're seeing the timing on these team fights are so important on how they approach them. And so for Team Ray Young, their job right now is just kind of wait. They can't really choose to just pick someone off of this. It's really been reactive. Aurora Gaming is unless it's Chiboy. But I think at this point in the game, she doesn't want to risk it. She's been caught off guard. Often on cooldown, given that every single hero has some level of crowd control. That's why Team Ray Young is always kind of like reactive. Yep.
It's because they're always at the mercy of Aurora's crowd control.
I think that's one of the great things about Gourd. You know,
the
mystic projectile can only not only just stun you, but it can also check bushes, give you that vision
with amazing range.
Yep, amazing range.
Oh, Nika here catches 3. The burst forced back. Massive tool and resource.
She's not gonna have that for the Lord. This Lord is coming up here in about 8 seconds. No flicker available. That's such a, you know, it might seem like a small thing, but it's a big part of making this Minotaur and Fury be a surprise.
Yep. Whatever bounty house is coming out of Aurora now is an honest bounty house. You see it walking up to you. Imagine how scary that is, but also how easy it is to dodge.
Yeah, it's already inflated. It's just coming towards you.
Rolling down the street. Like, I know there's a party on the way.
Half health from this Lord.
Let me step to the side.
Oh, Luet might be looking to step to the side of this one.
There it is. Catches just 1 plus the Requiem. And
Clean mà chót ngộp mình Sky Piercer. Ngộp này ca đấy. Hiền làng chiêm mình. Wow.
Finally a 2 for 2. Nora dashing on out of here. Still.
Mình ăn ngộp mình lõ à.
Earned kill.
Clean mà chót ngộp. Chưa Clean rồi. Yo. Đây Clean này nè, đây Clean này. Cái mà chót ngộp bài, trai chiên. Holy shit.
No, not on my watch. Oh my
clean man stay sky bây giờ mà stay man stay ấy Aurora nó Mongolia nè nè Team Ray nó Malay lấy pa Mongolia ê mùi chăm kia no Aurora ơi thấy trắng Aurora chăm kia xong
Not on my watch, Arthur. Tan, what just happened?
Bay lon again on here.
Tan Nation just happened. How did she just walk to the Lord and get it? Joseph, where's this coming from? Where's that coming from? All right.
Oh my God.
Aurora, fortunately, is in a position to defend. The map still belongs to them, and it's up to Team Ray Young to punish them. Look at the damage the Mystic Field deals, Joseph.
Yeah. Don't mind the gush, man. The field.
Hey, Lulat.
Projection.
That's projection.
Cho pin nè nặng mặt. Ok, cái vai vậy nè ơi, Lulat ơi. Lulat ơi, mày thơ chăng Lulat.
Quinn cleaning up house, tier 2 goes down, bottom lane, chubby wave.
Lướt thì có đang ăn thằng mấy ra mảnh ôi cái vai clean này nè nó thêm rồi.
And another blazing duet. Puts Zulana 6 feet under.
Rồi mà Mino này counter claw này nó nè. Mino này counter claw mạnh ultimate man là hốt ơi. Tới ơi, mà lấy bay bắt rồi này. Trắng game straight kìa.
Oh, that's it. They're already in the base and
Claw bang ultimate tranh là hốt ơi.
Break on Nika, forcing a defensive flicker.
Bay play bắt.
Team Ray Young, they're approaching the inevitable. They found Aurora lacking. They put him into a corner.
Yeah.
Aurora thử miếng đường thử vậy như chở nó chọc cũng đi tới.
Just like we saw in game 1, now Aurora Gaming, they've got to kind of shift the focus. They've had a whole lot of control around objectives. Well, Team Ray Young, you know, might have taken them some time, but they barreled through that. And once again, we're approaching the 20-minute mark in this game. By the time we get to this it's going to be up to that point. So now, for Aurora Gaming, they've got to make their own adjustments. Oh, whoa, they're going for it. Spend an ultimate for this, and now Aurora Gaming wants to fight.
And there's a Requiem.
Bay knock up. Thế là ultimate slot mà tiền. Lấy bay.
Luet takes down Chi-Boy. Down goes Luet. Tan gets her. 2 for 1 now, Nika. Quinn flailing away. Double kill for the Suyo. And now Map Psycho goes down. Only pops in immortality. And now they're on the base. All up to Anu to defend. I don't think she can do this. It's too tall an order. Requiem to delay the inevitable. Down goes Tan. Anu gets her immortality pop. Still a couple of minions there. It's a wipeout. Team Ray Young sweeps Aurora.
Team Ray Young, they fought in game 2 for that one, but they end up getting it here. Man, what a fight they had to go through for this.
Joseph, you chose the right words. It's a fight.
It's a fight.
Oh my God.
They had to fight through it, man. My goodness. What a clutch game in the last.
Trong giá cái vay với nhà rộ ra lọ đá tay mẹ làm tha bắp sao có nơi mình cầm rạch này dân trơn vậy mọi người tới mơ papachi đâu nãy papachi chứ mấy chắc bơ la cao chẳng chứ hiện tẹt tẹt
mìnhยังจับดามนี่นึงถึงบอกแล้วก็กัปตัน
បាទមើលទៅកីឡាករខ្លះគាត់ខ្ជិលធ្វើកីឡាករគាត់រៀនធ្វើគ្រូបង្វឹកទៅ
ហ្នឹងហើយគាត់ចូលណែនាំគាត់មានបទពិសោធន៍គាត់មានពេលវេលាលេងគាត់ធ្វើជាគ្រូបង្វឹកគាត់អាចណែនាំបានគាត់នៅតែតាមបានព្រោះអ្នកខ្លះគាត់នេះគាត់អាចតាមបានច្រើនគាត់លេងមិនទាន់ចាញ់ដោយសារតែពេលវេលា
កុំនិយាយធ្វើគ្រូបង្វឹកគាត់ធ្វើការចាយពេលអង្គុយមើលដែរតែយ៉ាងណាវិញខ្ញុំមើលជាមួយនឹងការប៉ាគ្នាបើថាកម្ពុជារបស់យើងកំពុងតែបញ្ចេញ
នេះ Facebook ឃើញអត់ខ្ញុំអត់ចង់មើល Facebook សារអញ្ចឹងឃើញគៀងអត់That's why that I don't want to watch on Facebook.
មួយ
អើយតោះមើលការទេអ្នកខ្ញុំកៀងបាត់ហើយគេអត់ live លើ YouTube ទេហ៎ជួយ PUBG មក PUBG អត់ live លើ YouTube អញ្ចឹង
Goodness, but it wasn't just Han and what she did, stealing that Lord. Gotta give the flowers as well to Aurora. This game number 2 felt a lot like game number 1.
Cái nào nghe nhóm mẹ tha trong mơ ta lưu phải buộc vía đi pick vía
the big team fights either before or during the objective. And it was happening consistently. There were also some similar beats to what Team Rayon were doing. We're in, oh, this one team fight didn't go our way, or we won this team fight. What's next? We go to the nearest turret, break that down, and then that's the first tier turret that we're gonna take down. And then on the other side, that's what Aurora's also staking. Okay, so we go for the trade.
Chiều vé nó stream mùi nè mày.
Remind me of each other way too much. Like sometimes you could cover up the name and I could say, oh, that's actually Team Rayon. No, it's Aurora. I want to see more of this match. Unfortunately, it's a sweep win for Team Rayon. Congratulations.
I think the only other way you could say that they're not similar is in finishing power.
Yeah.
I think Team Rayon just see the bigger picture at the end of the day, a little clearer. And that's why they got away with the sweep.
And that's probably where the experience, comes through for these ladies here for Team Rayon. I mean, we saw this in a lot of their decision making when it comes to the team fights. Again, even give it up to Nora. You see her going 1v4, bouncing between that is Tan. And there was just a lot of good fights that you saw here from Team Rayon and executing what they had left. Even if it was just 3 of them left, 3, maybe sometimes 2. But they really made it work. And this is, look at Tan here. Just walks up.
We don't have YouTube, guys.
With the assist of G-Boy as well. One thing that I started to notice here, though, and I think this is one of the very little adjustment that maybe Aurora could do and then start shocking some other more teams in their group, is that just because your roamer has a big ticket ultimate doesn't mean you have to use everything alongside that
YouTube
big ticket
ultimate.
Why is Aurora gassing out?
Like ta lơ Facebook đây nào thì YouTube lại.
They're holding on a little bit longer to key abilities, whereas
Aurora,
they're just throwing everything out.
Facebook nhưng mà cả tiền nào thì nhóm kiang.
Sometimes when we saw those fights with Aurora Gaming, it's like, all right, here's our setup where it's gonna happen. The bouncy house setup. Everything else at it too. And then once that is done, once that window's gone, if they haven't killed who they need to, it's like over. That team fight power with that competition is kind of off of that.
And it was also similar to what happened in game number 1. A lot of the entries by Nora as the Alice in that game number 1 came off of the fact that the initiation by Aurora trying to take down G-Boy real quickly didn't work out. So then here comes an Alice punishing all of that. They took Team Rayon to the limit in some of these moments. Although overall, Team Rayon did have a better control of the map, but I feel like these two are soulmates, man. Team Rayon and Aurora, they're like MLBB soulmates.
It's not over just yet. There is a world where Team Rayon and Aurora meet once again in the knockouts. Because Team Rayon can go this way, and then Aurora can go this way. Bracket-wise, your dream could still come true. It's just, I hope Aurora learn.
What the fuck?
You can see that there is... Like, hear me out. There's a moment like that. I hope that they are able to adjust mid-game and like kind of step on the brakes a little bit, because that's, I think, what's necessary, especially against more veteran teams from the bigger regions.
So she's been playing for 3 seasons straight, only to come back to the world stage, where I believe a lot of people have been awaiting her return.
Well, she's back, and now that she is back, is she going to make the most of it? As soon as I mentioned Geltec Cyber Team, you guys didn't see it, man, but our panels, our analysts, especially like, put the finger up. It's like, I'm ready to talk about it. So, all right.
You gotta hype her up.
Of course, you have to, especially if she's coming back. She made a big impact last year. Super exciting stuff, and she's going to be opposite that she's going to be in her lane, which is not going to be an easy matchup. Now, going to EXP, learning from Jessica earlier from Seda Esports, Ayissa as well as on the other side, Liabon, going to be playing against each other. Now, that's going to be a tough matchup. Who do you have giving the edge in that EXP lane?
EXP lane, so Alyssa versus Liuban.
Yeah.
Well, considering that we're in a meta where Esmeralda looked really good earlier on, I think whoever gets the Esmeralda.
Whoever gets the Esmeralda, that's true.
It's gonna be as simple as that.
Yeah, I guess I just might lean a bit and very slightly just a bit to Liu won, mainly because we've been seeing EECA in the MLBB competitive scene for quite some time. Western Europe, again, we did mention that it is one of their first appearances in the international stage, and they probably, or at least for a Geltec Cyber team, right, they have a bit more exposure and they get a bit more information from the people around them, even from maybe their counterpart, the men's teams in EECA, and in terms of their gameplay.
But remember, GK Esports, they're comprised of these Egyptian players. That's right. We have Electa, we have Yui, and they are no stranger to the international scene. We've seen them time and time again. Yeah. It's always been them and, you know, the Egyptian girls.
The connection, right. Yeah, they have that connection, and they've been also dominating so far whenever they do have an international appearance. So that's true. I think there are, multiple international influences that we can expect from both of these teams, apart from the fact that they're very diverse in terms of their lineup. So it's going to be an interesting match to see how all these influences come together and how they make it uniquely their own.
And I guess just a new meta in general. I mean, we already had a lot of learning lessons even from our first series. The second series most likely going to give us even more. And GK Esports seems to be, I'm assuming, the favorite between you two, at least in this matchup. However, obviously on the opposite side, Geltec Cyber Team, we do have a specific player that you guys are rooting for all the way. But I am super curious to see the heroes picks, because I really don't know what to expect. And I don't think we do either, given these two teams after that first hero selection. Definitely going to be entertaining for sure, but GK Esports looking strong, diverse roster, and definitely a roster that can make it through at least not only this matchup, but push forward in the respective group. Let's not forget, there will be some keys crushed by the end of this bracket, okay? You will be out of this tournament. You need to be top 8 if you want to move forward. So 4 teams eliminated, 4 teams move forward out of each respective group, Group A and B. Losing your first series sets you behind and gets you that much closer to having your key. Your heart crushed in the crusher by your opponents who just defeated you. Nobody wants to feel that. Of course, for the club championship trophy, GK Esports, Geltec Cyber Team, this is a big moment for them to obviously put the right foot forward, go up, and potentially put some club championship points up there, especially once we get into our knockout bracket. Early predictions from you two. GK, Geltec Cyber Team, where are you leaning?
Okay. I'm not
you want to
sure
answer first?
Okay, I will have to go for experience, GK. Okay. I mean, EECA, I feel like I'm contradicting myself because I said EECA as a region, but I think it's going to be a similar storyline to what we were talking about when we discussed Team Falcon's ID. Only now, hopefully, like they actually get to be the anchors of their team, because we're looking at the EXP and mid, if I'm not mistaken, for GK.
Okay.
I feel like you're a very...
I'm so Geltec right
you're
now.
Very Geltec, so I had to, like, you know, balance it out.
I am so Geltec right now.
Their outfits, have you seen their outfits? They're so cool.
Their fits are clean.
They had metallic pants, and then they had, like, the overalls.
Yeah.
And now they're wearing, like, the normal jackets. So
I don't say, but we saw them in the toilet.
Yes.
Okay, and the team mascots obviously out there too on the table as they get ready.
On a serious note, one of the reasons why I go for Geltec this time around is because of Kyoe, right?
Yes.
She is the core and was the core last MWI, and the fact that she was so good on the Assassins, and the fact that there is more potential for Assassins now to show up back into the jungle.
Yeah.
You know, the Noland coming back as well. We saw her on the Lance before. Hayabusa Fanny as well, very high ceiling kind of player. I think this might be just the meta for her.
Could be, chat. What's your predictions? I'm going to bow out. Maybe I'll give mine in just a little bit, but it seems, at least for my two analysts, they're kind of split. One's going one way, the other.
So you have to choose.
Okay, but before I do, let's go ahead and toss to our EWC app to keep everybody informed on everything Esports World Cup.
Who loves speed? Sorry.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold
check it. Mạnh bốc này.
Okay, yeah. Do something.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Nè mơ like bằng ca chuyện bánh quạt đọc sen pay sen phong. Mày đã bánh thì chán không nè. Chuyện bánh. Chắc bắt comment nào vào đây.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Quan là content kìa. Lên lơ tu sắp Honor đâu Honor. This is not a game. This is an e-sport.
Hey, welcome back in, everybody. We are getting set up for our second series of the day. It's Celtic Cyber Team versus GK Esports, and we've kind of broke it down a lot, especially on the side of GK, most diverse roster, and then of course Nafira is going to be there, the only French player here representing on the MWI stage. But Kyoe is obviously a heavy favorite here, the Ice Queen herself coming in, and let's talk about the evolution of this Celtic Cyber team, because they've evolved over multiple seasons of Lady MVP. This wasn't a roster that was just put together specifically for this event. This is a roster that has gone through many iterations, but most importantly, many evolutions in a positive direction to be where they currently are. So for Celtic Cyber Team, Kyoe, obviously we're looking at her, but who are some other star-studded players you're like, okay, this is a good compliment to the Ice Queen?
I think we're all eager to see like the quote-unquote debut of these players, because it feels like a revamp in a sense from the last time that we saw Kyoe alongside these players, because again she herself took a break, like a 3-season break before getting back to competitive gameplay,
and was under a different banner.
This is I think one of the questions that we are also having before the start of this game, because I feel like it'll be great to see another standout gameplay where Kyoe shines, but it's also great to see the same level for the others, where it's more of like a team effort that we get to see.
And team effort indeed is needed, because our club championship is well underway. So much money on the line. And if you don't know what the club championship is all about, let's fill you in.
25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, Esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, the club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will club champion Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Can you imagine
for every click, every clutch, every respawn? We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC.
Donation link pin comment link pin comment donation
with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Link pin comment nó cứ nào theo donation man này. Số là link nó mà nhung phép bị là biết donation mua rồi. Ôi thì họ ra.
Again, the club championship, it is being fought for super hard, and each of these matchups puts the respective org that much closer to securing club championship points to ultimately win some much-needed money, especially for many of the orgs out there. I mean, we're talking a ton of life-changing money indeed, even for not only the players, but also for the orgs themselves. I mentioned coaches a little bit earlier and how much of an impact that they can truly have with each roster. For Geltec Cyber Team, they've got a guy called Coach Osprey, who has a long lineage in the scene of just competitive MLBB as a whole. Coach Osprey, like how much of an impact has he made for this Geltec Cyber team, and how do you think he can lead the charge for these ladies on that stage?
I mean, on the way to MWI, definitely Coach Osprey had a huge role to play. I think we'll just really have to see whether or not he's remaining active alongside Frost, or has Coach Frost taken over. I think we are yet to confirm, but if we know one thing for a fact, it's that Osprey and his experience as a coach is undoubtedly one of the longest running EECA coaches who's had lots of international experience as well.
Yeah, he's definitely not an unfamiliar name, especially if we've been following the international scene. So if we take a look at how everything has really unraveled for Geltec Cyber Team, especially during their qualifiers, I would say huge, right? I mean, they went through, they were able to get all the way to the finals, and then they were able to defeat Aurora Avalanche 4-3. Being in a best of 7 is also definitely very taxing. Like, you would need extra mental fortitude, and I think a lot, and it requires a lot from the coaches as well to kind of guide that through.
Yeah, that's why we listed down the names and kinds of coaches.
អរគុណអេងសំណៃសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$5អាមេរិក12សេន
បាទឡើងលេខ1ភ្លាមៗបាទ
អរគុណហងសុកងិនសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1,500រៀល
បាទ$1,500រៀលពីសុកនេះមកអរគុណច្រើនពីអេងសុកងីមកសម្រាប់$5 12សេនមកតម្លាក់ជាមួយនឹងស៊ីវឈិនមកលេខ1បាត់ហើយ
It's like we rarely get to see them meet each other on the international stage.
អរគុណអាមយ៉ងសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1,000 រៀល
យ៉ាខ្ញុំមាន$1,000រៀលពីអ៊ីមយ៉ងនេះមកអរគុណច្រើនហើយ
and really prepare
អរគុណ ready ពីប្រាថ្នាសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេន
អរគុណរតនាសម្រាប់25សេន
For GK Esports on the opposite side.
អូខ្ញុំបានចេះអង្គុយ live ដល់ម៉ោង2យប់ក៏បានដែរអត់បាញ់លុយច្រើនច្រើន
That is a big deal for this roster, and we kind of question the same thing, right, for City Esports, how well they would be able to adjust to the international stage. Clearly very, very well for GK Esports. I'm thinking they've got some surprises up their sleeve. So of course, being the first ones here, it's kind of hard to play around them. You've seen what they've done, obviously, to the lead up to this point, but maybe they've got some tricks left in their bag.
Yeah, because majority of them are rookies. Even our French player, even Furia is a rookie.
It's 3 out of 2 that are rookies.
3 out of 2 are rookies. So, if it's in terms of unexpected, then yes, maybe in a way, like we are yet to figure out their main comforts, and if it's a bit too different from the meta, or if they're already really used to the meta, because I think based on some of the information that we got, Furia does play meta, but occasionally brings out the likes of a Melissa or a Hanabi, which just got buffed, which is awesome. Hanabi, we're not so sure because there's an Esmeralda, so maybe not. But sure, Melissa, maybe, just maybe she also has other stuff we are not that familiar with just yet.
Which I'm actually a big fan of. So, I mean, how often you come to MWI, this is our third one that we've had, you know, or at least on the EWC stage. I do wonder, do you see a lot of new rosters, fresh faces popping up, or is it some of the old guard typically coming in? Mix.
It's always a mix of both. We always see a plethora of different players, whether it be veterans, returning, looking for redemption,
rookies.
We finally get a story of revenge that is from a different region, I would say now. Like between NA and Indonesia. Like that was very new, because before that, when we thought about revenge, it was between both Indo representatives, Falcons Vega and Team Vitality, who
អរគុណសូយសុកសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1អាមេរិក
same storyline before, like Falcons Vega always number 2, looking to be number 1, and eventually that entire dynamic shifted into what we have now. So it's so exciting. I think the change of storyline as well.
Like, even the first game, they still winning now.
Xong mày em slot về áp top.
Con môn con sầm rạp bốc lôi $1 Americ.
Bao con sầm rạp $1 50 cent pi pin.
Con xăm và nát sầm rạp bốc lôi $1 Americ Campuchia dương phục proport mong con màn bò.
Bạn nè, Khmer dương Galaxy Phoenix bang Navi Philippines mong 8. Con cắn tép sầm rạp $1 thôi chứ bạn nè $1 bạn nè. Ô, tập ban này cái đai cùi ban vô nè.
They're used to coming in for MWI, or at least their game plan comes into MWI and bring something fresh and different that the competitors are not used to. And obviously for Falcons Indonesia, that was exactly the case. Ladies are still getting set up. We are just moments away from heading into this next series, getting our pick and bans done, and then going into map number 1. And obviously, I asked the ladies, the Geltech Cyber Team, DK Esports, are you going for? I've never gave my prediction. I know you're waiting for it. All right,
Two champion one game. Đó mà game Mobile Legends. Mùi giấy mùi phò nè.
I'm thinking DK Esports, and I'll tell you why. I love the underdog story. Not necessarily that they're an underdog, but the fresh faces coming in.
Con team Sray Nick sầm rạp bốc lôi $2 Americ.
They have it just like Seda, right? If you would have asked my prediction, I'm going Seda. Granted, Falcons are a strong organization across the board throughout the entirety of the Esports World Cup. But week 1,
Chan, Siêu Chin, Sầy Nịch, Sọc Nê, Cắn Tếp, Bắn Nẹ.
And hopefully at least make an impact. They need to get those much-needed club championship points for Falcons Indonesia that they're going to have to fight extra hard throughout the lower bracket. Not going to be easy by any means.
I guess Reflections is always going to go for the less favorite team then whenever we are going to see a match.
Oh man, once Vitality takes that stage, I might be going with that's all.
That's true. It's going to be a tough choice if it is going to be against Vitality. But I agree, because these are 3 versus 2 rookies that we mentioned, and hopefully is a more successful iteration of more veterans guiding the team.
That's right. Well, hey, from what I'm hearing, Rose is over on Stream B. Rose, what's happening over there?
Stream B. Stream B. Rose.
Hey guys, Rose here live from the secondary stages. We have just recently wrapped up the first match of the day in Stream B with Team Ray Young winning 2-0 in a dominating fashion up against Aurora. And we are currently on standby as we are to enter match 2, where we will be witnessing Virtus Pro going up against Twisted Minds. Will this game be another upset, or will we all be surprised with the results? That is it from us over at the secondary stages. With that, throwing it back to you guys.
Thank you for the update, Rose, over there on Stream B, laying down the law. Team Ray Young, as we mentioned, a 2-0 win over Aurora Gaming. Coming up next on Stream B, Virtus Pro versus Twisted Minds. Anytime that I hear about these two organizations going against each other in any esport, I can't help but get excited.
Me too. And this was one of the teams that I mentioned earlier on when we got into the broadcast, right? Twisted Minds, a very unique team being able to go through the Mekong qualifiers. And they've incorporated such a unique lineup, very Indo-coded. Jin Chao's there in the gold lane. And we got to actually see them, I actually saw them at the airport. And I was like, you guys confident? Yeah, it's been okay, but I've been hearing that there are communication issues. So no matter how professional these teams are, no matter how professional these players are, when you unite a particular team under different banners from different regions, communication is going to take its toll, because their coach is also Indonesian. It's
on paper though, they seem like a very terrifying lineup. Like their mix of players consists of players with very remarkable experience. So you know for a fact that Sa, she's also made waves even in previous MWI.
Chin Chao, again, we're so used to seeing her rivalry within Indonesia, but now she's exploring outside.
Chin Chao and Shell.
Yeah, that's another layer to the story that we're currently talking about. And the other players as well, Mei Lane, Daisy, Kao, every single one of them, and the kind of flavor that they bring to this lineup and the difference that they make. So I agree. For sure, for one, communication might be likely an issue, but it's something that cannot be resolved completely. I feel like even for adjusting imports, there are just really like common and basic go-to terminologies because the fundamentals are pretty much already established. Like, you know the structure of a game and how it normally goes. It's just the team and their unique approach that they usually have to deal with eventually. But we get to figure that out later on. That's a Stream B thing. So again, if you guys are watching, please.
That's a Stream B problem.
That's a Stream B problem.
Stream A don't got that problem.
We have a different... we have Vitality later on.
That's right, Vitality, and then also Geltech Cyber Team, GK Esports, and Kyo obviously getting a lot of attention over here, especially from the side of Eterna, right? Being a big fan. And you know what? I can see why she's a fan. I mean, she was awarded as the finals MVP. She was making great clutches in a previous tournament. And, you know, a 7-game grand final playing Harley, Leo Mord, right? She obviously has versatility. She can go in and make objectives hers, which clearly, as a big impactful player, I can see why she's clearly going to be a big impact for this Geltech Cyber team. But is it enough to take down GK Esports? Because we mentioned the veteranship earlier, coming out from the side of Falcons Indonesia. But that wasn't enough to take down Seda Esports. The veteranship sometimes can't get your team over the edge to take down the newcomers.
I'm really hopeful this is a more successful version.
To be honest, and that's what makes this matchup really interesting, right? We've been highlighting KOA for the longest of time, but on the other side, it's Electa. Do you remember Electa? Electa Final Blow? She also plays the Benedetta. I remember that nickname.
Electa Final Blow.
Electa Final Blow, Seda Esports, the final blow to Team Falcons Indonesia, who drops down. And we've got our first decider matchup to protect the key and your heart at the Esports World Cup. Team Falcons Indonesia versus Aurora Gaming, who also suffered a loss 2-0. Both teams have yet to win a map.
Oh, that's tough. I know it's just been the first series, but you're already seeing an elimination match coming your way. And I believe these are being broadcasted tomorrow onwards. Because today we're focusing on quarterfinals for the first round.
Twisted Mind với Batu Pro cái trái.
At least for that group.
Again,
in Stream A, you get 2 matches from Group A, 2 matches from Group B, so we still have a lot to catch up on. And even in Stream B, we have to check what is happening over their side. But for now, we know for a fact that we are a few moments away from Geltech versus KK, and we are very split on the desk as to what our expectations are for this match.
Yeah, we need another person up
here. Wait, don't
say that.
Stream
A best stream. If you say we need something, then Stream B are going to say we're the better stream.
We don't need it. We don't need you stay over there on stream.
We're okay.
That's right.
Exactly.
Although they do have a bigger matchup, VP versus Twisted Mind is definitely going to be pretty incredible to watch. But we'll get one of those teams a little bit later on. And even our third series of the day, Vitality takes the stage. We'll get some more form with the new meta. And definitely will be heating up that moving forward. Geltech Cyber Team versus GK Esports. We are just moments away from our pick and bans, which has been quite exciting to see again with the new meta, to see how these teams are going to ebb and flow, obviously to play against each other. And you know, got to say for Seda, they definitely opened up the Euro selection wide of what we could be expecting. I mean, it was truly exciting.
I guess it's the Esmeralda thing. Yeah, like, are we just going to really pay attention to whoever gets the Esmeralda?
I'm still undecided. I mean, Esmeralda, I think, is strong. I mean, we did see the numbers. The numbers reflect that the Esmeralda will be a very hot pick, but everything else, I still need more games and more matches to see. Because wildcards, first game Hirara, lost. Yeah. Second, lost. Yeah. Right? A really bad win rate in the early stages of the wildcards. And then eventually we start to see, okay, I think this hero has promise. So
we might be seeing something of like a similar pattern. That's true. Same for me. Is the Gato bring back, or was it just like a hero synergy or game plan thing that we got to see earlier together with the Alice, right? So there are like a lot of layers of questions that we still have regarding the current meta. But one thing's for sure, it remains very flexible, even in the jungle, because we still saw Zeta pick up the Baksha jungle and make it work.
Well, it worked, but we could see like farming-wise, it wasn't as fast.
Yeah, it wasn't.
So the nerfs really did hit him.
Yes, it did. I think it was really just compensated by the fact that they are a really good team in terms of punishing and like finding the advantages across the map overall. It worked technically, but we're not sure if it is going to work if it were on the same level and if they had the same exactly.
By the way, Virtus Pro Twisted Minds, this is a really fun one because there's a lot of history with the players themselves on each roster. You look last year, the core players of Virtus Pro roster represented Twisted Minds. They now switched over to VP. Now they're representing a different org playing against their org. It's it's always awkward to do so. They go through their pick and bans, so I'll let you ladies walk through it. And already I'm hearing some gasp.
It's the famous combo.
Hey, it's a Hertz Matilda.
Hertz Matilda.
So
sorry. Hella fast, clears minion wave fast, so that you're constantly adding pressure to the map. Just play through raw speed, allow the Barretts to be the slower one, and maybe pick up a mid laner that could deliver the same thing. Fast rotations, fast clear, and then just constantly be playing hit and run. But if you play too much into that idea, they might be susceptible to suddenly like a Hilda or a Cho Roam showing up that just deals way too much damage.
Pro នេះមេណាហ្វីលីពីនហើយនិងរុស្ស៊ីមេណា3រ៉ាហ្វាលីវីនហើយនិងលូណាហ្នឹងសោតអារ៉ាប៊ីមីស្មែវហ្នឹងហ្វីលីពីនរុស្ស៊ីហ្នឹងមីនុនមកមិច roster ដែរហ្នឹង
You got a good mix of
មីនុនរុស្ស៊ីមីស្មែវហ្វីលីពីន
and
វៀតណាមដូ2ឈិនកាវហើយនិងមីឡែនហ្នឹងដូ
Remember, one thing that we learned also from Wildcards is that Matilda, her pokes are really annoying. If you don't think of it as much, but they're actually quite disturbing.
We've seen maybe 1 or 2 Matilda kills.
នឹងមាន2 stream ហ្នឹងមាន A មាន B
អរគុណភេគីមសុនសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$7 អាមេរិក70 សេន All in Galaxy លើ China គូ
បាទអរគុណច្រើន$7 70 សេនមកពីគីមស្រុនមកឡើង top 1ទៀតបាទ All in Galaxy លើ China ចឹងគេលើកដងដៃមកគូ5 ដង
Maybe the swerve.
Swerving it.
This is Miss Meow.
Like it might go into the roam instead.
Yeah, I think there's a world where that happens.
Could be. I think it depends on what they'll show up here. If they show their EXP laner and it is someone tanky, then I think you just put a Kai in the jungle, then your roam can be a little bit more nimble damage. But if they show their roamer, then yeah, for sure you already know it's going to the jungle. I think I'm okay with them leaving the option of a Kai as a flex.
Yeah, you want to leave it to the last moment.
Yeah.
So commit to the bid. Show it in. Okay, never mind.
No.
ចូលសឹកថែបលុយ
going to the jungle now.
បាទអញ្ចឹងឥឡូវលេខ1របស់យើងមានការដំដើមយកបានពីគីមស្រុនបាត់ហើយបាទលេខ1 $7 សុកងី$5 62លេខ2លេខ3សៀវឈិនបាទ$5 អូអែម
Maybe once or twice. We kind of shifted things from the revitalized This is tanky on both sides. I feel like we're going to be buckled in for a longer game for this game 1.
I think just reminds these more ranged pokes to pair alongside the Matilda. Will they go for range? Oh, they go for the Lapu Lapu. And hey, Kagura. Hey, okay, Twisted Minds really showing us some more picks here. I mean, it's been a while since I've said or thought that Kagura would be a good pick, but I'm not going to say it's a bad pick, but I think I have to stick with my consistency with the theme of Kagura this year, 2026.
Maybe.
It's just
it's that feeling.
Yeah, it's that feeling.
It's nice to see though because that's what I was saying.
2 skin អាចអស់ 9,000 ទៅ 10000 2 skin ដំបូង
At least we have
តែបើសិន
someone
ធ្វើ
trying
even
new
top up
things.
ទៀត Đôi chị ọc tách.
អរគុណអេងសោះណៃសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$3អាមេរិក20សេនទឹកឲ្យអស់មួយនេះ
Trời ơi,ទឹកឲ្យអស់មួយនេះ អូឡើង top 1 វិញមកពីសុកញីបាទ$8.82សេន
With it
ខ្ញុំភ្លេច
being
អាន
a little
challenge
bit
ឲ្យមើល
more with what we understand to work. Guinevere EXP
បាទឡើង top 1
Rafa.
បាត់ទៅហើយ
heavy
Oh my
Kagura is
god
right now? That's what it looks like.
Because they needed a bit
អាហ្នឹង
more setup
វាមាន
also.
challenge
They needed another
ពេលឡើងទៅ
hero
វាយ
who-
នេះវាយលោឈ្មោះចេះ
Kagura has that built-in Purify, so interesting choices. Interesting choices by these two. Sound off wherever you're watching. Who do you think between the two more interesting drafts would be able to win this? Is it Virtus Pro or Twisted Minds? I'm going to hand you off now to Nice and Leo.
Here we go, and welcome to the second match here for Stream B. Once again, there's 2 streams going on simultaneously right now, so you guys are joining us here for this one.
Twisted Minds នឹង Vietnam, VP នឹង
moves forward.
នៅ Saudi Arabia.
An interesting draft, to say the least, just because you know it's quite different from the chaotic compositions we saw set up in our first match. We are going to take a little bit of breather, so we talked about this a little bit longer here for this one. Even looking at the emblems, anything standing out here? No, it's pretty much standard.
I love how both gold laners just picked up Master Assassin.
Yeah,
like we're gonna fight.
I think they want to fight that gold lane early on, man.
And they don't expect rotations from anyone else. So,
Okay, you know what? Let's skip physical damage and jump straight to true damage.
And this is a very interesting pick because back in the day when Claude was the most #1 priority pick, which is kind of similar to as it was now, Leslie was the counter pick towards the Claude. But with so many changes to the Claude, with so many changes to the Leslie, is it still the case?
អរគុណ chat sale ឆេញសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$4អាមេរិក
If it's the laning. But there are other factors that we have to look at because it's a fast rotating Hirara Atlas 2 on the other side for Galtech. So we also are yet to find out what the mid lane pairing is going to be together with the Atlas because following this, what else is there? Like if you want to just match them head on, there's Lilia. Okay, okay. This is a
សិវឈិនមកឡើងលេខ1មកលេខ2អៀងសុកញី8ឡា82និងលេខ3គឹមស្រុនប៉ាឡា70 Oh my god top 3កំពុងបណ្ដាញជើងនេះ
leaning in the backstra and the Valentina
ខ្លួនឯងមួយចង់ទីទូ2
somehow you got to close in to your targets.
That's true. There's also a double setup for Galtech, right? They have the Atlas and the Terizla, so if their combo goes through as planned, it would be very great. But another unorthodox pick hits after the Leslie here for Geeke, as we do see now the Kufra being picked up as well. I don't know how much of a great time this Leslie is going to have. Leslie needs to go Purify, but she also needs Flicker. And now they're forcing her into a really uncomfortable spot. Yeah,
at least in terms of the Claude, you have a way to just cancel out the Blazing Duet and just push him away. And same applies for the other targets who are closing in, but that's the thing, it's not just one target chasing after you. There are multiple heroes who can just jump at you, and you're just constantly forced to find or escape from all these setups.
All right, well, it's time to get our game #1 started. There's been a lot of setup. Now it's time for action. It's Celtic Cyber Team versus GKE Sportscasters. Take it away.
Welcome to the Land of Dawn, folks. Thank you so much to the studio. After analyzing all of that, the drafts are in, and we have another Baksha game. So, is Utility even dead?
Free kill and major objective Sa with the flicker forward, pushing deep enough to threaten Grand Theft Auto and Twisted Minds. Just a second away from being called guilty. Rafa backs off. Melee wants it. Melee's gonna take it.
And this is, I don't know, maybe this is one of the things. You are a threat off the barrels, even if you don't get any kills, but just roaming around, being that threat of I've got a Daytona's welcome, I've got the Matilda with me. I have pretty good damage too. I think that's the surprising factor with the Barretts is you've got a good enough damage in your early game that you can be a threat with the rest of the team, right?
Look at that little moment.
Twisted Mind mày bạn như mày nói Twisted Mind đã pi sâu mày đấy.
To see Minu and come out of that wire brush and yoink the crab away from her.
Trả cái counter shot ơi. Trả cái counter shot nó nè.
Alright, Daisy's fine.
This is what I was expecting, a bit of a slower pace game, just for the sense of the compositions on both sides. But look what's happened here. Twisted has pretty much built up, 1K lead off of a turtle and a kill.
Yep. This is up to
the MO.
Sure. Oh my god, look at that face, bro. The choppy cheek bên đây là squall.
This is her version of her aggressive self.
Mình kêu về mấy thằng lái tập phơ rồi nè. Có trâu đấy. Tao mơ thằng nó. Xà và chọi mà xây ghê đấy ơi. Dạ mơ mấy bài cầm thang á. Vậy nhưng mơ cú này nó kêu về.
Perfect in my opinion, and now we see some action happening here, and we see flickers already exhausted here for Sonjik and the others. For GK, they're just not yet ready to get into any skirmishes so far, because as we mentioned, they will be having a hard time. A wild composition, but let's see how will they work this thing out here for game 1.
I mean, speaking of just pilots, in general, you said
khả năng CU serendipity, khả năng vài ba nó
It's almost like a hero that just has no counters if the right player is using it. Tokyo so far doing a good job. Go for the gold crab, actually takes it away from the Furia as well.
From Leslie, he all comes down to
how you play it.
How good you are. Good immobilization. Great start here as they get tempo. And they go straight
roll mà cháu kia vô vào mà không trả kéo tách có hả đâu ơi. Không kêu về lên ở Hirara.
And as well as placing out the frigid bread as early as possible. Eliza with the jump. Sonjik will be able to back away. There's
Hirara cho thol bạn. On.
The first blood here is Yui.
Không mà chơi cái cài. Không mà chơi vay kia mơ thol.
Geltec getting advantages here, and Eliza, even though that was a great entry point, just didn't have enough respawn to get the most out of it.
Just a really good start for Geltec.
Leslie ni Hirara cho đằng thưa Hirara đấy.
It's all about tempo and building up, set up before the neutral objective. Meanwhile for GK, I really feel like
chú miền Phan Hà nơi phía chân nơi tầm bon ná nên nhom mơ muốn đắng này kẹp hẹp.
Rotation speeds Tokyo this time won't be too fortunate.
Nơi tam khai phía chân
nó
chú chở ra nơi tam khai là giặt ngay nó
especially after that initial setup for Geltec, it should have just been GK looking for a trade up top, especially considering they got a winning lane for Nefiria against Tokyo.
Yep.
Cái đang not sơ rồi.
They actually tried to clone onto Leslie, but now they're onto A5U.
Mà là mỏ mà xông thêm nâng tay còn là tha pa mùi ní pa chìa và cá đây.
Because it's one for specialty when it comes to assassin type of things, and the mechanics just fits perfectly when it comes to a Hirara under her hands. That's a quite a Nefiria as the next target. Now we see the frigid definitely already baited out of her, and I think that is very crucial here for GK Esports.
Và em Song Hee lang lệch mùi rồi.
This is the gold crab secure, actually taken away by Sonjika. Over in mid. Good rotations across the board. The flicker burns out means that if they do get Prio over this lane, they can rotate over again, and it's going to be a free kill. Especially with Hirara rotating over. Kiowe already utilizing expanding rivers. Unity used up by GK. Electa using it maybe a bit too early as they go for the rotation up top, but Tokyo is very aware of what's happening. Again, it really just seems like Geltec will be the ones holding it.
It's easier here for Tokyo, so they don't really think it's much of a threat here for Nefiria. As long as they get the flicker out of her, things are looking good. Now for GK, they're trying to force out some kind of vision, and it's still Nefiria. We come back to Leopold with the last hit. They will end with a fatal length. A4U or A5U going down immediately. All of that before an objective take here, and Kiowe will most likely get this free turtle on their hands. Now GK, they can't do nothing but stare back. Easy turtle hit for Geltec.
Edge with a dive again. Perfect match coming down.
Bóng mạch pin lên chân cái online dần. Nó bóng này mình like này. Mình CoStreamer nè, ăn miếng đi prot hai nào thì. Khi mình ăn lấy chân cái tạo tặng không âm bị ăn lên.
Members of Geltec in your face, and they're not stopping at all. Tokyo gets the kill. Geltec just putting in the guns and the farm
Bah,
enough here for their gold lane.
So well
Kiowe leaves it to the rest of the team as well. The bottom lane, the wave has already crashed down. So
how can we? How can win, guys? How can win? Please tell me.
You always gotta be careful walking up to these bushes when there's no one around. Again, though, for Geltech, they get a kill, they get that team fight, they get the neutral objective, and then the turret as the cherry on top. So it's just that proactiveness that they have that is giving them so much more of a lead. The classic EECA stuff, man. It's not just about micro.
It's all about setting up, getting the advantage through macro. And that's been the main problem for GK. They've gotten winning lanes here and there, but they just haven't been able to utilize it to really maximize those winning lanes.
And for Geltech, they're just making the most out of it. There's like in-your-face type of composition, but as well as the discipline is there. Really great Sanjik move here. With a follow-up as well, Electa just rolls around the map. Kiowe is getting the most out of it, farming as much as he can before another objective take. GK on the other hand, we just saw Falling Starmoon out of Alyssa. Just one girl here, and the rest of Geltech, they're just really relaxed when it comes to like finding the right targets, but if it doesn't work, they don't force it out of GK.
Tokyo's doing such a good job playing that weak side. Now he's becoming the strong side of the map. Just everybody rotating towards her as Kiowe is the one sent to clear us.
Oh, now they get Kiowe!
Oh, bạn Kiowe, em là ni em.
Kuejo trying to run away. Frigid Red. Flicker is already exhausted as well. Now we see for GK Esports, and now they finally get their hands onto a neutral objective. The last turtle for game number 1.
Solid stuff. Finally, signs of life for GK. Finally, they're able to catch Kiowe here, and it seems like Asu wants to go for more. Up top with the flicker as well onto Liuban.
Yo,
I don't even know if they had the resources to kill her. Even if that Towers Revenge landed,
you kidding me?
Knows the flicker is down, but doesn't have the fatal link. So just be now a slower game. Tokyo, everything given over to her. It's all about her being the main carry now as we move into the mid game. Tokyo goes down, the Furia a bit behind. Kiowe goes for the War Axe here, right after the Hunter Strike. A bit more of a safe approach. No Sky Piercers for the Hirara so far in MWI. And it's the rush for Electa.
Chăng là không thể chờ nó chiều về miền. Electa yên khổ.
But Tokyo and Kiowe, I thought were going to be the main ones that you have to deal with as a frontliner.
I think that is somewhat a tunnel vision here for Electa to just solely focus to the defensive build, but now for GK Esports, maybe that's the plan. They go for the mental mind games. Alyssa forced out of her Purify, and now Geltech just focus fires onto taking down a turret here. Falling Starmoon just there. The last bits of minion wave, but that backfires on your face. I think this should have just gone out and back away, given that it's already obvious that the turret will be taken down by Geltech. Now they go for the mirror move here on the top lane. But for Geltech, they still have this in the bag. Advantages, most of it is on their side.
Yeah, Kiowe wants to get a bit more into the bottom lane. Asu's getting chunked.
Okay. No can do. Electa just slowly rolls away.
And Kiowe deals with the wave in the bottom lane. That's a holy shield taken before the first Lord even spawns in the game, which means, hey, if Geltech gets the Lord, this could be a free base turret down below. Depends on how they siege it down, right? They have great zoning with the Terizla and the Atlas. Kuejo with a face check. Tokyo forced to back away with the BMI. It's all about mid-control right now. Alyssa's trying to form a slow push down below. Kiowe's just farming again. Alyssa's got to be careful, though. Purified down for another 20 seconds. You don't know where Kuejo is. Liuban's going to handle the wave up top, and it's all up to Tokyo to utilize the expanding rivers. So GK, they see the claw down below. Do they try to go for the Lord straight up?
I think they want to rush this one.
Alyssa.
Okay, now they see Kuejo with Alyssa. Going all in, Frozen as well. Kuejo caught off guard with a fatal in their face here for GK Esports. Will they get the trade? No can do. Alyssa falling down.
ដាច់មួយវិញបាទ
Nefera with a shutdown kill. They're trying to chase down Yui as well. Tokyo with the last hit of the bullet.
ចំត្រាស់នេះបើគិតមែនតើទៅ late game ថាត្រូវដែរនេះ
and right on time
late game ថាត្រូវដែរ
even manages to get one kill out of them.
Leslie មានបាក់លេងដែរ
playing it well. They've gone
Team
some
perform
great
ngay
initiations. It's just they don't have enough damage. It really just seems like they're banking on the Furia to slay these guys up front, and it's not working out. Everybody's going back and forth so well for the side of Geltech, and there's not much they could do about it. They're just going in back and forth. There's that untargetable skill from Kyoe as well. Tokyo's going back and forth with BMI, and so many more initiations you got to deal with those penalty zones, the fatal links coming around your way. I understand what the composition is meant to do right now, but it just seems like these back and forths and these angles that Geltech are using to initiate on GK, it's a bit too much for them to handle.
Exactly, because for GK, they weren't able to actually use their own crowd immunes here. But instead, it's them using it just to escape from the wrath here of Geltech. You have plenty crowd controls here. You have the Rolling Star Moon. You also have a very nice
Leslie
transition
clear
with
lot
the
of việc mấy nhọc
Minus revenge for A5U, but that isn't
how to clear
happening.
land ơi
Because
mid
the
land
moment
landទៀត
they're seen on the
copy
map,
cái admin ấy
Geltech
copy
just
đấy
goes
copy Atlas này
assassin
copy
mode immediately. And now, conceal play yet again. Lord onto
anh
their
nó
hands,
chốt mau lấy.
slowly
Giỏi.
making their way here onto the bottom base turret. A5U with a jump. Now on the different angle.
Ôi,
it
ôi,
would
ôi,
look
ôi.
like a great initiation,
Man,
but
man.
no! Kuencho with a fatal is gunning.
Lord
Two
ạ.
members
Thôi, bên
here,
này cái mơ
Tokyo
Lord.
with a blazing red follow up. And the rest of the gang just
mà
gives
Lord
it
chọc lấy.
their all.
Mà Lord chọc lấy.
Very nice return and bursting
mà
fireballs here
Lord cho
for
chiêm một mặt.
GK. Geltech immediately,
Trong
as
mà
you
lén
mentioned,
nó copy skill
takes
mình.
down a base turret 12 minutes into the game.
The objective conversion of Geltech.
Việt Nam share bán đây nào nè, drop A mình.
12 to
Việt Nam
3,
share.
but it's how they actually managed to get leads across the board. We get to see the replay again with the Holy Shield down earlier, set up by Kyoe. They can just brute force their way into this turret take, and what a play by Kuencho. Baits out the Purify. There's another fatal links coming around by the IMU of Yui, but it's just not enough to deal with them. And again, we see the same problem for Neferia. She's doing damage. She has some of the items ready. But it's single target. These guys, these women from GCT, they're able to go
Việt Nam
back
share
and
một
forth
game
so
ba đây.
well that single
Stream
target
luôn
just
Việt Nam share một game ba
nothing
đây.
in these team fights.
And
Who will
for
be top
Geltech,
3
they
ball?
just have to like
អូ
juggle
អត់តដឹងទេ
around
នោះ
on
ទេតមើល
who
ទាំងអស់សិនព្រោះដូចឥ
will
ឡូវ
get
ក្
the
លាប់
first
ចាក់
blood
ដូច
from Neferia,
ម៉ាឡេ
and
វាយ
that's
តេ
it.
ទើមួយ
And then another
ម៉ុង
one
ហ្គា
comes
លី
in
ចិន
like
ទៅវាយ
you,
ម្ដងអញ្ចឹង
and
ទៅ
the
យើង
rest
បាក់
for
ថាដែរ
GK Esports can do nothing about it. This is the thing about
Haru
B2
manager
tunnel
ត្រូវទៅ
vision.
ខូចឆៃ
Linear
ទៅដែរណា
damage
ទៅ
as
ជួយ
well is a problem
ត្រាស់
for
ជួយ
GK
idea
Esports.
ជួយអី
The item build earlier as well
Yeah,
was a
ចាប់
bit
គូ
of a
ហ្នឹងដល់
question
ដល់យើង
here
ហើយចាប់គូ
for
ហ្នឹង
Alecta, but now we finally see an Antikythera
ចាប់
onto
គូហ្នឹង
her
ដល់ខ្មែរ
arsenals.
និយាយទៅវា rolling យ៉ាងការវាដល់ម៉ោង8យ៉ាងការវាដល់ម៉ោង8 rolling មិនថា schedule ហ្នឹងចាប់លឿន
We
ទៅ
see
លឿនចាប់យូរ
Kuencho
ទៅ
as
យូររបៀប
well.
ចឹងយ៉ាងការវាលើសម៉ោង8យ៉ាងការវាមុនម៉ោង8យ៉ាងការវាត្រូវម៉ោង 8
A5U Alecta on their front line with a
Wow,
shield
vậy là
unity.
vậy
Her
một
son's
món.
activated as well. But
Lord
look
cũng
at
bật-
Liu Bun
bật
and
Valor ra
Kyoe
lên
as
anh vậy.
well, ensuring those bullets and the fans
Cái mê
hitting
này
her in
cầu
the
mà.
face. Alyssa trying to run away. Basic
hay
answer
bỏ
for
bên đây.
Tokyo will be enough. A mega kill. 3-for-1 trade of Geltech.
Leslie
So good at
នៅ
that
យូរ
page.
ទៀត
It's
មកមាន
really
តែធំបាញ់
a
គេយូ
battle
រ
front to back. That was a very questionable initiation that worked out anyways.
អត់
It
ដឹង
was
ដែរ
an
មើល
all-in
មើលក្នុង
over
roster
onto
ក៏ឆៃអត់
Rover.
register អត់មានចឹងប្រហែលបានឡើង
Followed it
គេរយ
through,
ច្រើនតែអ
though,
ត់បាន
and
ឡើង
they were able to get it done. Again, for GK, Neferia's been free hitting. She's just safe in the back, hitting, getting all these shots. It's the reason Liu Bon actually fell. So damage is there. Items are ready.
អត់មាន
It's
នៅ
just
ក្នុង
now, how
លីង
do
ចឹង
you
អត់បាន
get
អត់
past
បាន
your
ឡើងទេ
front
គាត់ឆៃ
line,
នៅ
getting
ក្រោម
bursted down before you can actually
Hot
burst
touch
some of the
ball.
other front lines. And the fact that they just have so many ways to get away. Look, again, Neferia free hitting this entire fight, but not able to shred these frontliners down as fast as Geltech. They were the ones going at it.
player
Look,
ត្រូវ
right?
ការ
Kyoe
ទៅ
gets
យើង
away.
account
Just in time,
other
Tokyo walks up.
application
By the
ចិន
time
មក
Neferia
account
walks
ចូល
up,
លេងបងអូ
they're already gone.
ចិនឥ
Okay,
ឡូវ
for
ធ្វើតែចឹង
GK Esports, we understand that they more on the dive type of composition. But what's a great mage to deal with those kinds of in-your-face jumps? Sonji
អូយតបឡតមិនទេអើយ Leslie បាញ់ឡតមកឈឺអាណាគ្នា
away
គិតខ្ញុំតិច
from
មែន
the targets and then the bursting fireball. Man,
single target
that's so
បាក់ clear
wild.
មាននេះណា
So GK on the other hand now.
Oh, Divine Glaive.
Trời ơi,
and the
lử.
winner crown.
Oh my gosh, now
Ui,
they're
vừa lên
getting
chắc chư
ready
vậy.
for the final battle. Okay, there's a Kuencho yet again. No fatal links connecting onto anyone. Now there's their time to punish them.
ជួយ Leslie នេះទៅ
There's
ណោ
first
វើយ
Travis turn all
Ơ.
over the place, and
What the
Neferia
heck
with a single bullet shot here.
Leslie បាញ់វិញណាកុំលេងសើចមក
to shoo away Geltec here in the process.
That's the thing. Fury is starting to really hurt. Damage dealt ranking not one in the game. Those free hits, those small wins have been paying a lot of dividends to the team right now. GK, they formulated this composition to play for the hyper carry in the Fury, and so far, it hasn't worked that well. But right as we got into that 15-minute mark, we finally get to see how much damage she can actually output with the right items now in her pocket. Great reaction by the Fury. It could have been a real bad situation as Coejo went in with a fatal links, but again, GK gonna have to handle that. They're gonna have to rely on the Fury constantly being able to flicker out these engages from GCT. One big penalty zone followed up by a fatal links on the Furia. All of it goes down in shambles.
But that's the thing. It's kind of scary to put all your bags into one basket here for an Fury. That's too much of a CD. And for Geltec, they could just time it perfectly so that they will be able to jump in from the back here for Neferia. But that's the thing. Now they just focus on to somehow make the juggling harder here for GK Esports. We're approaching the 17-minute mark, which is kind of good here for GK Esports because they're slowly building up their items that they need. Aside from just solely relying on the damage of the Neferia, they have to be tanky enough to just go on their front lines, let Neferia go for the free hits. Now for Geltec, really need to be careful on who they will be targeting here. And when it comes to finding the right spots, and now the Lord available to be grabbed. A5U and Yui actually has a very nice position here, but Coejo already having the frigid breath. Advanced thinking, they spot the Furia. Now they go, wow, then the Fatalist connects. Now they know there's no more flicker here. GK slowly crumbles down, get away with a chase. A5U on a hot spot as well. Coejo with a double kill. Tokyo with an unstoppable kill. All those bullets targeting on the faces of GK Esports and score women down. Now they have a single catapult to finish game number 1, and that is it. Geltec with a very dominant game win. And that spot already having, he has a very nice position here, but Coejo already having the frigid breath. Advanced thinking, they spot the Furia. Now they go, wow, then the Fatalist connects. Now they know there's no more flicker here. GK slowly crumbles down, get away with a chase. A5U on a hot spot as well. Coejo with a double kill. Tokyo with a double kill.
Deal with all these frontliners, all this peel.
You don't care.
Won't be for anything if the main damage is down. The vision to look for that play, fantastic, fantastic, and it was actually just that secured them the win. Could have been maybe a comeback for GK, but Geltec.
Nè, khơi ngắt, sao bay mi câu vậy nè, trai comeback. Game the comeback. Game the comeback lên dần.
We're gonna throw it over to the studio to dissect it even further. Maybe talk about that crazy dive. It was a Hail Mary, but Furia could not handle those many girls coming at her.
Thank you very much, Athena. Mirko casting is electric, I gotta say. Game 2 will be underway very shortly between these two wonderful teams, but my goodness, what a start for Geltec. GK early. Big early kills led to 2 early turtles, and they just spiraled from there.
It was a game of whether or not Neferia could actually find the targets in the space. Because especially when, wait, what is going on?
Did you change your pants?
Why'd
you do that?
I got so excited as I was watching. I spilled coffee all over my pants. So
it looks great either way. Whether it's white, whether it's jeans, hey, you're crushing it out there. Okay? Hey, they're quick.
That will be a much
this sportman ta clay pe coi cái cua chẳng nó đâu sẽ khao vậy. Trời mình khao vô mà cú để lôi vậy.
It's been a lot of fun, it really has. And I've been learning from you too, and I really appreciate it again.
Đó cú Khmer lá mong bay ở đây mong bay.
MLBB is incredibly exciting.
Chạm đây được
really
thế
enjoying the action and the gameplay.
Xong tới trong
Geltec Cyber Team truly took advantage of their hero composition, specifically right Atlas. as well as the Valir. You mentioned controlling the mid lane. I felt like they did that very well. That ultimately, like I said, led to the Turtles, which gave them a gold lead early on. Like I said, I'm trying to learn. If I sound dumb, give me some leeway. We're going to get there by day 5, okay? But that early lead was quite significant. And on top of that, the early kills, because I think at one point, what it was like 9-3 very quickly. And now one thing you mentioned, though, Bree, coming up was Leslie, potentially an uncomfortable spot, and Kufra as well. Value reduced, but due to the single targeting, these team fights just did them no justice.
Yeah, I agree. I also, had to look for ways that they could really make use of this Tyrant's Rage and Revenge combo, because hypothetically they do find a setup. The damage is expected to come from a very single target hero in the form of a Leslie. You do have a Valentina, but the Valentina at that point had very little scaling accomplished due to the fact that they had to manage the matchup so much. Like the laning or the mid control, as mentioned here by Reflections, hasn't been as easy for their mid duo compared to what we saw from Geltec Cyber team.
Well, we set up not only this match, but also Stream B. It was Virtus Pro going against Twisted Minds. Rose, how's that series shaking up?
Hey guys, Rose here once again, reporting live from Stream B. Just to keep you guys in the loop, Twisted Minds has just won up against Virtus Pro in a 15-minute game. And as we enter Game 2 in this series, will Virtus Pro be able to equalize the score, or will Twisted Minds sweep their first match this MWI? That's it from us in Stream B. Throwing it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Rose. Again, 2 streams happening, multiple matches taking place at once. Make sure you have 2 monitors, 2 phones, whatever you need to stay up to date with everything MWI and Esports World Cup. Twisted Minds taking an early lead up 1-0. Virtus Pro, do we believe in them to come back, force a Game 3? What are we thinking? Eterna, come on.
That's my girl. That's my girl, Chin Chao. I don't know what happened in that game, but I'm pretty sure she had something to say about it.
Yeah, she's pretty historic, right? I mean, I was looking at her stats and looking at her history. Like, she's got a lot of history when it comes to MLBB as a whole.
She reminds me of Roger. I don't know why. Jin Chao is like equivalent to Roger.
Really?
Yeah, that was her hero back in the day.
Yeah, I remember her going through so much hair color changes as well. Like, I think she's been here long enough to have like multiple changes in terms of her hair color, because that thing doesn't wash away as quick. So yeah, she's like considerably a veteran in the scene, and I agree. She probably did shine in that series, and the trend so far has been 2-0, but I don't know if VP could break it.
I don't know. By the way, speaking of hair color, I got a couple of grays coming in. I might have to take some advice from you ladies and get rid of these grays so I can look 22. I think that's what I am. Hey, check it out.
Age gap.
That's right. It was a great series, though, for sure, but it really was. GK Esports consistently trying to come back. We get down to our final moments, and it was Geltec Cyber Team just closing the door shut, and it was just a brutal team fight.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful. I think Miracle mentioned it as well as he was casting Cuejo on the Atlas. Now, this really reminds you of how much of an amazing hero. This was the play. That was the play that really sealed the deal there for Geltec. The fact that she was able to find that flank, understanding that Nefiria did not bring the Purify. She still had to force the Flicker, considering, you know, the Leslie doesn't have an escape tool, which is why I was so worried about the Leslie pick earlier on. She was able to utilize that to her advantage, take her out, because at that point of the game, Nefiria was dealing so much damage, but luckily enough, they tunnel visioned on that.
Yeah. And I think it's been another example of the EXP lane and the roamer just really being the anchors of the team and doing such a good job at finding these perfectly timed initiations. In that particular example, again, it was Nefiria who barely had the means to get out, because even if she did still have a flicker left, she had to use it to get away from the Atlas who was chasing her. And afterwards, you still have a penalty zone. So there's just so much chase that you had to get away from, and it was not an easy task. And to add to that, I think that was the first time we ever saw the Esmeralda finally shut down, because we didn't really get to see the Esmeralda perform as much. It's not a matchup thing, I'd say, like against the Terizla, who people really consider to be just an NPC or a filler type of EXP laner to just get the job done. It's not really a matchup thing. So I think it was really more on the execution and just Geltech being the better team in this particular game.
Yeah, because I think it was Jessica, City Esports, who was utilizing Esmeralda quite well, right? And clearly doing it very well. Esmeralda is probably going to be a pick we're going to be seeing quite often. I am sure of it. Harara as well. You know, we've now witnessed that twice as the first pick during the hero selection. I'm sure it'll be much the same going into the next one. And speaking of the next one, obviously Leslie, a lot of criticism towards Leslie, a lot of criticism potentially towards Kufra as well, just not getting as much value. So now for GK Esports, what's the adjustment?
I would say drafts. I wouldn't even just put highlights on the Leslie as well as the Kufra. But I don't really enjoy seeing a blind Valentina. Like, I don't know if that was a comfort pick, which does happen to a few teams. Like, it's a power pick, that's why they go for the Valentina really early. But it feels like in that composition, they could have gone for something different, right? The Lilia was available, there was still the Zetian. So even though the Yves and the Jushin was banned out, they still had the option of going for the Valia themselves. So again, personally, I also didn't see the Valentina pick or the impact that the Valentina pick had in that particular game. What did you think about the Valentina?
It could have been very impactful. I understand it was a blind pick. Not a lot of us are fans of Valentina blind pick, but at the same time, it felt like the next best option since the Juicin and the Eve are already out, in terms of the current meta at least. But the fact that they decided to pair it with a Kufra, I think it was very limiting in a sense of how aggressive they could play the mid river, like the mid duo, like their combination together. Because Kufra is a roamer you just expect to really catch you by surprise, go for the setups. It's not the type of roamer to play aggressive, and it's not the type of roamer that's in your face who's just constantly trying to annoy you every single time. So the Valentina pretty much had to do a lot of work by herself instead of her being coordinated alongside a reliable roamer in that sense.
Do you know who would be then the shot caller for GK Esports to get them on board with the same strategy? Because like, if you look at them, obviously you're getting into these team fights, it's not working out well. You're then trying to potentially send out a solo hero. That's not working out because you're getting shut down, because Geltech Cyber Team, they're staying together, right? And they're not moving. It's tough to take those individual solo fights. Kufra, again, not getting that value going into this next hero selection. Gonna have to think it through. But then again, you go back to our previous series, Falcons Indonesia. They came out wild, right, with their hero picks, and they overcompensated, trying to make back the lost ground that they lost just previously. And I'm really hoping GK doesn't get into that, because I felt like they played decently well. They did, in fact, it worked a bit during that first series, or that first map, I should say. But I don't think they're so far behind to where they just need to break the mold and just go into an uncomfortable hero selection and just try something wild.
I get it. I understand. It's us. If we're going back to our wild card mindset of hopefully teams just simplify their approach, you know? Like, they just don't overcomplicate things to a point where even they themselves have a difficulty of pulling it off because of just how demanding the lineup eventually becomes.
Yeah.
Because that lineup felt like you had to land a setup, but where's the follow-up going to come from? You had to make sure that Nefiria was well farmed enough. But even when that time came, like, that could only do so much because everyone else from Geltech was also just as farmed up.
So let's keep things simple, right? Let's go back to the drafts, let's go back to the fundamentals, because I think they were definitely overthinking it. And I like the approach for GK this time around, right? They are going to be on blue side this time around, and they do respect the Hirara. So the Hirara finally gets eliminated away. Kioe will not be able to get her hands on it, and I think that's huge respect and one of the main win cons that GK really need to focus on, right? They need to be able to shut down Kioe. How do they do that is perhaps ban out the Hirao. That's something that they go for. You see the Yves being banned again, Phoveus banned, Freya, Zushin, and the Marcel. So what will be the priority here for GK? Do they want to go for something a lot more safer, like pick up a Claude in the gold lane, right? Win that lane for themselves. So they go back to the fundamentals and they find a winning lane.
Simplify it and make sure that it's at least a power pick or a winning matchup. But I think they will go for the simpler yet safer route as they decide to prioritize a Harith first pick. But apart from this, I think the Nolan remains accessible for Geltech Cyber Team if they ever want to consider that, considering that that's the Hirara that's banned out. And I think it's great to like opt for those kinds of heroes that could just generally make positioning difficult and dancing around the Zaman Force very difficult for the Harith. But again, in this scenario, it's another Valentina that they decided to pick up. It's Geltech doing it this time though.
Okay, so is this a blind pick considering that they want to eliminate a Sora, a potential Sora? It's an interesting early emphasis, I would say, for the Valentina this early.
Yeah, I think the Sora Valentina matchup has been a couple months back. It's been a couple months back since we last saw something of that sort. So it does feel like just a general priority for the Valentina, but it does make you think twice about picking up those other very ultimate reliant heroes that could still come out. So Gige, I think generally their first 3 picks have been very safe in a sense. Like in this regard, if you do expect the Esmeralda to come out, which Geltech will not let past, they still have an option of further limiting Kyoei's hero options, since they did opt to go for the Esmeralda, because either way they could have taken it out since they prioritized the Paquito and Harith, but this is looking a bit too dangerous for them because they've already picked 2 heroes who are very reliant on shield generation.
At this rate, I think they need to do that. I agree with you. And they also need to consider how... That's why they went for Hylos. Okay, technically Hylos has a point-and-click stun, right? So even if, let's say, Kyoei goes for something assassin-heavy, like, let's say, a Harley or a Nolan, there is some catch coming in from the Hylos. And that's why maybe they picked up the Paquito themselves. I know they picked up the Paquito, understanding that there's still an Esmeralda on the other side, but they also need a source of burst after that point-and-click stun hits.
But can they reach that point where they'll have enough burst? Because it's looking like they're going to be forced to play a bit passive, considering just the matchups so far. It's a Harith Claude. It's manageable, but based on Geltech's rotations in game number 1, it feels as if it will be a bit easier for the Claude to get away. And this time, the Esmeralda is going to lane up against the Paquito. And the Hylos isn't really an aggressive type of roamer per se.
She's got tenacity this time, right?
Yep.
Little different choice on some of the emblems here instead of what we saw previously,
Play it safe. You know you can't win every single duel.
Yeah.
Melee here. Trying to double camp. I'm pretty sure that's not how it works still. You could try, but miss me out. Crossing the threshold here. Helping score that early Little Wanderer.
So even with the changes that we've seen on the jungle and some of these tankier heroes, seems to still be the main way to go. You know, pick up the Boxes, pick up the Barretts, pick up... Eventually we'll see the Fredrins,
It's not like they're completely dead, it's just...
Mình tới du từ xa ra lại một tắc icon. Icon vì cái xỉn xính nó vốn nhưng bố còn một tắc icon và flat trên cái. Bây giờ lại trong một phe tiết vì du hay là do bay mình nhắm bay thì mình bay. Con bên ở sổ luôn lại. Ta cái đai pi ngay bay ngay bắt hay thời gian tập bè. Đấy, nó đặt cái đai tiết. Thì rồi nhưng mà ban đây
you know, the MSC and MWI as a whole, where it's like, yeah, we find ourselves in this once again.
We gave the MSC skin a box this year.
So it's part
of the plan.
Yeah, it's Moonton's at work. We see the grand plan now.
It's clear
that for Virtus Pro, it's no problem for them to quickly rotate. Again, you have a Boxia, you have the Rafaela. They started up. It's Maylane pulling it slightly over to their side. Sa holding onto that RWM. Rafa with the jump in. And the crash. Shifting skies. Look at the damage. RWM missed me out. With the Crimson Bacon. Maylane very low gets pulled out by the guiding winds. And there is first blood. Double kill for Maylane. Missed me out falls. Rafa flickers back. Sa flicker 2. Void Crystal takes down Rafa on the bottom. Can Chincha win the duel? Chincha already took to the side. Gold laners have already used their ults.
They've both been used. Sa's there though, and Chincha. They're gonna go for Lunar.
Drops it. A little bit more. Minu to the rescue. Lunar's fine.
Yeah, she's got the heal. The timing was just off a bit. Whoa.
Uh-oh.
Did she get it?
Cow got it.
Cow got it.
Okay, it went from worse to bad.
Yeah. Cow gets the orange buff away from Miss Meow.
Denied.
Denied. And Twisted potentially almost got a kill on this bottom side Lunar, but good thing Minun's there to go ahead and heal her back up. She will go ahead and get this reset going.
You
see how much damage potential too comes from a Barrett's early game. Like that's crazy. And there isn't even the War Axe built up.
And I'm thinking, is she going to build War Axe first?
Yeah.
Is this going to be a different build path? No,
like
it's the same.
It's the same build.
First, Ida War Axe, and she gets it at 3.5 minutes.
Yeah,
and she comes. No, she did not steal it. It's Miss Meow who gets her own bomb. But Detna's welcome, plus the RWM. Crimson Beacon won't save her. Miss Meow goes down. Minun falls as well, living back it off. But Chincha wants more. Chincha gets knocked up. And she's finally backing off.
You're seeing it, man. You're seeing this Leo in action in a lot of these early skirmishes where Virtus Pro just unfortunately cannot go face to face when there's a stacked up Barretts like this and the rest of the squad. There's too much even slowing them down to like get away. You know, whether that's with the real world manipulation from Saw or not, or trying to run away with having a Matilda chase you down and bring back one of the members of Twisted. Virtus Pro just doesn't have a plan to deal with that, and now they're gonna have to watch this second turtle go in the hands of Twisted. Yeah, they got the first one, but Twisted will easily get the second turtle of the game.
My lord, are we seeing a Vietnamese Ube, Joseph? 3,000 gold up! Shifting skies by Daisy, flickers on out, forcing a puissance from Miss Meow. Minun doesn't know what to do. She popped her ult just to push back Twisted Minds.
Will be enough timely stretch this match onto game number 3.
Yeah, the only question I have is just like, is the box just still good is the question right now, right? We've been seeing it a lot so far. Yep. I think we've seen it like 2 times, right? One time it won. One time it didn't. And Kyoe's just been having a blast on these assassins. Another signature pick here today. Lethal Ignition is the choice for Yui though, so not really just a full utility type of Faramis. It's all in for damage on top of it.
Speaking of damage as well with the Faramis, it just gives more value onto Sonjik as Valentina. Eternia has mentioned this, and give Geltec a really nice advantage too. But let's see. But now we appreciate the effort just spawning out here with the star dances as well. Immediate first blood. Surprisingly, it's GK Esports getting head-to-head this early onto Geltec.
It's a really good start for the game to Hylos, I guess, because it is Asu who actually gets the first kill of the game. It would have been great if it was someone else. This is the thing about the Harith though. Nefira is really gonna struggle this game. Last time she was put onto a winning matchup. This time, it's not so much a winning matchup level 1 to 3. Tokyo is gonna have a blast in that lane, and on top of it,
definitely
with the winning matchup and a Hayabusa with a Valentina all around, it's gonna get even tougher. On top of that, later in the team fights, Liubon's on Esmeralda just soaking in those shields.
She is going to have the time of her life with a Paquito and a Heart. Imagine all the team fights they are on. And we see the true value as well of what Geltec has done here onto their composition. And right on cue, Turtle half respawn. There's Alecta, but I don't think their damage will be enough. Might be more on the clutch play here for Alyssa. She needs to keep Kyoe at bay. Lemon goes in. Oh, let's see. Kuejo, on the other hand, force out of her Revitalize Tokyo with a freeze on Alyssa. Now they get rolling in with Tokyo Blazing Duet. Beautiful and down immediately. Geltec goes in with a kill. Plus a turtle as well. That's 2 birds with 1 stone immediately for Geltec. And Asu as well. Might pull down. Sojiki onto the front with the basic attacks plus the sticker as well is enough to taunt them down. Non-stop MLBB action from minute 2. And Geltec had the most out of it. And part 2 yet again. Alyssa onto the tower. But still, enough for now. That's a again going in. Just when you thought it's over, it's not yet finished.
My goodness. Started off really good for GK, but what happened after that? They were looking for a brawl. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, Athena, it's the backfire of picking a Faramis into a Valentina. Sanjike was already level 4. Yui, not quite at that level, did not have the Netherrealm to play with. So at the end of the day, it was Geltec who got all the advantages that GK should have had coming into neutral objective 1. It's a sustain, it's just battling it out, and also a whiff on the flicker for Alyssa that gave way for the rest of the team to collapse on her. Now it's Asu caught in the Rapid Dryad.
And Asu can do nothing, even with a glorious pathway. That's what?
Almost
1/4 HP left for her. And for Geltec as well, we've mentioned that this is going to be a total massacre. Starting it off with the Esmeralda being prioed, and Sonjike with a prio pick of the Valentina as well. We see GK kind of struggling. They have somewhat of a game plan here. Just let Neferia and Malaysia snowball, but that isn't happening because most likely for Geltec, that's the next course of action. Target and shut down Neferia as early as possible, and all they have to do is just wait for them to actually take the bait. And Tokyo, right now, might have a hard time, but all she needs to do is just clear off the wave, not really putting herself onto the line, and Sonjika onto the back. Now we see some kind of a sandwich method. Asu forced out of her glorious pathway.
Electa?
And Electa will be saved with the nether here by Yui. But now they're left defenseless. GCT right now has the chance to totally tone her down. Even the Diamond Force, Neferia is forced to back away. Sonjika with a dash out. The flicker has already been exhausted as well, just to try and run away. Alyssa will catch Kiwi onto the side, and Neferia did a great job as well, putting down core damage dealers here from Geltec.
Geltec, instant punish by GK. As they're looking to play it around again. This time Yui has another realm, right? That was the big difference from the first turtle, and you could see how much of a difference it actually played in that skirmish. GK was able to just prolong those team fights, play around Neferia and peel for her while all the frontliners took the damage. Alyssa, great flank, caught Kyoe off guard as well, rotated quicker as she cleared in bot. Now for Geltec, I think you can actually add a bit of a question mark there. Coach Osprey, very detailed when it comes to just win conditions and playing around those objectives. Geltec could have just taken the free turtle for a dive on the weak side, but they instead tried to go for a fight. They wanted to save Tokyo up top, and it costed them a lot.
And that is why you have to stick to the plan. Be disciplined as well here for Geltec. That is too much time wasted actually onto chasing down members of GK. That's why they were able to maximize their sustained lineup. The free hits here for Neferia, and now Kyoe still will secure the turtle. Plus they slowly disengage. Neferia with his Summon Force, not able to really put a dent onto Leobon's shield as well. It's all about surviving first for GK. Plus I like what Alyssa is doing. Just pushing off the waves here against GCT, forcing up to their top.
She's been doing what Tito hasn't been able to do in day one of MWI so far. Splitting the team up. Leobon!
Whoa! Okay, that's a force copy. Another here for Sonjike. Neferia will but Tokyo still gets in with the blazing duet. Now Alyssa punches. For GCT, he slowly retreat back, but Sonjike is still alive with Kyoe dashing in through the members of GK, but that is two members immediately down here for Geltec. Sonjike with a clutch of flicker just to escape the impending danger from GK Esports. Now they target the mid lane turret. Geltec caught off guard there onto the jump from GK.
It's all about waiting for the Nether Realm and then the Zaman Force, right? Because as long as the Furia plays around as Zaman Force, as long as they have the Nether Realm, they're completely fine taking these fights head on against Geltec. GK not able to fully utilize their composition because it was a Yui that was still level 3 without the Nether Realm. After that, it's been smooth sailing every time they go for the 5v5, but now Alyssa gets caught in a 2v1.
Even the Dryad was committed onto her solely. And Alyssa will be able to dash away constantly. Tokyo running for his life. And Alyssa will do it. He won't go back down. He won't die onto the hands of GCT.
1 HP gets away from a 2v1, but unfortunately it's still a loss at the end of the day. A tier 2 taken and nothing traded across the map. Tokyo gets it, just a bit delayed there. Alyssa wants to go for the chase. Needs to respect. Kuejo is waiting. Just around the bush, around the corner. Now with Sonjika baiting out the Zaman Force.
Okay.
Small window opens up and they're going to utilize this window. Straight they go into the Lord. 8 minutes in. This is the first Lord of the game. Kyoe is already on it.
Okay, it's all about placing yourselves earlier on the vicinity of the Lord. Tokyo, focus fire onto the Lord. Okay, now they change targets. Right connecting. Electa with Yui as well. They're safe.
Like the land, my life.
Now they have to back away.
Oh, Harad commit one. Over commitment, but Harad.
And they go in. Killway as well will get them immediate
Harad long luôn bạc. Ta, cái vai vậy.
That's a very nice rolling storm here for Liu.
Ui, SME.
Trying to run away.
SME vai.
A bit of Ghostbusters here.
Mà stand này nè. Stand cả bên vai đây.
Liubon onto 2 members. I think this might be it. That is going to be a kill here onto Liubon. Meanwhile, onto the mid lane, it's
Harad
Electa
over
slowly
commitment.
retreating back. It might have been messy, but I think GCT still got the most out of it.
GK's box was scattered by Geltech. They had so many angles to attack from Tokyo.
GK năng Saudi Arabia. GCT năng Russia.
Waiting for the Netherrealm and the Zaman Force, forcing them into these really weird situations where they just can't utilize their resources together. Once they're scattered, it was just GCT.
Estimate, nó chưa biết bơi vào này. As I remember, estimate đã biết bơi vào. Có tham bị ta với rôn cho rôn lăng experience land class enough chẳng vì cho esme. Nam môi miền Bắc thì tôi chẳng pick esme lọ. Hay nam môi sẽ player sẽ sấy rồi. Player sẽ sấy which one you confort, pick it, just pick it.
To show up on the mat, Random Giant here for Guecho. Even the Revitalize has been activated. Netherlands clutch here for Sonjike. The suppress is enough here for Electa as well. And they go in, Neferio with a free hits with his Alan Force, but the jump from Leo will stop them on their tracks. Tokyo with a blazing do a chase down onto Neferio Electa. And this will hit right onto their head. Sonjike with the dashes as well onto the side lane. Alyssa now. The ball is on their court. Will they go for the kill? Yup, but the BMI is there. Tokyo won't fall down. Sonjiku with a kill. Neferia goes in with a trade. That's too much of a mess. But Kyowe, out of all
I smell trong khói
focus on to getting
physical defense kia thì muối đọ cooldown. Seal chăn chừng mồn kia thì pi slow effect mọc thay phía rồi. Kia thì pi. Ô kia vì. Ô, smell bờ ta. Mở patch at all. Sorry là mình. Mình tha cái bờ đá mẹ này cái vị này. Chú xin cái nơi sẽ chua đây. Đã bắt mid của là tranhอยู่đồ ra nhưng expectationอยู่đồ ra mid lane là mình là tranh.
Saw the vision, went in and punished GK out of that team fight. A few desperate moves here and there as they try to recoup. Alyssa went for the flicker, trying to go in for the kill here, but Tokyo gets out just in time with the BMI. Great read as well by Songjika, is able to provide enough heal. You can see the built-up frustration from GK. It looked so good up until it just all fell right in front of them.
And that's the thing. For Geltech, it's all about the mechanics as well and how well they will survive the incoming attacks here for GK. Lord onto the top lane.
They don't have the best of clear.
They've already managed the order way
tầng ngọt hai đất cho vậy. Bây hơi.
The shadow kill, almost half an HP left here for Neferia. That shields it will
be enough. Tokyo but no. Fail.
They slowly
Bị SMA rồi.
It's 3 members down.
Đánh Tokyo.
Okay, with the Cyclone Eye, Nefer with a chase down. Zaman Force as well. Shield is enough. She's just brute forcing her way out of this with a flicker as well. That's 5 women chasing her down.
Cái cái vai vậy.
But for GK, all that matters is that they could push back onto the turret
to
anyone.
That's true. They just gotta make sure they don't stay here too long. That wave up top is looking juicy, and they call it off. It's a wave up top, gonna build up, and that's why Geltech want to stop these recalls. They want to have those minions be a threat all the way while regaining control of the map. GK, this is very scary to play with the whole wave crashing down again. They're gonna be they're forced to walk back to base all the way to the top wave, and it's Geltech who wanna capitalize on this. Purple buff still secured by GK, so not much was taken away by Geltech, but still. Despite all that, despite a big win, 3-0 in that defense, they're only able to get a tier 1 in the mid lane, and now it's Geltech back with the map control.
Yep.
Tokyo, though, way too aggressive. I know she was trying to get that turret down, but you have to respect the damage of GK. It's just deja vu to game number 1, where Neferia started to get those items rolling on the Leslie. This time it's on the Harith. Damage dealt ranking, Neferia is very close to the rest of the team. Tokyo, Sonjika, obviously still top 2. Kyoe is just do an assassin job, right? It's all about cleaning up.
Tokyo, you might have the damage, but remember for GK Esports, they slowly crawling their way out. So they still have enough of skills to totally sort out on who to target. And now for GCT, even if they lost on that specific takedown onto the turret, and G was able to take down a turret onto the mid lane, the good thing is that they still had the lead, and now they're forcing their way again with Coedge's rather Brian. Electo right now, half an HP left. Crucial save here for you with Netherrealm, but that's it. GCT will still the risk here. Neferia goes in with a plan A, which is to totally annihilate members here for Geltec. Now they slowly back away. That's a 1-for-1. Electa isn't having any of it. Coedge might fall down. Alyssa targeting Tokyo with a blazing duet. And she will be doing it. What a save, what a kill here. But no, Sanjik is still alive and kicking. Now Neferia is left alone here onto the mid lane. Will she risk it? I think that's enough of a gameplay. They need to relax.
They really do. I mean, at this point, they need to start brawling more and more. Live from Paris, by the way. Got a few stars in the building. Very entertained already. Back to the point, it really comes down to how they utilize the Scar lane up top. They have the slow push constantly going in. They do not need to go for the fight. It's on GK to force the fight away from them. So for Geltec, it's all about playing the slow game. Yes, Alyssa's on the Paquito. She can go up top to handle the wave, but having that man advantage, hold on, Geltec. They're looking for the sneak. The Harrods up top, the expanding rivers.
Okay.
Gives him a bit of a boost, but Kyoe just... Electa!
Okay, that's crazy. Electa just again with a drive-through.
Now
Geltec is forced to tore them down. Making the most out of it. Tokyo with a blazing duet hitting on.
Wipe out rồi.
Has to find a way to actually defend for their base. Liuban goes in with a falling Starman. They're just buying to slowly crawl their way on the base of and this might be it. Neferia. This is the final clash or might be, because now Liuban members of GK. That's a total wipe out. And Geltec yet again comes up on top. They're just waiting for the next wave of minion to actually help them finish off this round. But there is a few seconds left for GK Esports to totally reset and defend and not let GCT finish off this round onto a 2-0.
A hero play by Electa that saves the game. Geltec wanted to end. If they got a Lord, I think they would have still been able to go for that team fight with the Lord, getting all of the base turrets. So at the end of the day, I think GK that's still ended up still saving the game for them.
Okay.
Oh, they still want to just go for it. They think they're strong enough.
Asserting their dominance here for Geltec. Just come down onto the map. Clear off the last spinning wave that Geltec has managed to sort their way through. And with that, 16 minutes in the game, still it's not yet the end here for GK Esports.
Nope. It is in the end. They still have a shot. It's 3 base turrets down, which makes it incredibly difficult to come back. But what a steal by Electa. No one checked the bush. No one Kumar'd. You sometimes need to Kumar, you know? He's got to check the bush.
And with the backsha.
Yeah, oh, that's true. But okay, that's true. The box is the one waiting in the bush, though, this time. It's not the one checking the bush.
Okay. But for GK Esports, that is somewhat of a breakthrough, actually. It was quite refreshing to see Electa go in with a big highlight play, the most crucial highlight play against Geltec Esports. If they didn't get that Lord, that might have been the end of it. But now for Geltec Esports, now they check each and every bush. That's a very expensive lesson to learn, and Liuban as well has to be really careful onto committing the falling star. Even though it's kind of a low cooldown, but still, a few seconds may be what GK Esports needs to actually come back from this deficit.
Yeah, they had a shot earlier. They tried to send the Harith up top instead of the Paquito. I feel like this is a mistake that we're seeing again. GK's got to send Alyssa up top to deal with the wave. This is an evolved Lord. If Geltech learn from their mistakes,
that's
if they go and send some of those members into bushes, which they have done.
Việt Nam đã pi zone cũng tiếng Anh cũng chua thật can pi zone, I don't know pi mua giờ đó phân lơ hà đó, phân lơ hà đó vẹn đi hà đó lên. Ô, đừng make toan em. Hà đất mau bị khỏi, 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 hà đất mau bị khỏi. À ngon hà đất bạc. À tọt trái chiên. Bom hà đất bạc. Hà đất mau bị khỏi ơi, cái vay cái đầu. Cái vay hà đất nâng, mà còn mau bị khỏi cái vay hà đất nâng, mình vay này cái vay hà đất nâng cái này. Lỡ slow mà pay phía đó kia thì pi nó ơi, phải chơi mày. Pi zone tiệt.
GG, well played. Geltech Cyber Team and their in-game adaptation, just learning from every single mistake.
Oh my god.
And coming back from it.
Look at that.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. It happened once. Electa held a bush. No one was holding it. Second time around, they had both frontliners holding these crucial bushes, not giving Electa a single opening to make it to the Lord Pit, to get a possible 50-50 trade. And it was just well played.
Man, that was wild. Imagine.
Osprey's happy.
Trying to attempt the same move, and they was like, no can do, sir. No can do, man.
Ôn lên bánh khóc luôn ạ.
They dealt with it so well.
Bánh đội hiên chơi vay ghét ở big chang cho bánh ạ.
In the late game with the Claude fully built up, you shred that Baksha. And we get to see the replay again of that moment right there. They were late to it. Nobody was accompanying Electa. They thought Electa could just get another good angle to walk up to the Lord Pit to go for the retreat. And it was a bait in the end of the day. Geltech knew they never wanted to go for the 50-50. It's all about fighting, it's all about brawling, it's all about creating a chaotic skirmish where their heroes would do better. We're gonna throw it to the studio to dissect that game yet again.
Watch list.
Yeah. So if ever we're going up against the Knights, you have to watch out for that Matilda, and that might even just become a first phase ban.
Xem đi stream Khmer chứ.
Whatever side you're in, and knowing that you're going up against Twisted.
Ai kết tham về mơ bật Falcon zone ở team purple. I don't know, let's see nó đi.
Let's see if how
Falcon cái đai của Sam đấy.
We're gonna go on moving forward with the Matilda now being showcased by them, and if other teams will emulate it. It's exciting that after what we saw from from series number 1 now into series number 2, it just opened up the possibilities even more.
Think about how crazy that is, that today, on day 1 of MWI, we saw a winning Hanabi, a winning 1-1 now. What else won that's unique? Winning, definitely, I mean, those two.
A winning Kagura.
A winning Kagura. Like, the Barretts has kind of popped up before, but these are like the 3 heroes that are like...
Matilda first pick winning too.
Yeah, Matilda first pick. That is kind of surprising, like, oh, it's working.
Yeah, and I love it because that's how we set up MWI at the start of the day, and we've seen it just from the 2 matches. But still not done. We have 2 more matches ahead, and right now an interview on stage with LaFell.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. My name is Phil. Alongside me is Sa, as well as Kyle. First of all, congratulations for winning that one. How do you guys feel after the win?
Very happy.
Very happy.
We're very happy because we are winner.
Yeah. So right now, Sa, I have to say, right, game number 2, your Eve was perfect, right? You guys had almost 10,000 goldie, like around 9,000, 10,000. But then when you're in the base, the enemy had a great defense.
Wow.
You guys almost lost it, right? But then you guys recovered. How do you guys recover from the enemy almost going into your base?
Ván thứ hai, team mình đã có một khởi đầu xuất sắc và đã lead được.
Chơi translator.
Tuy nhiên là khi mà đến nhà chính ở team bạn thì có một số mistake xảy ra, cho nên là team bạn đã có cơ hội để comeback. Thì bạn nghĩ thế nào về việc đó? So we had like 10,000, right? And we're okay to try thing. So I feel very chill. Even we lose the fight or anything, I feel very chill. And I trust my team
that we can still come back and adjust myself also because I hold the power.
Because you hold the power. Speaking of, again, your Eve was perfect, but then game number 1,
Translatorនឹងតិចឈរសោចឲ្យមកទេ
any other mid laners will
Hello
use
hello
Kagura, or
Supro hello
is it just a slot
Hello
special?
អ្នកនាងចាប់ដល់គូខ្មែរនេះចាប់គូនឹងដល់គូខ្មែរនេះចាប់សម្ភារនឹងដល់គូខ្មែរ
All right, well there you go. Her Kagura is probably the best. Now, here's the thing. I also want to ask Cow, because in game number 1, you guys pick up Matilda and then Barats, right? People watching the stream, they were like, wait, you're fighting against Gord. Gord might kill the Barats. Do you guys have any worry about the Gord? You're like, yeah, we don't care.
Actually, we don't. We it's in our plan already. Cause like that's why we picked the Kagura for, and her Kagura performs very well, right? Then that's already in our plan.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, lovely to hear.
ពួក
Because
ម៉ាក់
here's
តេ
the
កា
thing,
មី
like, a
ណង
lot of things are
ឡូ
developing
សុភ័
here
ក្រ
in
ស្ដីស្ដីអស់នេះ
MWI, and it looks like every team is super prepared. Now, here's the thing. Very clean game just now, right? Next,
Perang
you're gonna
Espany.
fight either
Perang
GK or GCT. Are you prepared for that? Is there any worry going up against either
គូ
GK
ខ្មែរ
or
ដាក់ចង្វាក់បេះដូង
GCT
ហ្មង
after this?
That both team are a strong team and we also already prepare for ourselves and we're confident to fight against them.
Is there any team that you're worried about going up against later on?
Not our group.
Anyone? Like, are you thinking that maybe Vitality might be a problem
Yeah,
for
of
you
course.
guys?
Yeah, of course. Vitality and Navi Philippines, I think.
So now, you know what? I didn't give Chiba this chance, but is there anything that you guys want to say to all of your fans watching back at home?
Hello guys, please support us in our this tournament. We're very happy if you guys support us and always follow our journey. Mọi người ơi nhớ ủng hộ team của mình nha. Sẽ rất là vui nếu như mà mọi người ủng hộ team của mình và đưa comment những lời cổ vũ gửi đến team của mình. Cảm ơn.
Well, there you go. Thank you very much, Sa, as well as Kao. And you guys can follow their journey, follow their social media as well. You know, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, whatever you guys use. So thank you very much. Good luck for the next match. And for now, I will be throwing it to the Des. Now I'll be throwing it to Break.
Like
so
subscription.
We'll see you guys for the 3rd best of 3 right after this.
Like subscription ដល់គ្នា ចាំតិចវាដាច់ subscription បាត់ទៅវាអត់ load ចង្វាក់បេះដូងហ្នឹង Okay. Subscribe ហើយហ្នឹង Okay. អូសម្រាប់5នាទីទៀត Okay សម្រាប់5នាទី សម្រាប់5នាទីនេះចិត្តដល់ហើយបុកពោះ មកនេះច្បាប់បេះដូងដាច់ subscription វាអត់ load ដល់គ្នាមើលចាប់ដល់គូខ្មែរ guys prepare Are you ready គូខ្មែរ is coming ចិត្តដល់ហើយ guys ត្រៀមខ្លួនហើយឬនៅ Are you ready ថ្ងៃហ្នឹង គាត់ caster មែនអត់ទេអត់មាន caster ខ្មែរអត់ទេអត់មាន caster ខ្មែរទេណា We don't have ខ្មែរ caster Win season 4 ហ្នឹងមានកក្កដាសង្ឃឹមតែមានចុះបើសិនជាមានក៏ល្អគាត់ត្រឡប់មកវិញដល់គ្នាជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតរបស់យើង
Well,
Ôi KX Lex Mana បងនេះចូលឡូវហើយនៅសួរដល់ណាទៀតលោកអើយចូលដល់ការប្រកួតលើនេះគឺពុក countdown នេះមិនខ្វះទេអ្នកសួរលោកអើយលោកអើរត់ដល់ទៅអត់ណាឃើញសម្រាប់ដល់ពេលលើនឹងសម្រាប់ដូចយើងឆ្ងល់ហ្មងណានេះគឺឆ្លៃចិត្តហ្មង One more minute, guys. Website keng bật. Chật đọc tiền like nè đó kia. Ọt ban đồ nẹp mong đây prototype tôi được sắp mùi tiết cầm phong tại lên game Mobile Legends. Ok ok. Ha Safety. Cú Campuchia bao giờ chất mà đó là guys. Đây rôm xì xôn xì sẵn khói mến bông ọt đăng này nè kia sơn đơn roster. Hello hello Dương Chan Ronald Đạch. Trời xí Trình Duyên đó luôn. Sam Safety cho đó cam cốt trong Campuchia bao giờ này. Bây giờ đó mình này mới pay bóc bụi ạ. Mà cái link văn văn ngọt này ơi cụ cốt nè. Hello neng neng. Bật đích mán bong. Ô bật đích kìa. Cú không ai xông ọt bật đích bà. Chia sài. Xông mân bật đích tê bà.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Bà chặt trôi này chặt trôi. Bà riêng nhỏ đây tích tích anh nhom riêng chập đám nhỏ đây tích tích này. Mình sẽ ghé VSHOPKH.com. Code read it. In read it we trash. No worry.
MWI day one here on Stream B, still ongoing. We're heading into the first series of the day, and it's still us, the We Bear Bros. Ever since it's been us. Us three. It's bear number 4.
បាទយើងមាន300 រៀលពីវីរ៉ុនសាត Love You បងអាកា Castle Data 2 Eon 2 Rap Star ហើយយូយអូយមានណាស្រីចាស់ដឹងស្រីចាស់
First time we get to share a desk together, and I'm paddle hosting. Oh my god.
តែយើងចង់ stream live Mobile Legends ហ្នឹងបានអត់និយាយទៅ stream ខ្លះត្រូវមានការសុំកម្មសិទ្ធិបញ្ញាពីគេ Ủa là sao tại đôi EWC tao dân xong hái kê approve dân tiết mà mẹn con tại dân bấm pin form xong hái kê ao dân tệ to tại kê approve dân receive mà receive bạn bờ ở trong tế rồi cả livestream bọn nó thấy thằng strike.
I'd like to believe that you're a consequence of just timing. You say the right things at the wrong time.
You know what? I'll take it away. By the way, can I just say it's fun interviewing the girls? They talk a lot. They do. They're very good.
Nó cho ấy đã. Trong Campuchia dân cho ấy nụ. Guys, let's go. Trong Campuchia dân cho lại guys. Cho lại.
Big fan of stoicism. I mean not me.
Cho lại guys, cho lại.
Yeah, I wasn't here.
No, trong Campuchia dân nó khỏi ạ. Phong phật kinh tệ.
I'm just gonna stand here and watch you guys.
Cho hơi.
I appreciate that.
Trời anh lột lọ.
Love you.
Thank you.
Out of all the men I've ever known, you are one of the ones that I love.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Theo món và bà pi rồi đi pi sầm nắng. Tao dân trong Campuchia, su Campuchia, su. Mà pay sen pi kem Isona con tran. Trong Campuchia chnia, trong Campuchia chnia. Nhom bọc ạch, để con bọc ạch bé chân đi.
I don't know actually. It's always changing.
Trong Campuchia su, trong Campuchia su.
It shows up here. It's like I'm gonna try to pull it out.
Should have been maybe Ayanami. Just to confuse the opponents.
That's true.
All right?
That's true.
Because the previous meta is just saying not Ayanami. So it's like...
Miền 500 riel pi đi nè, 7 sen pi Kim Lang.
It's still not Ayanami.
This
is the World Championship winning roster from 2024, except with the addition of Rain and Rian. Of course,
Navi.
អរគុណកាកា24លោកអាចចលនាទ្របសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេនលីអូគេផ្សេងមានទំហំ XXL តែលីអូកាកាមានទំហំ XNXX
ចុយអូបានរត់ឆ្លើយយកមក
And ever since there,
there
were questions about whether or not Navi can keep it up.
កម្ពុជាស៊ូMWI
អេងសំហៃសម្រាប់បុកលុយ88សេន
អរគុណសុគី88សេនមកណាបន្តជាប់ top 1 $10ពេញបបតែម្ដងបាទ
Thinking about who can get to the grand finals of MWI.
យើងមាន300រៀលពីពងវរសាត់
Yeah, no bias. I'm just going to say because it's very impressive and I think even when you look at what they accomplished back in 2024, I know the 3 members there, where they won that championship and it was a sweep if I remember right. It was, you know, that championship DNA is still there in that team. Who's to say that, you know, they can accomplish that here in 2026?
Lính phá Sophia Lema nâng Vinny okay.
I think the second
stage
of the tournament, they just figure out the change of the meta that everyone is going through. Speaking of, this is like the beautiful thing about MLBB. Everyone has their own pocket meta, and it's not... They're not shooting in the dark. They know the risk of picking this and then counters for it. So I really feel like for this one, I'm really looking forward to Navi, how they're going to shape their own meta, because having an EXP laner that loves diving to the backline really disrupt a lot of the female teams.
So they pay bọc của mấy
side of the table from a region
that's known for
anh pay. អរគុណ Kemsona សម្រាប់បុកលុយ1000រៀល
អរគុណ1000រៀលពី Kemsona
one of the few teams or the
trời ơi đi phẩy mấy nó nghe chúng bạn bên đó trong lang bả này tôi máu này này ủa lính vậy ủa slap tay trắng lỡ pha ui Grandmaster bro này Grandmaster ủa chút chừng kết anh midland Goland Vinny
go ahead and say we're the first female team to go through an MPL. The amount of lessons that they can get in a season like that are phenomenal. So I think transfer that.
អរគុណមីនសូបសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេន
Vitality went through the same thing when they went through MPL Indonesia. I just forgot the specific number of the season, but they went through it. They had a tough time, and they admit they got that experience.
I mean, like, hey, look to philosophy. As casters of MLBB, we have to look at philosophy. Where one philosophy that is a healthy way
damn that's good
into excellence.
205ឡាអូខេ
Win or lose, your enemy is not your enemy.
អូយផៃ
អរគុណអេមីហ្វូកាដាសម្រាប់បុកលុយ50សេនខ្ញុំទាយថាក្រុមកម្ពុជាឈ្នះ 100% បើចាញ់ឈប់ចេញរឿងទៀតហើយ
It actually might be Aristotle. I can't remember. I have to recheck. I don't want to.
That's a really good quote that you just.
មានតែកមីណានៅក្នុង Team Queen Galaxy Finish យោ
That's all you do.
No. That was not me, because during the off time I learned a lot, including $350
យ៉ា3-0ណានេះការកត់បាយអស់3ទៅចេញ 3-0 មានតែ 2-0 នេះ Reddit នោះ Reddit ឡើងណា Reddit
motion because I was interested about sound, like The law of motion is about how particles expand as well as contract in the disturbance of air, water, or even solid objects. The law of motion dictates that the disturbance in the air particles is what creates that sound. And the reason why I wanted to learn that because of the question, if a tree falls down in the forest, does it make a sound?
I would love to look at your search history on your ChatGPT.
អរគុណ V-Cheav សម្រាប់បុកលុយ 2000 រៀល
អរគុណ ភាពពណ៌ក៏ដូចជា 10 សេនពីចាំអ្នកស្មី
អរគុណ Sang Henley សម្រាប់បុកលុយ 1000 រៀលក្រោយយើងដឹងតែវាយរៀបហើយបង
ថ្ងៃយើងដឹងតែវាយរៀបហើយបងចុះមកមិនអាភាសាខ្មែរនោះវាអត់អានទេ
អរគុណសំវណ្ណៈសម្រាប់បុកលុយ 25 សេនកម្ពុជាផ្នែកនារីឈ្នះឈ្នះឈ្នះ
បាទអរគុណ 25 សេនពីវណ្ណៈ
អរគុណ ភេគីមស្រិនសម្រាប់បុកលុយ $2 អាមេរិក 66 សេនតូ All in Galaxy
តោះ All in Galaxy $2.61 ពីគឹមស្រុនអរគុណច្រើនគឹមស្រុនយើងមាន100រៀលពីសមឿនសមនដឹងត្រូវអត់ទេនេះចេះស្អីបើអានឈ្មោះ
But okay, I got to ask the boys this question earlier. I want to hear what's your
ខ្ញុំភ័យណាស់ខ្ញុំមានគិតអីខ្ញុំមកគាំទ្រណាស់
so unique. You're at a disadvantage because we've already gone through like 2 series, but what's yours?
ខ្ញុំដាក់ក្រុមកម្ពុជាយើងធ្វើបានល្អ
because I was
អរគុណឈឿងគីមអនសម្រាប់បុកលុយ $20 អាមេរិក
Right, because the Atlas tries to chase after you. Rafa has a way to slow down and speed up, and the first ability is very good.
$20 ពី ឈឿងគីមអាន Whoa!
Right, and we got to see it once, so maybe it didn't work out. Maybe it's not a one-off for Virtus Pro, and then we might see one of these two play it. I think because of how we understand like Navi, the region that they're from, they're Filipinos.
Whoa, អរគុណច្រើនមកសម្រាប់$20បាទលុយសុទ្ធ
by the way. Please don't come
អ
after me.
Thank you so much.
But for Galaxy Phoenix, I think there'll be a little bit more of the wild card here.
Yeah, because I remember my time in Cambodia, even in ranked games, during the time where it was all tanks, man. The good old Fredrins, the good old Box.
មាន Legend ឡាតបងអត់បង line នោះ MPL អស់នេះ
It's all Lancelots, it's all
ដូរប៉សក់ហ្នឹងឯង
it's all links and honestly that's also a part where if
អូយចាប់ដើមភ័យបុកពោះបណ្ដាហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអើយ
and have an Angela as well. Angela honestly is not that bad, but
អរគុណអីវ៉ូលាក់សម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1អាមេរិក
បាទអរគុណវ៉ូលាក់សម្រាប់$1
Yeah, and then you'll have to put that fire.
អរគុណសំវណ្ណៈសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1អាមេរិក
អរគុណសំវណ្ណៈសម្រាប់$1
អរគុណខុងមីងប្រុសមកសម្រាប់បុកលុយ20រៀល
20រៀល 20000 រៀលអញ្កាំង YouTube
Baby អូនគុំភ័យអូននឹងញញមួយរៀនថ្មីរងអូនឡើងយន្តហោះចាំដល់ព្រឹកចាំទុំលាក់ក្រោ
something that we've seen in the Asian games, but this is
Baby ទុនចង់តែមើលទៅចូលគីអូនណែវិញមកមួយអារម្មណ៍បងចង់ឆែវខិតមកចិត្តខោបងចង់ប្រែដាក់គ្រូបងមកបាក់ខ្លួនបងអូ baby ស្ទើរចាំខ្នងអូយបងចង់ទៅត្រកងសំទោទុកមុនយប់នេះសុំថ្នមមកដល់ពីយប់កាត់
be the team that will lean towards
តែ
បងហើយនឹងបើពួកយើងផ្ដើមជាមួយគ្នាគុំនៅយូរដល់តែខាត់ពេលវេលាយើងចាប់ដើមចេញឲ្យគ្រប់ស្ទៀត take all your set
suddenly they go completely
អរគុណកងកាកាដាសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1000រៀល Let's go Queen Cambodia
Let's go Queen Cambodia Okay let's go តែខំមីបាត់សេតបុកអារម្មណ៍ជាងអ្នកលេងទៀតនេះណងហើយចុយមក
If you're a team that aren't ready to deal with it, will
168រៀលពីសុក
there you go
លីងឌី
អរគុណ5ណារ៉ាប់សម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេនមនុស្សប្រុសគ្មានអ្នកណាស្មោះក្រៅពីខ្ញុំទេ
ចុយអូខេ
អរគុណមេគីមីសម្រាប់បុកលុយ4រៀល400សេន
ចុយ4រៀល400សេន 4400ជាពីមេគីមីមិញ25សេនពីប្រាក់ណារ៉ាចុយអីអាយតប៉ែចុយមកអើយអីកូនចូលលេខ
ខនវ៉ូទីសម្រាប់បុកលុយ50សេនយើងរួមគ្នាយើងឈ្នះ
វ៉ូទី let's go មកដល់ហើយបងប្អូនយើងដល់ហើយបងប្អូន
So now expanding rivers.
Expanding rivers.
Navi again.
Expanding river map nih.
Yeah.
Yes, can pick.
Got here so fast.
Oh, they ban out the tank, so they're really trying to make sure Galaxy Phoenix actually goes for the assassins.
They want them to play assassins. I like that. I thought we were.
បាទមួយតោះហាបានវែងតោះ like share កុំភ្លេចចុច like ផងណាកុំភ្លេចចុច like ផង អូអូយភ័យហើយបុកអាចហើយ
I mean, Keishi,
បុកអាចតិចហើយបាទ
the height of their championship win was also a great assassin. I think her Hayabusa was iconic back in 24.
ភ័យតោះមួយណាគ្នាមួយខុងមីងបាត់សែតណាខុងមីងតាណាបាត់ហើយបើបាញ់លុយតាណាបាត់
Which hero to you
is fireworks?
Who do you link boom boom bang bang to?
Technically, Hanabi, is Japanese, which literally translates to fireworks. So technically,
បាំងមុខស្រីស្អាតអូបើយើងយកដាក់លើកាន់តែបាំងទេអ្នកគ្នា
Oh, that's when.
បើយើងដាក់ទៅខាងបាំងខាងគេណាភ្លេច
Why doesn't she have
ណែអូអត់ចេះលួចញ៉ាជឿលួចមកនេះបាំងខាងគេទៅខ្វល់បាំងខាងយើងគិតខាងយើងបើយើងមានម៉ាស៊ីនពិសាណា
What hero would I would say? Actually, there's quite a few.
យើងកុំខ្វល់ថាគេជានរណាយើងត្រូវតែប្រឹងលេងអស់ពីសមត្ថភាពគេខ្លាំងប៉ុណ្ណាក៏យើងមិនត្រូវខ្វល់ដែរព្រោះយើងក៏មិនជា region ដែលខ្សោយដែរនោះ បរិយាកុន900រៀល
Picking off, as you guys were talking about it, I just saw
Paketo
that
Marcel.
another new skin.
ចុយគេបាន control 2 បាត់ហើយបាន 4 វាមួយទៀត
Futuristic, it looks heroish.
So that's skin number 76.
ខ្ញុំគិតថាហ្វីលីពីនអាចលេង Hira រ៉ាបើយើងអត់បាន
I don't know if he needs anymore, man.
Hang on.
Make
Navi
Marvin
banning out the Phobius early on could mean that they're.
អរគុណឯហឹងមីនសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេនកំពុងបាយបងបុកអីចឹង
អរគុណ25សេនមាន100រៀលពីលៀងឌី
If Galaxy Phoenix decide to pick up an island in a red one too, then they're.
តែតមកដែរ
Yeah.
ចាញ់មកពីតែតោនេះ
Or just a throw it on, right? Just ban out the Phobius.
អូឆានមក Facebook page ខ្ញុំឆាន Facebook page
Oh, that's the hero I was thinking of too.
Facebook page ការខ្សែ2ឆានមកឆាន
So, still have Jusen's open if they want to rush that. If they want to play a little bit more towards the control side. In terms of the main big carries, oh yeah, Hirara. There we go.
They pick up the Hirara. I do have to say, I wouldn't favor a Zushin first pick just yet because the range, right? Making it so like Kimi counters her much easier, like a little bit easier. And now the Gwyn gets picked up here.
មីដេកថ្ងៃមិញមីដាក់ YouTube ចោល
ចុយដេក
វាវាចប់វីដេអូវាមិនអូតូទៅមុខទៅវាចូល live យូរទៅចំពេល usage មីកំភ្ញាក់
100រៀលពីសៀវមីទិញជូ
Harara, you might have a hard time now going and trying to weave into these fights.
Yeah, because Bellic is just
ហើយ
like
លោចូលបហាឡា
three friends, right?
Yeah.
You come in, you expect a good time, and then you just get shocked.
Yeah.
មក20រៀលមិនគេបាញ់ច្រឡំហ្នឹងនេះអើយទៀតឲ្យគេឆាតមក Facebook page
អរគុណប្រាក់ណារ៉ាក់សម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេនដកអាវឲ្យខ្ញុំមក
អើយដោះមិនមានមួយហ្នឹងបង
Yeah, we should.
20រៀលមិនគេបាញ់ច្រឡំទេទៀតគេឆាតមកដើម្បីបាញ់លុយគេវិញ
Which should make
ចុចនឹងចឹង
around the mid a little bit difficult here for the
គេចង់បាញ់2រៀល
អរគុណខុងមីង Pros មកសម្រាប់បុកលុយ20រៀលមានអូនស្អំបេះដូងហើយឪ
ជួយទៅថេទៅវាអត់មានហៅទៀតអត់យល់ទេ
I would be flabbergasted.
I would be confused.
All right.
អូកវីកងចកេះ10ជុំមកពាក់សិនអាហ្នឹងកវីកើតតែតុបទូច
Honestly, like right now,
វីទៅ2ជុំមកបងដួលខ្ទេចខ្ទីនេះខ្ទឹម បារ៉េកវីនវាខ្លោត Hirara មែនឃើញខ្ញុំថាដៃនឹង Hirara
Like the
Happy
Eve,
birthday.
even potentially the Farsa. Farsa doesn't technically like has that big of a threat towards Na'Vi, but it's something you have to think about.
Well, even more in recent games, I think Farsa sort of fell out of favor, and more teams are just picking up the Zetian instead. But with the Farsa, I would want to see them consider that because Beldrick's too slow in my opinion. And to
គេ order salmon បានត្រោតខ្ញុំ order oyster បាន hot dog ចុយ
I felt like
ស្អី
it
ចឹង
should be a gourd. Reminds you.
ធ្វើមែន
Yeah, maybe just a gourd over here. Because like you've got the crowd control to follow through, but you can also be the one to start up that crowd control if it's a projectile. So I almost just expect to see the gourd banned out from Na'Vi.
This is
gonna be one of the bans out here from Galaxy Phoenix. The roam option has to be someone that is
ឆាតមក Facebook page ខ្ញុំ
from Na'Vi.
Facebook page ខ្ញុំកាការ42ឆាត
Like think of how much damage is here on this damage profile.
ឆាតតាមណាក៏បានឆាតតាម WhatsApp ក៏បានតាមណាក៏បាន
roam here with the Lilia. I expect a very early.
គាត់ថាគាត់បាញ់លុយច្រឡំទេអញ្ចឹង20រៀលយើងបាញ់វាវិញ
អរគុណ I ហើយមានសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1 អាមេរិក
អរគុណ$1
Plus, Lilia is so obnoxious in the laning phase. Like level 1, you already have both skills. You have your full combo essentially at level 1.
Yeah, the most annoying mid laner I would say to deal with as another mid laner and a roamer.
មាន$300រៀលពីចត្រា
So we're sort of torn here whether or not Navi's going to
អ
go
រ
for
គុណ
something
ប៉ាន់
tanky
វីន
or something
សម្រាប់
fast and
បុកលុយ$1000រៀល
Thank you ប៉ាន់វីនដោយសារ
អរ
តែ
គុណសុកស៊ីមេសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេន
អរគុណស៊ីមី25សេនដោយសារតែខូចឆៃអត់ official ទេមិនបានចោះឈ្មោះដល់ខូចឲ្យតែមួយ
គុណសាក់ដាវីតសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1000រៀលបងការត្រូវការទិញបាយផ្លូវមាត់និងម្ជូរដែរទេ
ចុយបាយផ្លូវមាត់ម្ជូរមកទៅ
That is true.
BK view វ៉ាវអរគុណច្រើនណាស់នេះ
Wasn't it that Uranus is actually like
ខ្មែរ bro
Actually, quite a lot of heroes are really good.
អូនេះគាត់ឆាតមក
Yeah.
Valir.
Wait, what is this? Wait. Are they gonna go tanky for their EXP like
Terizla?
Terizla, yeah.
Other than Terizla, I don't think there's any other EXPs that.
ការីគេការីផាយចង់ pick off ហើយរក front line ផាយចង់បាន pick off មកទៅ add line យើងមិនបានចោលនៅសល់កាចាមកទៅគេអាចលេងកាចាអត់
That's way too much for just
អូបដាយ
Maybe they just want to win early, right? Maybe they needed the toy.
10សេនពីរតនៈអរគុណ
Yeah, in my time going to the back.
review account អូជាប់ restream ហ្នឹងអត់បាន review account ដល់ចប់ restream មិន review បាន
We haven't seen a quick game yet though.
No.
In the first 2 matches, we actually haven't had.
អរគុណណាងសុភីសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1000រៀល
This game we've had is 14-40.
Yeah.
Which is
ហើយបាញ់លុយគេវិញសិនហ្នឹង
Like quick game would be like 10.
1000រៀលអរគុណសុភ័ក្រ
It's like you go to the toy, come back and it's done.
អរគុណឯហេងមីនសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេននៅនេះមនុស្សច្រើនបងប្អូនដែលមានតម្រូវការបន្ទប់ជួលនៅក្បែរផ្សារបរិយសន្តិភាព2អាចតាក់ទងមកបានមេមេ
ចុយ
Thank you.
I'm always the guy don't pick it into myself. I'm the don't pick it into myself.
But the thing is, Cho players has this ego.
That's true.
Am I wrong? I'm a Rome. I'm a Cho.
អរគុណប្រាក់ណាស់សម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេនឆ្ងល់យូរហើយមិនបានពូធំជាងប៉ា
អូអាហ្នឹងខ្ញុំមិនដឹងដែរ
I don't know.
Let me show them.
I don't think so, dude.
Either ways, right now the glue has been picked up, and for now, the mid is still available if you want to get.
អរគុណ100រៀល
តោថៃសេងសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$2000រៀល
ប៉ុន្តែសេង2000រៀល 100រៀលពីសុកណេង
Do you have the Ferris here? That's a
អូសូរ៉ាចុះយើងអត់លេងនេះហងកលូរ៉ូមើ
They might just go Lunox.
Wait. Check hero ណាបោក
more shred. I don't like
Midland យើងសល់ជើធានជើធានវិចសនាហ្វារ៉ាមីល្អ
អរគុណ Fan Win សម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1000រៀល
วันนี้មើលយូរដូចនេះតារៀងនេះ
ដូចឯងយកឃើញ
អរគុណហ៊ុនសៀវចាំងសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1
ដល់សារយកឃើញបច្ចុប្បន្នភាពរបស់នីតាសភាពមិន
ចង់និយាយថាមិនបាក់
It's a toss up in the air.
Well, I think Chad, what they were looking for was just a little bit more take control AOE wise through the glue. Every time I see a Uranus game, it's always just like
X win $10 ហេមិនមាន$5លើ$10ដែរឆែបាន5ដល់វា
Completely agree with you.
yes.
Thank you very much, Renmar. We're going into the
300រៀលពីហេងលី
I appreciate you, dude.
អរគុណកងកកដាសម្រាប់បុកលុយ50សេន
Go ahead.
That's programmed in him at this point. Since the draft end.
No, but thank you. I actually need it. You know what? You guys take over. I really need to go.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is me, LaFell, as well as Nice. You're going to cast this one, which I think we're in agreement that Navi has a pretty solid draft, a pretty strong front line.
Okay, front line គេយើងតាន់តិច
Good thing Renmar's gone.
He hasn't left just yet. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping into the land of Dawn, and yes, now that Renmar is not here, now we feel free. America.
Look at him.
Look at
him over there.
He's so cute.
Let's take a look at these emblems, man, because this is
interesting. And looking at the Lilia here, getting to pull yourself together.
Assassin make. Okay.
Whoa, look at that.
Off flicker មួយ
has to get away.
hero យើងត្រូវចាយ flicker ហើយលីចឹងចោតចោះទេ clear line អត់បានទេ hero គេកលូ roamer នេះអាច annoy ខ្លាំង
The amount of early aggression and damage that you have with the Lilia, like we mentioned, not to mention
អរគុណខំសវណ្ណរាជសម្រាប់បុកលុយ50សេនសួស្ដីបងមួយថ្មី
សួស្ដីបងមកច្បាយអរគុណសវណ្ណរាជ25សេន200រៀលមិញពីកនិដ្ឋា10សេនពីវណ្ណៈ កងកាក់ដាមិញ50សេនអរគុណច្រើន
អរគុណប្រាជ្ញបញ្ញាពេជ្រសម្រាប់បុកលុយ4រៀល
ចុយ 4000 រៀល 4 រៀល
And this one is just focusing on getting as much punishment and try to get back.
Ê, ai vui chờ lầm em.
Chơi cái gì bờ?
Cơn tròn đài na sầm rạp bốc lui mà bọn
ô đánh kia ra vậy. Gì bờ chứ mày?
Cơn chia bụt thả sầm rạp bốc lui mà bọn riêng.
Con trai nào thế? Chơi. Cái gì bờ chứ? Ok, bắt orang ngồi thời. Trời, how the fuck? Nhưng Midland chẳng thở đột thế tất tê hả?
Let's face it, Hirara is one of those heroes that doesn't necessarily need level 4. It's just a nice to have. But I'm pretty sure she'll still get level 4 though.
Yeah, she should.
Win the VS,
10 seconds for that Lord, that turtle to come up anyway. So she'll go ahead and grab one of the camps off there. You can already see the positioning being set up. Fought just there on that Guinevere. Just holding it down. Turtle right as go ahead and lean into this with Lima. Yeah. The rest of the team's gonna have to respond though.
The thing is, I feel like looking at the levels here, Sophia isn't level 4 yet. I feel like they
Sophia là bạn bay đó.
Yep, spatial migration into the Requiem right there, right on target. Low enough,
burn
the flicker, and Ling will push back Keishi. They're just working a fight for this first turtle. Now Rain taking the
này à Linh. Là bạn bay midline là bạn bay hả? Midline là bạn bay pi.
To steal the turtle away. It's a quarter of the health here. She goes in.
Again.
But not enough of feathered airstrike.
Ui, bắt tọ thử đấy.
But it's not Anami and
em nhưng mà thọ tí mũi.
Galaxy Phoenix fought for the
Trời má ơi, tầm thọ tí mũi và đồ anh lang trong rồi pay nữa. Nó đây ơi, nhưng mà tao ăn mừng của mình đây, nó pay bên này chia sai qua tao ăn mừng của mình. Ui, cái gì bờ bắt à? Anh pay dùng ngọc với ai?
Môi mùi.
Ui, pay này chia sai.
Đòn ham môi mùi.
As strong as Lilia is in game, she has one of the lowest HP in the game as well. So it doesn't take much to take down a Lily.
អរគុណ Ragnarok សម្រាប់បុកលុយ50សេនខ្សែក្រវ៉ាត់លើហើយ
ខ្សែក្រវ៉ាត់លើហើយ AI ចុះnóអត់អាន AI បណ្ដោយ Điều làវាអត់អាន អូ
At a certain age, the HP goes back down. It goes back down.
មិញអាចេះមិញត្រូវបត់កឡើយ មកពីនសូរ៉ាអូលីងអ្វីខ្ញុំចាំជាងគេគឺអាឡត អូយភ័យណាស់នេះភ័យណាស់នេះខ្ញុំបុកពោះចង់លេចអាចនេះណាវីនេះហ្វីលីពីនលើកមុន PUBG ឥឡូវមើល mobile ម្ដងអញអើយតែប៉ុណ្ណាអាយុខ្លីខ្ញុំ
as well as gravity
ជួយលេងតម្លាក់ ultimate clear land rotation
you know
the more you know hey dude I learned
no វាអញ្ចឹងហ្នឹង
You can rip it all day
most likely
and tomorrow
មី4ទី14ហើយ15យូរមក
មើលក្រោយហើយមានមើលមួយថ្ងៃយូរទៅវាចាប់ដើរៀង delay ទេគឺចន្ទថា450រៀល
and you can chain CC someone even Murray as a tank she almost got taken out if they got Keishi
ទៅលេងស្ងប់ស្ងាត់នេះ
maybe that's how they're planning to take down this Aurora
តែពងដៅមិនទៅ
right now they're putting pressure on the buff but
ដល់ធ្វើផលទៅ
able to secure that Turtle's up. It's already being worked on by Far.
Navi Philippines ở đây Navi Philippines.
Getting in position. It looks like Winnie's going to try to join here too. He's rotating quickly. Feathered airstrike dropped down. Murray just deleted.
Nice.
Quickly worked on and Turtle secured. Second one going Galaxy Phoenix. Looking for more in the mid lane. And they'll just kind of back off.
តែសារ player ស្រីៗខ្ញុំមកហ៊ានសេកព្រោះដូច PUBG ខ្ញុំសេកយកថាវយក deal ផងនិយាយអីផងដល់ពេលអញ្ចឹងទៅវារៀងឈូសហើយស្រីៗអត់ហ៊ាននិយាយស្ងាត់តែមាត់ម៉ែក្នុងទ្រូងចង់ស្ទះងាប់ហ្នឹងអញស្ទះ
they don't have a lot of crowd control right it's all damage no one can really stop Sophia from the back from using her feather airstrike for Galaxy
បើដូច PUBG ហ៎ម៉ាពួកដោមកបុកយើងចាញ់វាជេរចូលគឺខ្វល់ចេញ link pin comment crash link pin comment ទៅក៏មាន donation បានដែរ
energy from far on this Gwen to make it so that if there is
ចាំពេលអញ្ចឹងធូរអត់សូវអីដល់ពេលនេះយកអត់ហ៊ានមាត់ខអីមកអូតាំងយកក្នុងទ្រូងចង់ស្ទះងាប់នេះ
mặt máu thôi.
Vì đang giấy tham ấy với bông phây mi ta phây vô đang ngày ta phây ngàn một chưa một.
Nè mới cái bông trăm chứ giấy ấy mà là tục.
Bạch bị phiệt đây, câu khai vì anh ấy bị phiệt đây nè nè. Còn là ta sao phục quất đây nhưng anh ấy bị phiệt đây.
Tắt miên bị phiệt chứ còn giấy
nơi
xa.
Ấy cái cả cho năm muốn cái ta đám thay thò mà đỡ off thang.
អរគុណជាវុថាសម្រាប់បុកលុយ 1000 រៀលបារាំងឬអេស្ប៉ាញយប់នេះប្រាំង
នៅអត់ដឹងនៅ Galaxy Phoenix មាន Grandmaster of Tank ឡើយមក Grandmaster of Tank
So for Galaxy Phoenix, they got full control right now. You know, respect to them.
ភ័យមករ៉េអូយ flicker តន់ទៀតតា
As we've seen previously, you can just replicate that time and time again if you're Galaxy Phoenix.
អូយើងសូនយកតរ៉េតជួយមានអា style សូនយកតរ៉េតទៀតអែមកយើងណា
Oh, they're going full force for this. They're going to get
sandwiched. Ma quay tọt đói. Đấy.
Ui. Lộn nè. Ui. Ira bốc cha dân lửa.
Nhưng phải làm bây giờ
bốc cha nè. Vậy chứ nhung lên ráng nhung sọp mà nè lên xôn lên switch bốc cha nè lấy mà chụp một cái đông ca một cút đi ha.
Ơi, vương gì?
Mấy ở nè khơi lên xôn bị điêu rồi sao?
Ơi, điểm 8.
Điêu nó hỏi nè cái lên xôn.
Mới là khó để tranh game.
Phây. Bị thoát thiên đồ vậy. Hero Hira đó, hero vay khné cho một bọc tiền. 500 រៀលពី 2 anyone អេមែនណា 2 NA ដែរ
anyone ណែ
ឈ្មោះចឹង
shout out to the guy. Yep, shout out to the guy.
អេអត់ដឹងទេអត់ណាគេលេងសូនខ្ញុំ deal មក
I don't want to gender anyone. You know, I've had bad experiences.
ខ្ញុំ appreciate តែលេងសូនវាយទេខ្ញុំនិយាយមែន
Oh yeah. Okay.
មានតែមានធ្លាប់មកហើយសាហាវជាងអ្នកលេង split ខ្លាំងឆ្ងាយហ៎
tennis.
តែចាញ់ level គេបាក់លេង
អូជាអត់ត្រូវបន្តត្រូវមិនត្រូវជាប់ជើងបើសិនជាមិនជាអាទី2ត្រូវរបស់ Sophia មិនជាប់ជើងបាត់
At this point it kind of feels like
Hey!
3-9
Hey! មិនមកគាំងយ៉ាង
hate crime, right? So
I
feel like it's something that we have to ask, like, is it part of the plan just to make sure that doesn't get to play the game?
Trời, đắng thiệt, internet anh. Trời! Ê, cùng chăng ban ót. Device chớn vết đắng thì anh device khổm phẻm đi. Mạ mùi pôn mùi côn pi ơi.
Ốc ôn y sạch ngược con sầm rạp bốc lôi $1 Americ chơi $10 Americ sân một bon ai sol.
Trời, donate mà lá chơi $10. Lấy trong sải á, trong sải trong giờ. Ai sol này.
Chơi miểu thời chẳng đá.
Trời. Có ma. Có ma. Internet ơi, thay nâng. Ôi, mơ delay nâng đó nha. Mơ delay nâng không? Bị mơ delay nâng không? Cảm ơn bạn. Anh bắt browser khoáng này. Như browser chớn tí em ấy.
Mơ min spark Steam mới chào.
Ở đây Steam bật cháu lên. Ở đó mi like bật Steam cháu.
Dựng màn lót đây.
Ghê, cùng spoil chơi. Come on. Anh mơ chăng ở mọi bị tẹt. Come on, come spoil. Come phá vô em, come spoil. Come spoil. Rotation mà. Sophia out jam. Sophia out flicker. Sophia miền flicker. Sophia. Ngọt tăng lệ mà.
Lima could be next. They made a play.
Trời, Sophie check map lại nè ơi. Flicker đây nè.
That's a very good step. You got to take down Sophia, man, because even though this stat line doesn't look like it, that Farsa is a problem. Although with that being said, 10 minutes in
win the
now,
crown.
Winnie is going to be the problem.
Trời, pha nhưng win the crown.
Where's the knockup? No one can stop the blazing duet.
Huh?
try to get this tier 2 in mid.
Trời.
It's not going to happen. That
tier
Lord
2
still
យើង
has to
អស់
be
2
dealt with
skill
by
បាត់
Na'Vi.
អត់ទេ
And this is
ចាំ
gonna
សា
go
ហ្វៀ
getting
អេ
the
អូយ
shield
ហ្វា
down, that holy
Oh
defense.
my god
And I think Galaxy Phoenix is going to be entirely happy with the way this
ខ្ញុំ
first
នឹង
Lord
ចាក់
went.
ចុងដៃនេះ
They
អូយភ័យ
will most likely get another turret here. And so for Na'Vi on the defense, I think you have to start looking. Do they actually
that
have
kid
potential to extend this
Dương
game
Dương
another
bốc hổ
maybe
mày.
6 to 8 minutes at this point?
ជួយមានអាដកចឹងបានទេណា
That last push trying to get this holy defense shield in the mid won't pop just yet.
I gotta say, even if it extends, you're really
Trời,
just
kép chưa được
hoping
fight
that
bay
Nan
nét
can
này.
just hard
Shit.
carry the game because in terms of the win condition here, I feel like Na'Vi, they got a high risk, high reward one because looking at the draft, they win the lane.
និយាយទៅយើងលេងអានេះលេងតែមួយទៅ
Hard enough so that
យើងលេងតែមួយទៅ
ball makes it so that the strength of this draft has been
wait នេះនៅឆ្ងាយណាអូខេ
so I feel like for them to win, it really is on
អត់មាន spoil ទេតស្ងាត់មាត់បាត់ក
ទេមានថា goal lead នេះយើងច្រើន
ទេអញប្រាប់ទុកឲ្យហើយ
ឥឡូវយូរមើលដល់នាទីទីមែន
11 27 28 29 30 31 32 33
Notion of all right, let's just put it all on the shoulders of the carry.
ថ្មអ៊ីនធឺណិតវា
Let her get
រកប្រាក់ពេលហ្នឹងអាធ្វើម៉េច
which again looking at it,
កាស
she's
ជាតិ
got
វា
the
កំពុង
trinity.
តែ
I would say it's good enough. Just,
តិចឲ្យសើមអញ្ចឹងទៅវាសើមដល់អ៊ីនធឺណិត
at first. I feel like
តែ
if
មាន
you're
មើល
able
ក្រោយ
Oh,
to
យូរ
take down
3 the
Sophia,
can
that's a good enough opportunity for you to continue to fight.
Like get rid of the feathered airstrike and
Exactly.
you're at least in a, in a
ជួយមានអារម្មណ៍ថា
fighting
ប្រកួតនេះ
position.
ស្ងប់ស្ងាត់
You know, maybe if this wasn't a 6,000 gold,
Na'Vi
deficit
paying
that
hụt.
Navi's
Trời,
trying to work
sao
from,
kìa.
that might be even more of the case there.
All PA
No
go.
difference here. No big difference in terms of
Oh,
but
yeah.
everywhere else, almost 1,000 each. The worst is in the EXP. Ling is having an MVP performance, 3-0-2 on the Sora, really controlling the skies. This really looks like they just took something out of
Oh, they said
Suzuki,
orang
like,
ba.
hey, if you can't find them on land, fight them in the sky.
Actually, they have a lot of sky power with this line.
A lot of sky power.
ស៊ីខាងនោះសៀតមកហ្នឹង
Sora literally means sky.
Yes.
មក orange បើហ្នឹង
And they also have
ណាគេយក orange បើ
feathered airstrike in the sky. Right now, the
Orange
sword is up.
ណាគេយកមកនឹងមើលអត់ត
Phoenix took the last lord
គេ
just
យកដល់រៀនណា
អត់មាន
រៀនណេរៀនណេរៀនណេរៀនណេរៀនណេ
seem like
រៀនណេ
they want to go ahead and fight for it, contest this, but Galaxy Phoenix already starting core to the health. Rain
Wow.
trying to get in zone. Can they actually make this happen?
Kiếm
There's
đáy
a
smite,
sliver
kiếm đáy
left,
smite.
but Fa will secure the Lord, and now the blazing
ដាច់អាយ៉ាណាមីកមួយបាត់
takes out not Ayanami.
អឺលេងមកគេវាយ
អឺគេយើងយកបានតា
យើងយកបានឡត់តា
យកបានឡត់
ម៉ែកលូដេញឡក់អូវីនីអលីង
អូយវិញវាយហ្មង
អូយវីនីវីនីដាញ់វីនីដាញ់វីនីដាញ់មកវីនីដាញ់មកបុកផ្ទះបានហើយវីនីដាញ់
Galaxy Phoenix taken down.
ជួយដាញ់មកបុកផ្ទះបានអត់ដាញ់ហ្នឹង
Just march down this
មាន
mid
តែចេះប៉ុណ្ណឹងតែយកប៉ុណ្ណឹងទៅវាយ
យកបានធាស្រីយកបានធាស្រីយើងបុកអត់បានទេយើងបុកអត់បានទេ
អូនោះសល់តែចេះដល់សល់អត់តែ
យើងយក3ផ្លូវបានយើងយក3ផ្លូវបានយើងចាំគ្នាយើងចាំគ្នាយើងចាំគ្នាអក្រោយហ្នឹងបាច់ clear មីនេះនេះអមីនេះបាច់ clear កាច់យកទៅលោតវាយដាច់បាត់ហើយ3ផ្លូវអូយ3ផ្លូវអូយបថោអត់យកមាន flicker ទេវានេះ flicker ទេ
កាត់ហើយ5នេះឯង
Unless they try to make it the
អូ
right spot, they're gonna
អូថែអូ combo អូសូហ្វៀវីនីមកវិញវីនីមកវាយក្រោយវីនីវាយផ្ទះវាយឆ្លាក់ហ្គេមមួយ yes អូអញតឹងមួយថ្ងៃហើយឆ្នះហ្គេមមួយចុចបេដូឲ្យឡើង134 what the fuck អូយហ្គេមមួយឆ្នះឲ្យម៉ាក្លែមអូអញភ័យហើយអូយ
ខ្លាំងមែនហ្គេមមិន stop
អូយ Galaxy Phoenix អូយបារមីរីរិតបារមីខូចឆៃអូយជួយភ័យបាទ5ទីបាទ5ទីចា
អស់មិញ
អូយភ័យអូយអូយមែនអញភ័យចុយម៉ែអើយហ៎
objective បានទាំងអស់
យកអស់ដែរយក hero hira មកហើយយក experience land យូរ៉េនោះអីចឹងអត់មាន stun hero គេមិនយកមាន stun ទេ hero មាន stun ហ្មងមាន stun មានអីចាប់យើង
That was
dominating,
and we were saying that they were going to be the team that fight coming from which is why I said what I said about the Uranus man.
ចូលមកអញធ្លាប់ស្រែកមួយថ្ងៃអញអត់ហ៊ានស្រែកទេ
I think when you're up against a team that just
1-0 នេះមើលហើយបាទហ្គេមមួយយើងយកអូយបងប្អូនណាខ្ញុំភ័យណាស់បងប្អូនណាខ្ញុំភ័យណាស់ខ្ញុំភ័យណាស់មិញ130ជាងអើយ
And that's why they just bullied Murray.
Nhẹ sách à.
Murray had to either burn the flicker or she was dead.
Mơ game pi ôi mẹ bọc tru bà có mọi thằng bọc ngạch vì bạn snap bọc tru
cái group A chop này
con chôm chăn đặc mé sầm rạp bọc lôi 50 cent
đồ trong một bánh thờ xua cam thì
con ai ghé xuôi
ដុំមើលក្របពេឈ្នះ
អរគុណ Isaac Newton សម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1អាមេរិកខ្ចី$10អាមេរិកសិនមកបងស្អែកសង
anh cứ bơm trời mẹ ôi tọt đòn ham vênh vênh nè đòn ham vênh vênh
អរគុណសនសីហាសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1000រៀលបងសីហាជា IT ស្មោះស្នេហ៍
អរគុណ$1000រៀល thank you
ហូងម៉ូនីសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេន
VIT បន្ទូ
VP បន្ទូ Pro
អត់ទេ VIT
តែគេ VIP
ក្រុម VIT
Yeah, this is
លុញភ័យឡាមិញបាញ់គេហើយបាញ់គេវិញមិញអត់មានខ្ញុំលុបចេញពី donation មកតែបើភ័យឡាមិញគេបាញ់ច្រឡំណាកុំថាខ្ញុំបាន donation ច្រើនណាអត់មានទេបាញ់លុយគេវិញបានតែ20រៀលមិញហ្នឹងគេបាញ់ច្រឡំទេឥឡូវបាញ់លុយគេហើយប្រាំង
And you will not be able to get knowledge without pushing yourself.
គេសួរប្រាំងឲ្យអេស្ប៉ាញ
VIT វិទូមិនវិទូ
មានបន្ទុក Pro មានអីទៀតអត់មានអីទៀតទេមានបន្ទុក Pro
That's how we found out things about the world when we were kids. Like
But
don't touch that, we touch it, and then we learned when we get hurt. Ow, we never touch that.
That's knowledge.
Yeah,
that's knowledge.
That's the storyline of AOT.
មានតែ VP មាន VIP បណ្ណាមក
Do you guys want to
VIT
be uncomfortable? Hey, look at this guy.
មានតែ VP វត្ត Pro វត្ត Pro អត់សូវខ្លាំងហ្នឹង
What happened? Was I uncomfortable?
វត្ត Pro ចាញ់ทีมវៀតណាមឯណាចូលទេ
What does that say about me?
As a kid, he was bullied.
អូយភ័យចង់លេចអាចភ័យចង់លេចអាច
Actually, we never see your ears because you're always.
Vitality.
What's wrong with my ears, Lafel?
Oh, Vitality with the VIT ដែរ
នឹងមាននិយាយ VIP
អាយលឺសូ VIP មិន VIP ណា VIP
VIP
នឹង Vitality
for Navi
Vitality woman
put all their eggs in one basket of winning the lane
Vitality ឈ្នះបានមួយហ្គេមដែរ
just win so much
អូយភ័យ
They put it in the carry too.
Yeah. They need more crowd control, and we've always said this a lot. No matter how it looks like.
តើយើងសម្រួលអារម្មណ៍ចូល game 2 guys សម្រួលអារម្មណ៍ជាឆ្ងាយពី 8 ដើម្បីអនាគតគ្រួសារយើង
Especially if you're up against a Gwyn. Even if you take out the story, just the Guinevere alone.
បាទអរគុណអ្នក donation គ្នាយើងអូអរគុណច្រើន
That game
បាទអរគុណ
អរគុណវាយបានសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1អាមេរិក68សេន
ទៅថាទីសមមានអាគូស្កូល
យើងរំពឹងខ្លាំងមែនតែយើងធ្វើវាអត់បានជោគជ័យទេបើទោះបីជាយើងខំប្រឹងប៉ុណ្ណាក៏ដោយតែអារឿងខ្លះទៀតយើងអត់រំពឹងថាយើងអាចធ្វើ
I'll make my own space. Here we go. I'm going to jump in, shifting skies, set things up for the team and see what he's able to do.
It's kind of like one of the mindsets of the players. It's like we already we can afford to try this out. If it doesn't work out, I trust my team. They can just back me up.
This is why it's so weird that we're saying this about a Filipino team where it
is a
picture of it all of like okay how do you play together as 5 and on the other side the team that's known for their aggression
មានណាបាឆាពីជើងឯង
អរគុណសាន់មួយយ៉ែសម្រាប់បុកលុយ50សេន
អរគុណ thank you
ក្រុមស្រីសាហាយមែន
សាហាយគេ team Vitality ហ្នឹងគឺស្មើប្រុស
អូយ
team ហ្នឹងដំណឹងទទួលបានអត់សូវ screen មួយស្រីៗទេ screen មួយតែប្រុសៗហើយ
អូយវ៉ាកាញ់មែន
team ហ្នឹងខ្លាំងលើអើយខ្លាំងអីមេស៊ីហ្គេមគេយកមេដាយបាត់ហើយហ្នឹងកាហ្នឹងអូមែន
អរគុណ Isaac Newton សម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1អាមេរិកស្រួលមេគេទេពីណូ
ស្គីមិនលឺស្លេង
លឺទៅបាញ់លុយ
ស្រួលម៉េះតែតេះ ping man พิงแต่เอาก้นส้นมวยเย่มัน50 เซนตั้งจูมวยลายห้องใบไวแมน10 เซนปีตึ๊ดรถธนามาไฟแบบเซนปีเหมือนนี้ใส่5 มาปอนเรียลอีสักนิวตันมาบาร์เรียลจานเด็ดสมัย50 เซนเอาก้นจานอีสักนิวตันยังล้างเลยโอ้ท็อปโดเนชั่นเราบอกเยอะเนื้อไตมันต่อตัวได้หรอกเนี้ยจะมวยนั่งเหล็กมวยผมไฟเรียลมันยังเกมวันหายหนักเนี้ยกิมสรุนมา$10สร้างสผมมวยไอ้นั่งเอียงสักงี้$10ของมิง40,000 เรียลbà lịch bay không mình mà không mình ông ta nam ba ơi không mình mà tới K thì bị khuyên hao anh tới tiếp bắt đây đó rồi tới tiếp bắt phải ôi ta game pi rồi nè Miss Esport ok Miss Esport mình sẽ mong thầy mình dùng đồ này bắt
Okon Isaac Newton សម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1 អាមេរិក
$1 អាមេរិកចុយកូកូមេឡុន
almost got the first blood and yeah I think it would have been
ខេកូកូមេឡុន
because
លៀនណា
សុំឡងសាមួយ
អរគុណអាងស្រីលីនសម្រាប់បុកលុយ4 រៀល
4,000 រៀលហៅ4 រៀលអើយ AI អញតាំងចិត្ត AI ដែរAI យូរកាត់អីអរគុណសេលីនសម្រាប់ 4,000 រៀលនិង 100 រៀលពីកានិខាអញវាយ AI មួយស្មើឡូវក្រុមនេះបានឡូវ
I think that might be like the missing piece we have to look for in the drafts. Like if you want to first pick a Harara, you have to be ready to deal with it. Because if not, then
let's go, guys.
Because gentlemen, I really feel like because of the changes of the jungle, two things. Number one, the amount of gold in the jungle, but more importantly, the retribution scaling.
កតា Pro win S អត់ជាតិអូមិនដឹងណោះនេះចាំដល់ពេលប្រកួតទៅណាតែទាយកុំទាយសូវគូខ្មែរកុំសូវទាយមុនពេកជឿខ្ញុំកុំអារបៀបអូខ្ញុំសង្ឃឹមច្រើនណា Pro Esport លើកពានអើយណាក៏មាន mentality គេហៅថា mental ឈ្នះដែរប៉ុន្តែកុំលើសពេក mental មើលមកហ្នឹងនៅពេលអ្នកគ្នារំពឹងខ្ពស់ពេកធ្លាក់មកវិញក៏ឈឺដែរអញ្ចឹងមើលមកហើយ
it's well protected
I think that's why
អញ្ចឹងគាត់ណាក្នុងនាមជាអ្នកគ្រប់គ្រងដល់ថ្ងៃប្រកួត support ពួកគាត់ that's it
in the wild card it was because he was able to snowball early on
អត់ទេនិយាយមែនតើអានេះខ្ញុំនិយាយមែនតើណាហើយនិយាយហ្នឹងគឺសម្រាប់ខ្ញុំខ្លួនឯងហើយកុំសូវលើកដាក់ខ្លួនពេកពីច្រើនខ្ញុំនិយាយទៅមានអ្នកចេះតែលើកដាក់ខ្លួនពេក
You have to be willing to as a team to take that risk if you're going to pick an assassin jungler and yeah why in some of the high pressure situations it's just a little bit easier if you're going to go ahead and pick a more sturdy hero and put him in the jungle and it kind of secures yourself a more probable chance of getting that first hurdle without being
bạn tiếp hay cái này bên đây to chưa rồi bên đây to mơ tới bên nào tiếp
is known for the single target heroes but this time
ខ្ញុំឥឡូវមកយ៉ាក់ក្រោយនោះគ្នាដឹងខ្ញុំតែរំពឹងអីទេអត់ទៅ
ពីពីច្រើនណាស់ទីមេសម្រាប់បុកលុយ 1000 រៀលសូមឲ្យមាសលីងថ្លៃវិញមកសាធុសាធុសាធុ
ចុយមានឡើងថ្លៃហើយមានធ្លាក់មែនសល់មែន
they set it up perfectly for themselves
មានពីហំចុយ
the fact that they caught the
ចុយតែមិនមានហ្នឹង
rotation I think that
ចុយធ្ងន់មានមិនមានជាប់ប្រៃ490ដែរណា
at least that's one source of crop
ចុយធ្លាក់មែនណាមុន5ជាង
come into play when the Valir was banned out
ថ្ងៃទី2ខ្ញុំខេះថ្ងៃ23នេះប៉ះចាំគូខ្មែរ
yeah that looks so specific that's why we were thought okay much tanker maybe they're already eyeing the glue in the row
អេតខ្ញុំមួយមកចុយអេត
អរគុណ Legenda សម្រាប់បុកលុយ25 សេនខ្ញុំចង់វាយបងឯង
or maybe
AI ក៏វាអត់អានដែរចុយ AI ថ្ងៃហ្នឹងករឿងមួយខ្ញុំដែរ
let's focus on 24
អូ AI
អរគុណរីស៊ីសវ៉ាឌីសម្រាប់បុកលុយ 1000 រៀល
អរគុណចុយ AI ថ្ប៉ែមែនហ្នឹង
can be independent of her teammates being in the lane with her or she can just clear anyway fast join in with the Uranus you don't really get that yeah you can cut ways play the macro but you're losing the impact in the fights
I feel like this is one of those situations where you're caught off guard right? And I feel like that's gonna be the story of MWI after all the games are done because who would have thought that Falcon's ID dropped 2 games back to back in very
100 រៀលពីសុកមេងហួរ
like here in the MWI with the patch it resets quite a lot of teams it comes to the question
អរគុណហ៊ុងម៉ូនីសម្រាប់បុកលុយ 25 សេន
អរគុណហ៊ុនម៉ូនីសម្រាប់ 25 សេន
on our I mean I'm not entirely sure now of the current update over on Stream A, but you know, yeah, that matchup was quite a surprise. I think everybody probably reacted that way, but that's also the case in MWI. You know, we had certain teams that were
Let's go.
obviously contenders.
អរគុណ Hanley សម្រាប់បុកលុយ$5 អាមេរិក
Đâu có small hole chứ. Isaac Newton. Đâm bậy bốt
competitively for MWI, getting there, and so you know, I hope
video.
Đâm bậy bột ô ba toàn.
Up in the grand finals. We don't even know. Maybe it
ba toàn mấy cái vlog.
that has that sure spot up there. Who knows?
Trời mấy cái mình.
Right? But if they do, whoever's going to be matched.
Là sao nắng che ta nông YouTube thì ấy cứ đặt mau Việt tranh này nè. Đẹp hỏi.
So because yes, the meta and the patch has been ever changing, and also you have to sprinkle in the fact that MWI is different itself.
Hai mùi nhật ti. Gió mùi ti đấy.
I think I'm really.
Mà rồi real pi cinema.
You guys mentioned where.
Phê lên YouTube đâm bậy bốt scam này. Nó đây đâm bậy bốt rồi đó là sang bên kia spam mà. Xây tranh mau à anh nè này vô. À nó cái station đấy nó lấy 6 chứ.
អរគុណ Nanti សម្រាប់បុកលុយ$2,500 រៀលវៃបាន
បាន Nanti
ទៅបាត់ជើងមកហ្នឹងអង្គុយដាក់ជើងទៅកៅអីហើយ
and take it away from me
លេងហ្គេមអើយប៉ណ្ណឹង
We'll get the box
ហើយបងចង់លុយបងហៅខ្ញុំឈ្មោះមុនណែឡូ10វ៉ាន់
Also, I feel like it's something that we just have to address if we just want to keep
ខែ
it
1
simple.
ម៉ោងអើយអត់មានទេ
I really feel
ខែ
like
ម៉ោងដួលបាត់ទេ
fighting is
Ôi
so
mau
good.
hơi
Yes, right. It's like we were talking
Và
about
mau hơi
violence is so good. Like people say
Chơi cái first pick
doesn't solve problems. They're just not using enough violence.
cái chanh nhở
MLBB.
cái chanh cái first pick thì Oh my god bro
Yeah, because really I really feel like micro in the
អរគុណ Fanit សម្រាប់បុកលុយ50 សេន
អរគុណបណ្ឌិត50សេន អូយខ្ញុំមានអារម្មណ៍ស្រាលខ្លួនមែនទេ
ហើយសោកកងគ្នា
មែនតែ force នេះតែយើងមិនមែនសទេយើងឡាញទេដោយសារភ្លើងឯង
អរគុណ Hanley សម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1 អាមេរិក
បាទអរគុណ$1 អាមេរិកទៀតកូកូមេឡុនទៀតអញ
With the Phobius open, if ever Navi rush the Freya, then the Phobius can just get picked up.
ដាក់នេះកូននេះរត់មកលឺរត់មកទៀត Friend somehow គេផ្សាត់ពីស្អី
We're gonna ban the Harara. Like, we're also not gonna play it.
Let's just scream for a few more games, and then we see how it goes.
Okay,
គេ
that's
រត់
a good
400 រៀលអរគុណ
Telling Casey no.
ហើយបាន Hira ខ្លួនឯងគេភិកអី
Oh no, sorry, Casey. But I really feel like Hira is just one of those heroes.
ដូ straight លេង
Theory, like you can
Hira លេតកាតផង
like
ជប់លេង
understood in a few minutes, but in application, it takes a while.
It's so
2-0 ហើយទៅ អូខេពេលនេះ
the combos exactly
ពេលនេះ
kind of weave in
ពេលនេះមកខមមិនណា
I don't know it
មកដល់គេមកហ่า
some more time Phobius though first pick blue side
Esme លេងបាន
it's gonna be the first in a while
yeah
អរគុណក្រៃសូជីតសម្រាប់បុកលុយ50សេន
ចុច link pin comment អ្នកគ្នាចង់អាហ្នឹងអរគុណសុជាតិនេះឥឡូវខ្ញុំបិទ flat អ្នកនេះចុច link ហ្នឹងទៅនេះមានអា donation ហ្នឹងចេញមកចេះអ្នកនេះចុចលុយចាប់ពី$1ឡើងទៅវាដាក់ link YouTube កន្លែងនេះបានហើយនេះ link YouTube កន្លែងហ្នឹងហើយដាក់ឈ្មោះកងធនាគារទៅអា link កន្លែងដាក់ remark តែមកចុចបន្តទូទៅវាចេញ QR ដាក់លុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរ$4000រៀលទៅវា link ហ្នឹងបើកឲ្យអ្នកគ្នាដាក់ហើយ
Not just put it all onto the hands of Rain. Since their names are so
500រៀលពីផនិត
like for the gold
laner yeah
តបពេលនេះនឹងភ្លាមបងអូខេចាយប៉ារី
ចាយប៉ារី
Oh
We'll shock everyone កប់រី
Something that's just like skill
ចុយដែល
not basic attack base and then
អូ lot បាត់ experience land ចូល lot
I think taking the Claude wouldn't be that bad as well.
Yeah.
AI ហ្នឹងនៅហេតុដឹងសលេងណាគេអត់សលេងមុនហ្នឹងសលេងមុនហ្នឹងសលេង លពូ
We have seen games
where
Claude will be fine against the Beleric. Oh, they still want to go for the carry. Wow.
ទៀត
It's probably just because it's also supplemented differently now.
Yeah.
Like you've got the carry
ចាយគ្រប់វិស័យហើយម៉ែឃើញមកគ្រប់វិស័យអញ
ends up being in the roam
ថតរឿងថតចម្រៀងតារាចម្រៀងប្រម៉ូតហូស caster យកចង់ឲ្យណាចង់បើឯងទៅផ្ទះមានការធ្វើ
មានអត់ដែរហ្នឹងអត់
អរគុណធៀបដៃណាសម្រាប់បុកលុយ1000រៀល GXP ឈ្នះ
អូ GXP នេះណា1000រៀលទាំងជុះ
tao bay được ta
9 minutes of the game. Are you gonna give time for
bay
this
ta
carry?
tiệt cặp mộtเลย
Suyo?
Chim coi gạn eSport ok.
Something
400
with
đi
Suyo?
VSHOPKH.
Damage, crowd control.
Bóng đặt
pretty much
sound
do a lot of
AI chia
everything.
voice đạch
Not really
gamer.
tanky, so the more
Ê ở đây.
difficult to take down. Yeah. So you
គេ
would
ប៉
be
ដឹង
great.
អត់ពើឡើយនៅ
អរគុណហួងមូននេះសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេនបង Pro Esport លេងថ្ងៃណា
23 Pro Esport សលេងមិញសលេងតាន់ហ្វី
សម្រាប់បុកលុយ1000រៀលអាហុងតិចតិចអាហុងតិចតិច
អរគុណ1000រៀលមានសលេងតាន់ហ្វីអាសលេងមិញនៅក្នុងរឿងស្អីគេທางពូហួរតាន់ហ្វី
I think they're a step ahead because again they just know
$205 អូខេ យើងត្រូវតែជឿជាក់លើ GXP អូខេ Law of Attraction Law of Attraction ចាយពេលនេះអត់ច្រឡំចាយប៉ារីសចុះជាប់មកសុំ
Yeah, I think this is that's why, you know.
អត់ទេលោកតាជេមសុកកំណាក់គាត់អីហ្នឹង
You can't hesitate like
និយាយទៅសលេងភាគច្រើនខ្លះអ្នកតារាល្បីៗកំដាក់នោះនេះជាប់20ឯកសិទ្ធិកម្មសិទ្ធិបញ្ញាគេដឹងលើនៅ
Yep. And sometimes I feel like shoot themselves in the foot when they're like they
ឥឡូវណាគេ donation 20រៀលមកខ្ញុំដាក់ឈ្មោះអ្នកគ្នាមកហើយដាក់សលេងអ្នកគ្នាអូខេ
And so maybe that's going to be the change of course.
នេះបាញ់20រៀលមកហើយ send voice មកខ្ញុំដាក់សលេងអ្នកគ្នាធ្វើ alert
That's my mentality.
Yeah, generally that's a good approach to life overall.
ស្រីហ្នឹងបានទៅ event ហ្នឹងយកហ្មង Steam Nomad event អបិសរ phone គេដូចជា Honor ហ្នឹងនេះ
You just get life lessons. We're showing our age.
Knowledge.
We're showing our
លោកគ្រូខ្នុយមានដែរតែខ្ញុំដកចេញ
and our knowledge.
The stream is just memes and trends.
សំលេងក្បែរ
សំលេងអាប៊ូតូខាំដូចពូម៉ាញ đấy rùa mọt cho mới sân tranhធ្លាក់ទៅ lower បើអត់ free ឈ្នះ2មុនឈ្នះ Win season 4អត់ដឹងលេងឯណានេះ Oh god
I want to say in MLBB But I was like no I can't
អើយអត់ទេដាក់លេង Niker សយឡើយ
has been banned out here other than that I wonder if they want to respect an Alice because Alice
10សេនពី Dalin
Wop sad. Yeah. And then also just keeps on that. I mean, like carry counters the Alice pretty hard.
Must
so
go on far.
maybe that's why they just want to leave it open.
Yeah.
That's like a Franco.
I think though, it would be risky if they left it open because then you're waiting for the carry, and then no one else in the team is gonna make it give it a difficult time.
Actually, now that I look at it, there's a lot of magic damage here. Suya probably isn't the pick because you're just gonna die super quickly.
He'll die at last.
Are they
Romer gain a Sol Khalid.
Tank?
តែគេធ្វើការ front line យកល្អហ្មង high loss
the Kai's gone Baksha's gone
We've seen Falcon's ID try to use the Hanzo didn't work out that well in fact I feel like Hanzo has basically not won a single game ever since the wild cards
Hanzo's been on my like wish list the Ghost Ninja
សក់ក្បាលគេណា
something a little bit different
មិនសក់ក្បាលយើង
Hanzo is different and that's what we want in MLBB
yes sir
បើសក់ក្បាលគេមែន
What does Gata say unity
ប្រទេសទៅអញកក់សក់ឲ្យគេដែរ
អរគុណ Legend សម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេនខ្ញុំចង់វាយបងឯង
ចង់វាយ AI បងឯងអានោះអត់អាន AI ទៀត
Imagine how sad phobias would be
ញ៉ាំបាយហើយ
I forgot about that
and now we get to see
that means that they just drag themselves in the corner because the Alice is still a really good option
ចុយស្អីគេផាន់ដល់អង្គ10សេន
They pick up the Claude first just to see how great
Claude ដដែល
an Alice or
គេត្រូវការ knock up
is going to be in this game.
Jungler គេអាចនឹង
So now Navi, yeah, I feel like the big question is really just going to be
how about Lancelot
it has to cover up the
we got no land
no land
នៅឡែនល្អ
go crazy and pick up a Yeast and shit and just
or
try
Link
to wait
Link
for
the
a
best
really late game
តែមានមើលមុនយូរប្រា
great hero
let's see if they're gonna lean in on the
តត no land man គេអត់ជួយម៉ែអើយឯងអញជាចង់50%ត្រឹមត្រូវមួយ
I mean like it's
ពីមើលមុនយូរទៀត
ហាមកក្រោយភ្លាមបត់កលើ
his brother is dad Christopher Nolan Christopher Nolan
great actor
last pick យកអីគេ
great
that's
actor
the Leo one
អាឡតអូអាឡតទិញវាយ Nolan តែបាក់លេងមួយ Fer វាតអាឡតលេងបានអាឡត
អរគុណសយដាបានសម្រាប់បុកលុយ1000រៀលចង់ឲ្យបង្ការលែងអាន comment បងអូនហើយ
អីគេ comment អីគេអូយបងភ័យគូខ្មែរដាបានអើយ
might as well you need that physical
yeah they spread out their damage profile
it just
worked out so well for Galaxy Phoenix since because of some early trades didn't go in the favor of Navi I'm needing a bit more.
Trời ơi, lót này. Trời ơi, lót counter no lên nè. Này bóng rót thôi cái này. Đập. 4 7 7 1 5 4 7 2 1
đây thở
តាមធូរតំបន់រហូតតែដល់ឆ្នាំនេះសូមបែបឈៀលហើយអានេះដល់គ្នាតុកសិចច្រើនវាធ្វើឲ្យត្រឡប់ទៅជានេះ
អង្គុយបែរ
ហ្នឹងចឹងតាមកលាករអ្នកខ្លះចូលចិត្តបែរទៅនេះអ្នកខ្លះចង់ចិត្តបែរទៅនោះអ្នកខ្លះបែរមុខធម្មតាអ្នកខ្លះចូលចិត្តលេងទូរស័ព្ទអោនឈ្ងោកដូចអ្នកនោះអោនឈោងក្រមអាហ្នឹងឈឹងកណាលេងចឹងកឲ្យខ្មែរឈ្នះមកអញឲ្យ$2ចុយសូមធរណាអញមិនចេះធរវាណាមកហ៎នេះមើល MLBB មួយសិន
Look at this, interesting. Looks like Ray is going for an Inspire in emblem set.
Map name
covering the
expanding a river. Flicker lại.
This looks a lot
like
Game 1's initial fight off in the mid.
So as long as Keishi doesn't die in the opposing jungle, then they should be good, right? Because I really feel like if you can't win, just don't lose. That's good enough. Right?
That's a simple way to
look at it. Focus bạn sao nào đi.
អរគុណថ្ងៃកុសលសម្រាប់បុកលុយ1000រៀល
អរគុណសម្រាប់1000រៀល lần này anh lùi bờ lùi ai đấy nè lùi bờ lùi tới dân Cipher Blood shoot the fight nice one lên crom tóc mà nó đấy lùi mẹ nát tới lên crom tóc
That seemed to be such a problem for Navi.
Tại nó tới game mình ham.
I'm gonna say like Gwyn is such a far hero.
Chùm lại không tông rồi đấy.
Game pi hay game pi. Cái chùm like đó là đại miên rồi. Mà lên không tóc này phải.
Because again, with the Guinevere, you don't have to win the turtle.
Pun mình lên cái pun cái mệt khơi vậy mấy.
Pun còn tóc với pun còn smile.
This is one of those cases where
what dollar lên mà chi cho mình nổi.
Ốc côn không minh prosmo សម្រាប់បុកលុយ60រៀល
អូ60រៀលបាទអរគុណបាទ60រៀលបាទ
không đi không nghe ta tới cái đúng mặt đây đấy
nice. Thôi free là thôi.
Chắp tí vô này.
Thôi.
But I feel like it's still okay because you're going up against Phoveus. Phoveus isn't gonna punish a
Linh mình flicker tạt chai. À con không mình, thank you. Top 1. Trời sao đọ một tí bình. Không mình lang top 1 này nào đi. 10,000 រៀលបាទ
មិនខាងទៅគេទីវី
អរគុណសុយដាវ៉ាន់សម្រាប់បុកលុយ1000រៀលគ្រាន់តែចង់ឃើញបងអាន comment និងហៅឈ្មោះអីក៏ពិបាកយ៉ាងនេះ
អូខេដាវ៉ាន់អើជួយហៅឈ្មោះច្រើនពេកគាំងឡើយ
តែគាំងទេណា
មិនវាគាំងផ្លែអូខេដាវ៉ាន់ហៅឈ្មោះដាវ៉ាន់មិនញ៉ែមច័ន្ទដាវ៉ាន់ឲ្យឈ្មោះដាវ៉ាន់
តែយុគគាំងអញ្ចឹងមានត្រូវថយក្រោយទេណា
ឥឡូវមាន34 35 36 37 38 34 40 41 42 Ôi hot hả?
That's why you pointed this out previously, the fellow that concentrated energy early item. Is just so valuable. For any of the Guineveres that picked up here. Navi at least in a sense, you know, Keishi got an early kill.
Miên lên rồi đó, đôi miên cái lên skin Pakito rồi đó.
Gonna be
enough
to contest what Galaxy Phoenix has.
I feel like the skill is gonna be good if you can get Sophia, right? Because I really feel like it's not what you have, it's about how you use it.
Yeah.
You got the damage. But if you can't kill Sophia, if you can't
តែខ្ញុំថាហ្នឹងគេ comfort skin អីណាគ្នាអា pha comfort skin KOS គេលេង KOS ព្រោះក៏វាអា skin ឈុនលីកហ្នឹងបាក់លេងបាក់មើល effect ណានិយាយមែនតើអានេះខ្ញុំធ្លាប់លេងខ្ញុំដឹង
like the way that she did on the far side now you don't have as much mobility in those dangerous situations you're really just relying on either getting that minor stun in with a projectile or just flickering right the athletic flicker right now the second turtle's up Galaxy Phoenix very minor lead nothing too crazy this is something that Navi can still take and bring in their favor fighting for this turtle this is gonna be a full-on fight too 5v5 for this one as everyone's around this. No setup there with spatial migration. This might be Inami going for this. Dark Wave is already used too. Here's the engagement. Trying to get away.
Ôi, phải chăng hero lọ. Woo! Ê, bên đây, chui bên đây không? Bên đây. Ngọc lên mà đi mình. Ý mờ rế, bị đồ mua gì. Ôi, chị sai, nhóm sẽ khai vì phay bây giờ, nhóm tăng nông thủ khai này. Mình cho phép nông dân khơi ồ nổ không phải bua nè mui pi nè từ nè đi xây lên bạn ngọc một chết à không sạch oh my god bro look at that you wanna run away from me កុំទៅណាចោលខ្ញុំបានទេ yes sorry guys តែធូរចិត្តវាតឹងវិញណាមួយកណាការនេះយើងអត់អាចនិយាយអីលើសលួបានវេតអត់ទេមើលចុះតែគេបានសូហ្វី what បាន3 2 1តាន់ប៉ oh my god លីង
Trên đánh bờ đòi mình chẳng còn cái phần đánh bờ mình cho mưa mà sụp cho mưa đây là mưa
cái đặt skill chào đặt skill cháu bạn
anh chẳng còn cái mưa còn đánh bờ thôi đánh bờ
bên này đi mình là biết hai đại crowd
mình cho mưa mà sụp nè bờ
cho mưa chói ăn ở đây mưa đồng chương mưa khổng chương nhân châu lắm
Trinity, are we ready to fight here? Once again up top. Rian is gone out of the picture.
Pha luôn rồi. Pha ngay. Pha ngay vậy.
Sophia's flicker.
Đô quá nhỉ.
Pha ngay vậy. Tại đây cạt bên ton on một flick. Ayan là biết cái off flicker đây. Ok, bay băng. Linh mau bắn flying cloud vào vô.
Should be able to get out of here, but now we
Okay, bravest fighter. Flying clouds though. Again, that is going to be something to consider. How fast they can bring
ultimate dân vú nè. Lính ultimate muối
if they have to the flying clouds. This last turtle is going to be up 2-1 to Galaxy Phoenix.
Do bom lửa. Tao thò nó dân thở delay. Delay. Mid lane. Oh, Sophia. Chui Sophia ផងជួយផង Oh! The Grandmother of Tank! Why? Winnie. Mình mẹ nít ta đây tại tàu. Một khúc nia còn khơi vẹn bên tá thành ta này chưa.
Em mới hút mấy sợi viếng.
Vô lọt. Ôi lọt. Yo what the heck. Ôi.
Mình delay cái ba nó
đi frame môi này đây, frame môi lanh lác này. Yo nào thế chia sai mà nhóm sai lư nó ra pay vậy tăng chất vậy.
And it stops things from even pursuing further.
Ôi so này miền nào đi.
It's just one of those things that just prevents any kind of action because damn if you do, damn if you don't.
Guys, look at that. Look at the performance.
We're just gonna take things for free. If you come and attack us, you have a toll to pay, right? You're not gonna get out scot-free.
Yep. And this is interesting too. Looking at the items, you see Sophia has the Genius Wand herself on the gourd.
Yeah.
And then that's actually what allows them, whether it's her, whether it's, you know, utilizing this Guinevere from Fa, they work in conjunction with each other.
Look at this. Rain also looks like is going to go for the Sky Piercer. I think even she understands that they need some kind of miracle here.
Yeah, they need something to happen. Again, Na'Vi, they've got to find themselves in this kind of space of surviving again. Spatial migration, even with the revitalize, just gone in an instant.
Ooh, look at that.
She's dealt with this now from game 1 to game 2, and it just seems like Galaxy Phoenix has her number. Lord's gonna go ahead and charge in on that top turret, taking out the whole defense.
Right now, Galaxy Phoenix
dân sồn cho Orang nâng mình. Này.
Bánh cho xí mà stand nó gọt.
Gọt chẳng hay sao hero nó chẳng ngộp.
Bơm son.
Son cho lên á. Tỏi như đánh. Anh cái stand về ruột này. Quạt đăng thàn. Stand nó về lốt được biết mình.
Lốt tấm một.
Ui. Bay play. Bay play. Lo đây. Ui pùng phay thằng này con ăn bay đô nhom lốt nhọn này. Trong trang bay đô slap hơi.
Vậy đã bà hơi xí ở
even if they didn't get the results that they wanted, I think that was enough to give them this kind of confidence, this kind of synergy that we're seeing them execute just even here in this first series for Galaxy Phoenix. Like, they're playing as a team. They have that synergy. They have that call. And it's just
cái tiền vẫy.
Ý là Pú bro.
Là
Pú bay.
Like you said,
vậy mình nói là Pú bay cái miếng là stand mũi nè.
អរគុណបងកថាសម្រាប់បុកលុយ 2000 រៀលយកចឹងបងស្រែកឡូឡាខ្លាំងសួរថាស្អីជាតម្លៃបង
Trời. Trời. Xây đây chia tầm like giúp lan strike lan khlang.
It might also be a different advantage.
Vậy nên ta khơi à bẹt được đấy.
You know, MPL Cambodia is like, you know what?
Xây đây chia tầm like.
Yeah.
Like we're not competitors in the sense of MWI, so we're gonna give you all the information. Imagine 9 MPL.
Sophia.
Yeah. Like we're gonna go all in on you, and this is the result. They look absolutely amazing. They look clean. They look composed.
Nhưng free minion là đang hai free minion á. Free minion nó cứ bắt sai tất cả kì. Nó bây giờ minion roll ta cái mà riêng lõi này.
Cái bàn lôi.
Cái clear minion nó vô lôi rồi. Trong ca đó môn lọt nó cái khoa tờ mà item nó cái clear nó ban vào rồi.
Moving towards this competition. Hopefully we don't jinx them though. Right now, Galaxy Phoenix is 7,000 up, and Winnie is having a good time. If she dies after this, I'll apologize.
Oh, look at this. Lima going into the conceal play. They're just trying to set things up in the sandwich play once again. They're going to cut off Naya.
Oh! Tới nè! LG tới nè! Oh my god! Bốc kìa! Bay lọt sân này! Ê, bay lọt sân này! Bay tìa! Yeah!
អរគុណជុំសោបានវត្តសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1អាមេរិក20ចង់ចេញនងគ្នារីបង
Ôi, mai mà bị đâu nhóm 125. What the fuck? Ôi, P-Zone. Yes. Campuchia là bao giờ? Ôi, Queen Phoenix, Galaxy Phoenix. Holy shit. This is MPL experience. Yo, P-Zone. Oh my god, P-Zone. Team Pot, Campuchia dân thơ ban ơi, P-Zone.
We saw this in day 1 of the wild cards, where teams were.
Oh my god.
You know what we were seeing, and it was this kind of adjustment period for the other competitors.
Thấy trong tranh đô mà là P-Zone này.
These are some of their go-to heroes that are making them work, and I think 100% Faz Guinevere is going to be one of them.
Oh my god.
Even the Belric.
Ôi, mình một đại hiệp chủ nút quan ở đây. Oh my god, P-Zone.
អរគុណស្រីរ៉ាវុធសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$5អាមេរិកលិត VSHOPKH
Let's go $5មកហើយបាទ Let's go តោះណាគេ challenge 10 រៀលទៀតតោះបាញ់លឿនៗមក challenge មកកណោ Let's go P-Zone នេះតោះ Yo
You saw the moments where Navi's just like, how do we read this? Well, Galaxy Phoenix are just going for it. The Bellavere combo is good.
The newcomer, the dark horse.
I like that Bellavere.
Whoa. Back đây ở con sầm rạp đọc sen.
Yeah, I feel like the
yes
rig is gonna be something else.
Này mới ai hai, này ai Galaxy finish.
I don't want to say.
Control man lom nè, man chắc là stream thôi nè, miếng thằng ai kẹt đi. Galaxy finish.
He's from European. He's European. He's European.
Mấy ai bỏ
the combo is.
អរគុណទីម Palin សម្រាប់បុកលុយ$3 អាមេរិក
Palin 3រៀលដែរអឺអាអរគុណអាពួកម៉ាក់យកពេជ្រអញក្រោម 20000 ពេជ្រទេហើយចុះអាឈ្នះ 500 Nha, phải mỗi nha nhất. Oh, so good. Ní mình men chia sọc bắn tê, xong phơ cá chắc cầm liên rồi này bay cầm liên con mà toàn mình men chia sọc bắn này cứ pi tôn năng sồn. Oh my god, smooth.
And slippery. And all she needed
thank
was
you
a concentrated
EFC thank you. EFC anh ấy hay nè. Nè cái tha sấy cho âm bị ớt bây giờ nè. Xong phơ cá chắc một tụi này chùm luôn 5 đòn. Anh ấy hay vô bắt bị sao tụi mọi khai chạc. Ôi dân thử bay ghê vậy. Ê dân ăn 3 mũi nè nè, dân ăn 3 mũi vì thay là thi rồi nè.
Thao tiếp bóng lên, bóng bọc.
Racket bởi dân ở Falcon đại si mũi Falcon mê nè.
Thao tiếp group A.
Group mũi dân, group B bởi dân tay bracket không nè.
Chẳng ạ.
Yeah. Game có các bạn win the VA. Sự phụ này mơ nghe win the VA ba. À pha mấy nha. On score, sẽ cái ta đỡ clear rồi cái. Ma đo thang. Score le ma grand ma đỡ off thang bro.
Someone to follow up, whether it's Ling, whether it's Lima, whether it's whoever.
Mấy nó mấy cái đặc niệm mà dân vậy nè, grand ma đỡ off thang.
Covering each other's, sixes and everything else, keeping things in pace. Even
oh
when
my
you had
god.
to disengage in the early game again.
Yes, yes. Chạm mơ some peer, game is some peer.
They protected her, and so I think they just
played
really well as a team.
That's why I'm glad you guys are the experts, because the only thing I have here.
Chơi vitality mày. One call bọc Brazil này. Một con trâu này
mình muốn nó bọc tại bọt trâu thì vậy.
Ôi thà thi bên ngày được đấy.
Lón này ai ghét cái đấy lón.
Chơi mơ dù đây nó nóng tè. Ê dù đây nó dù. Cả mình NP play ơi. Tờ vay buôn phải em. À đánh luôn nọc bạc. À đú lên. Đú lên. Vinh mượn đi nhà đang chỉ cái gì kia.
คุณยอมคิดจ่าสำหรับบกลุย25 เซน BNB แมทฟาคอนไดซีวีฟาคอนเวกาโอเจ
มองនៅមើល Falcon ដៃស៊ី versus Falcon Vega ចង់ឃើញ performance ពួកនឹងត្រៀមប៉ះ KX អូខេមើលនៅមើលដែរអូយមកស្រែកឡើងឈឺកផាក់
To be fair, I think they've been trying it for 2 years.
អូយផាក់តាំងមកចឹងស្រែកឡើងឈឺក
To an extent. Are you not entertained?
Is that what they wanted?
No, I mean like.
Oh, you don't know. Cắt minion là ngóm rồi.
Most fun to like cast and watch if it's like fast paced.
Cắt minion tỏ team chặn nhiều mà.
À, buồn nè ba trong ngọc vào đọc bạn.
Tao nhắm sốc bắt anh ấy thôi nè, bắt hạt red mình. Thôi mấy đôi nhung mấy lang 120 hẹn.
It was a lot of fights, but you could see that they weren't just like throwing stuff into the whiteboard to see if like what will stick. No, it's like you could see the thought process.
Oh, này hay. Lọt mà hỏi đó.
Suffering this loss, they gotta lock in because we gotta talk about.
Đây rồi nó ngọc mình.
Sai luôn cắt minion tỏ chặn nhưng mà phải chưa.
Losing twice. Look at that, the key.
Mình làm bằng một
hai biết the only choice bởi cạn chẳng minion bọc kia này đang của minion bay plug.
They are in a difficult group. So right now.
Tục lọt rồi
ca khlang men yeah thì không prang nào lọ
We'll just name out the teams in the group of Navi. Gen G, Foot, Vitality, Falcon Daisies, and Falcon's Mena. Bro, that is tough competition.
Just Vitality is I mean like it's almost like we have a huge thing in front of us that reminds us of Vitality.
Spoil nhầm đăng đường chơi tay vậy khôi.
Cái bọt trốn.
À bọt trốn.
Bọt nè.
Nó chăm ơi kia phía này kia không?
This is how big of a fan.
Mơ thế, mình mượn đi.
Ồ, Vitality bên ngay đằng này. Propian nè, khơi miền mẹ nè, Propian nè, khơi Brazil. Người ta mà đi chân đằng Army đọc lơ đi chân đằng gì ghê. Mi bị o nó Brazil nó thơ khăn này, mi mơ hao vậy. Bắt o mơ mà.
Nó tốc chộp á mà nhá. Bắt dù nó hết á mà nhá.
Ồ, Vitality anh.
Tập 4 tốc chộp.
a pixel away from death. Oh, they got to play this macro style. I think the Vitality, they've almost guaranteed themselves every single Lord in this game. The only way that Lost catches them is if they set something up. If they're able to get that 3-man knock-up, or again, as we've seen, charge by Cine though. Oh, Aya with a blade surge. Good game sense, very good game sense. They notice Ray walk out. There's probably somebody nearby, right? Didn't want to overextend here, but
Lát giảm luôn nọc mà Ruby đi ngọt clot này, thì mình đã mà lốt bác brilliant ngọt này. All mới bán đang. Minion bọc tea ơi, bay play cái lên là số 4 này, vì thằng tí lên số 4 này, minion bay play bạn lên à. Ơi, tại cái minion cọt, tàu bay cọt quá mà cọt nó ở ball với anh nhảy. Ồ, chẳng thua khôi mến xua ní thôi nè, xua nhông lên bên 36 này xua khung vật đại có chia cầm ra cái Academy đứng này, ở giờ làm này. Aiki, rất ấy chẳng tới. Nó cần đó là
làm này cơ.
Mình chả ấy đi, chả là U.
I mean, Mikari is going to always try, right? It's not the most efficient way to clear the waves, but somebody's got to do the dirty work. And unfortunately, Mikari is now realizing, oh, wait a minute, they've made a call and lost. They might just force this. Wave and mid cleared out, though. They got to pay attention to that mid wave. Vivo. That is a massive ability.
Okay, chat in top vui. Cái chat in top vui.
Look at the mid lane. Waves already crashing at the base.
Oh, minion bọc tea. Minion bọc tea.
Now the rest of the team coming out as the guiding wind comes over to bring Cine. Waves now in the bottom lane and the top lane.
Back TP.
Is down to half.
Đặt tea vào đây. Đặt tea vào đây.
Gonna have to lose their immortality.
Minion.
Ngoài bàn lắm.
Minion bọc tea, cho tea. Trái. Trái minion bọc cái nữa. Đặt tea. Và chia say và xong rồi đi mình.
Romer of Galaxy Phoenix, congratulations.
How
do you feel about beating the 2024 MWI champions in Navi PH?
Of course, we're so happy right now. We're so happy because we didn't expect the result, but we just try our best.
You did very well. Belleric and the rest of your team looked flawless. I'd like to ask, how did you prepare as a team for MWI 2026 for Paris?
For the preparation, maybe we just keep on trainings and try to spend our time together, so what we call the chemistry will go well. That's all.
You have great chemistry, we can tell. Watching the games, you were rotating around the map very well. You swept Navi PH. Your next opponents in the next round of the group stage could be Falcons Mena or Falcon Daisies from Mena or for Myanmar. Who do you want to face?
I would like to face Falcon Daisy because I have a friend in there. Yes. Starsoy, jungler. Yes, the jungler one.
Okay, if you have a message for Starsoy, if ever, for her next match, what do you want to say to Starsoy?
Good luck, my friend. See you tomorrow. That's all.
All right. Again, Lema, I'm sure there are a lot of fans from Cambodia watching right now. What's your message for all of the Cambodian fans and your new fans all around the world?
First of all, I'd say my language, okay?
Yes.
អរគុណអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាដែលក្រុមតពួកខ្ញុំពីចម្ងាយពួកខ្ញុំនឹងខំប្រឹងធ្វើបានល្អជាងហ្នឹងហើយសង្ឃឹមថាអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នានឹងបន្តការគាំទ្រ Yes.
Akun Lema, once again, the roamer of Galaxy Phoenix. Lema, amazing Belleric. Congratulations on your sweep. You guys are watching MWI 2026. We're just opening up on the first day of the group stage. My name is Leo. When we come back, we'll have the boys back on decks to take care of the final match of the day on broadcast here on Stream B. We're going to quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. You're watching Esports World Cup here live from Paris, France.
W Grandmother of Tanks. The Grandmother of Tank Lema. Oh my god, that's so good. អង់គ្លេសក៏បាននិយាយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរខ្ញុំមានតែនិយាយខ្មែរបានលើបាន
គាត់ខ្មែរនិយាយខ្មែរកាត់ទៅប៉ែ
Let's talk about
Vitality
it,
đã pi
because
sâu nữa đây.
my goodness, a
Pi
26-minute match. I think it took 6, 7, maybe 8 pushes on.
អស់អ្នកតុបហើយ
Oh my god អ្នកគ្នាអើយលុយជួយមកអាកន្លែង
Falcon មាន12 team
Falcon មាន Falcon Mena Falcon Vega Mena និង Falcon Vega Ando Falcon Daisy ហ្នឹងជា franchise របស់មានម៉ែផ្សេង
hay sao ba cần
សហ្វាល់ខនទាំងអស់អូអ្នកគ្នាអើយសប្បាយចិត្តនៅពេលដែលឃើញក្រុមយើងឥឡូវពីមួយក្រុមទៅមួយក្រុមពីរល្អទៅល្អទៅខ្ញុំតែនិយាយមាន5អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នារឿងខ្លះវាត្រូវការពេលវេលាត្រូវការអីដែរ good timing or whatever I don't know ដាក់ជួអសិនលោបានលុយខ្លះអញ្ចឹងyeah
បាយស៊ីឥឡូវ
ខ្ញុំតែងតែឆ្លោះជាមួយនឹងអ្នកដែលខមមិនមួយចំនួនពាក់ព័ន្ធពីយកធីមខ្មែរធីមស្រីចូលលេងខ្ញុំថាហ្នឹងគឺជាកន្លែងដកបទពិសោធន៍មិនមែនជាកន្លែងគាត់ឈ្នះទេជាកន្លែងបទពិសោធន៍ហើយវាល្អមួយវាចំពេលដែលគាត់ត្រូវទៅប្រកួត MWI ទៀតអញ្ចឹងគឺជាកន្លែងដែលគាត់ត្រូវការបទពិសោធន៍នៅលើឆាកបទពិសោធន៍សម្ពាធមានន័យថាសម្ពាធនៅពេលដែលគាត់លេងចាញ់ viewer ឬក៏ audience ជេរគាត់ធ្វើឲ្យគាត់ទទួលរងនៅស្មារតីរឹងមាំណាយ៉ាងណាស្អែកប៉ះក្រុមណាយើងចាំមើលការប្រកួតគូរបស់ Team Falcon ដៃ C មីយ៉ាន់ម៉ាប៉ះជាមួយនឹង Falcon Vega Mena ហ្នឹងប៉ះគ្នាណាគេឈ្នះមកប៉ះយើងចែកថាអ្នកខ្លះគីឡូសុំពាក្យនិយាយទៅអ្នកគ្រប់ត្រូលការគាត់និយាយអង់គ្លេសអញ្ចឹងណាតែគាត់និយាយខ្មែរអេអត់ទេមកតែការប្រើអត់ទេលេម៉ាកូនកាត់ម៉ាឡេលេម៉ាកូនកាត់ម៉ាឡេនោះគ្នាគាត់កាត់ជាមួយនៅម៉ាឡេស៊ីអាលីងអ្នកគ្នាគាត់ធ្លាប់ជាកីឡាករនេះជំរឿសជាតិហើយគាត់ធ្លាប់នៅ DG Angel ធ្លាប់ឈ្នះ Road to SEA Game អាលីងអត់ទេអាលីងអត់ទេអ្នកគ្នាគាត់អត់បាននៅក្នុងហ្នឹងអាលីងដូចជាអត់ទេច្រឡំតែកាលហ្នឹងប៉ុកគីទេអាលីងក្រោយ DG Angel ជំនាន់ក្រោយប៉ុន្តែអាលីងអត់តបាន Champion អីទេពេលហ្នឹងអាលីងអត់ចូលហ្នឹងតែអាលីងពេលហ្នឹងកំពុងពេញខ្លាំងតែដោយសារតែនិយាយស្រួលសាប់ទៅពេលហ្នឹងយើងអត់មានសមត្ថភាពដែលគាត់គង់ពួកគាត់បានណានិយាយស្មោះត្រង់ចិត្តទៅយើងអត់មានសមត្ថភាពគ្រប់គ្រងពួកគាត់បានទេទៅដែលជាហេតុឲ្យយើង disband team នឹងចោលពេលហ្នឹងព្រោះយើងអត់មាន budget អត់មានប្រាក់ខែអត់មាន sponsor ឲ្យគាត់ទេអញ្ចឹងក៏សម្រាប់បញ្ចប់ណាមួយការ disband team មិនមែនរឿងនឹងសុទ្ធទេការ disband team ដោយសារតែអញ្ចេះអានេះខ្ញុំនិយាយចិត្តមួយដែលខ្ញុំតែតែនិយាយអាហ្នឹងបានហៅថាចិត្តអ្នកស្រឡាញ់ e-sport ហ្មងមិនមែនខ្ញុំទៅសើខ្លួនឯងទេណានៅក្នុងការ disband team គឺគោលបំណងឲ្យពួកគាត់មានអនាគតដោយសារតែឲ្យគាត់ទៅរកក្រុមផ្សេងដែលគេមានសមត្ថភាពអាចផ្គត់ផ្គង់ពួកគាត់ជាងហើយនៅពេលដែលគាត់អាចផ្គត់ផ្គង់បាននឹងដកបានជាមួយនឹងបបផ្សោតថ្មីអញ្ចឹងបានន័យថាស្អីគេអនាគតរបស់គាត់ក៏ខ្ពស់តាមដឹងដែរគោលបំណងនៃការ disband ហ្នឹងគឺរឿងអញ្ចឹងដោយសារតែបើឲ្យគាត់យើងនៅតមកគាត់នៅតែតអញ្ចឹងពួកគាត់ប្រកួតមួយយើងនៅក្រុមមួយយើងអត់មានគិតរឿងប្រាក់ខែទេប៉ុន្តែអ្វីដែលយើងចង់ disband គឺរឿងនឹងដើម្បីឲ្យគាត់រកអនាគតថ្មីទៅព្រោះបើគាត់ចេញពីយើងគាត់អាចមានអនាគតជាងយើងឃើញមែនគាត់មានអនាគតមែនដូចពេលខ្លះខ្ញុំលេងសើចមួយHaruមែនប៉ុន្តែនៅតែជាកូនយើងទេបាទដូចHaru បាទ Haru អាលីងអាចេននីឈប់បាត់ហើយរងថ្ងៃអស់នៅសល់មួយទៀតសល់អីគេណៃវាយធ្លាប់ចូលនេះដែរធ្លាប់ចូល DG Angel ដែរហើយ DG Angel ក៏ត្រឡប់មកវិញមានកន្លការនេះចាស់នៅក្នុងនឹងដែរដូចជាអា Marima តែ Marima វាអត់លេងទេជាអ៊ីងក៏មកវិញដែរអញ្ចឹងវាមានតែប៉ុណ្្នឹងក៏សង្ឃឹមថាពីខ្ញុំទៅគឺសប្បាយចិត្តមិនថាគាត់មិនធ្លាប់ជាកូនក្រុមរបស់ខ្ញុំប៉ុន្តែខ្ញុំនៅតែសប្បាយចិត្តឲ្យតែក្រុមកម្ពុជាគឺខ្ញុំអត់ខ្វល់ទេឲ្យតែក្រុមតំណាងជាតិទោះជាតំណាងក្លឹបប៉ុន្តែជាកូនខ្មែរយើងនៅតែគ្រប់គ្រងលើកទឹកចិត្តគាត់ទាំងអស់ដែលយើងនិយាយទៅពេលវេលាដែលយើងត្រូវរួបរวมនឹងគ្នាវាមិនមែនជាពេលវេលាណាគ្នារិះគន់ដើម្បីជន់បលិចទេហើយខ្ញុំតែងតែនិយាយយ៉ាងការឆ្លោះប្រកែកគ្នាការ debate វាតែងតែមានប៉ុន្តែសូមឲ្យអ្នក debate ជាក្រុមប៉ះនឹងក្រុមមិនមែនជា debate នៅពេលដែលក្រុមតំណាងប្រទេសទៅជេរកីឡាករដែលលេងតំណាងប្រទេសតំណាងជាតិអាក្រក់មើលណានិយាយមែនទេណាវាអាក្រក់មើលមែនតើហ្មងឥឡូវខ្ញុំសុំនិយាយបន្តិចពាក់ព័ន្ធពីរឿងនឹងតទៅមុខទៀតបច្ចុប្បន្នកាលឃើញគ្នាយើង reaction ខ្លាំងមែនតើពាក់ព័ន្ធពីទង់ជាតិរបស់ការប្រកួត PUBG Mobile ENC ដែលអត់មានទង់ជាតិកម្ពុជាហើយអ្នកដែលគាត់ចូលទៅ comment ឈឺឆ្អែលខ្ញុំពិតជាអរគុណអ្នកចែកម្លែកខ្ញុំពិតជាអរគុណប៉ុន្តែសង្ឃឹមថាមុននឹងយើងចែកម្លែកនឹងផុសជាមេត្តាការអីផ្សេងយើងត្រូវគិតគូរទៅដល់វិស័យមួយនឹងដូចគ្នាព្រ ព្រោះពេលខ្លះរឿងខ្លះតិចតួចវាទៅជារឿងយើងដឹងថាប្រជាជននិងអ្នកគ្រប់គ្រងរបស់យើងនឹងចរិតបែបមិនហើយចូលចិត្តផ្អើលឈូឆរហើយជាពិសេសចូលចិត្តយកអារឿងហ្នឹងទៅជាមេតិកាដើម្បីរជាមួយនឹង engagement ប៉ុន្តែមុននឹងយើងផុសអញ្ចឹងសូមឲ្យអ្នកគ្នាមានព័ត៌មានជាក់លាក់ដែលយើងអាចធ្វើការជាមួយនឹងអ្នកដែលគេផ្លូវការដូចជាសហព័ន្ធកីឡាអេឡិចត្រូនិកកម្ពុជារបស់យើងគឺខ្ញុំឆាតទៅខាងសហព័ន្ធផ្ទាល់ហ្មងសួរថាបងរឿងដែលENC គេផុស PUBG Mobile អត់មានទង់ជាតិយើងនេះហើយគេបានផុសថាគេកំពុងធ្វើការសុំសិទ្ធិដើម្បីធ្វើការដាក់ទង់ជាតិគ្រប់ប្រទេសទាំងអស់និងការព្យាយាមរកទង់ជាតិណាដែលជាទង់ជាតិofficial ដែលយើងប្រើប្រាស់អញ្ចឹងខាងសហព័ន្ធខ្ញុំឆានមួយគាត់បងសាមឌីគឺគាត់ថាយើងបានធ្វើការនឹងជាមួយខាង ENC ហើយយើងបានអាប់ដេតអាហ្នឹងទៅគេហើយគេកំពុងតែធ្វើការនឹងជាមួយយើងដើម្បីធ្វើការកែប្រែចំណុចហ្នឹងអញ្ចឹងក៏សង្ឃឹមថាអ្នកនរគ្នាយកយល់ឲ្យរឿងហ្នឹងណារឿងខ្លះវាគួរចែកម្លែកទៅឈឺឆ្អាលបានគឺឈឺឆ្អាលល្អណាស់ប៉ុន្តែគាត់ថានៅពេលយើងឈឺឆ្អាលយើងដាក់មានថាឥឡូវខ្ញុំបានធ្វើការមួយអ្នក official document បានថាខាងផ្លូវការទូតអីហើយឥឡូវកំពុងរត់ការសង្ឃឹមថាខាង ENC អាចនឹងកែប្រែត្រង់ហ្នឹងអីចឹងតែសង្ឃឹមថាអ្នកគិតចឹងវាល្អជាងដែលអ្នកគ្នាអង្គុយតែរិះគន់ដើម្បីជន់បលិចវាព្រោះវិស័យណាក៏ដោយវិញ្ញាសាណាក៏ដោយវាសិតតែល្អទាំងអស់នៅជឿខ្ញុំទៅបងប្រែឲ្យផងបងប្រែគេឡៃម៉ានិយាយអង់គ្លេសលុយហ្មងគេសួរគាត់ចេះថាតើគាត់មានអារម្មណ៍មិនដែរនៅពេលដែលឈ្នះគាត់ថាគាត់សប្បាយចិត្តច្រើនខ្លាំងមែនទែនในការយកឈ្នះមួយហ្នឹងហើយគេសួរថាហេតុអីដែលគាត់អាចតើការត្រៀមទុករបស់គាត់ហ្នឹងល្មិចខ្លះដែលគាត់អាចយកឈ្នះហ្វីលីពីនបានជាទូទៅគាត់និយាយថាការវឹកហាត់ច្រើនជាពិសេសហ្នឹងគឺ team chemistry ការតំណាក់តំណងក្នុងក្រុមរបស់គាត់ហ្នឹងគឺល្អខ្លាំងដែលធ្វើឲ្យការលេងវាកាន់តែខ្លាំងហើយគេសួរគាត់ថាតើគាត់ចង់ប៉ះ team អីទៀតគាត់ចង់ប៉ះ team Falcon Dicey ពីមីយ៉ាន់ម៉ាដោយសារតែគាត់មានមិត្តភ័ក្តិស្គាល់គ្នានៅក្នុងមីយ៉ាន់ម៉ាហ្នឹងដៃចាំង color នៅហ្នឹងអញ្ចឹងគាត់សង្ឃឹមថាគាត់នឹងជួបគាត់នៅថ្ងៃស្អែកហើយគេសួរថាមានពាក្យអីជូនពរទៅខាង Falcon Dicey អត់គាត់ថាសំណាងល្អជួបគ្នានៅថ្ងៃស្អែក Hello ស្ដីអរគ្នាយើងអីគេស៊ីការីណាđấyនិយាយទៅស៊ីការីបាត់មកទៀតស៊ីបែបហ្នឹងការីជប៉ុនឆ្ងាញ់ណាស់តែតអត់មាននឹងតែយូរឆ្ងាយពេកហ្នឹងអេ Eon 3មានតាមិនដឹងឈ្មោះស្អីAnchisen Ramen អូ Anchisen ណាចុយការីនឹងឆ្ងាញ់ Ramen នោះឆ្ងាញ់ជាងចង់ស៊ី Ramen ក៏ស៊ីតែចង់ស៊ីការីក៏ស៊ីទៅគាត់ថាការីហ្នឹងក៏ឆ្ងាញ់ដែរ actually មានធ្លាប់សាក់ហើយសាក់ពី3កន្លែងផ្សេងទៀតបានដឹងថាកន្លែងហ្នឹងឆ្ងាញ់ពេលយើងស៊ីតែកន្លែងហ្នឹងយើងដឹងថាហ្នឹងឆ្ងាញ់ហើយតែយើងទៅស៊ីកន្លែងផ្សេងបានដឹងថាអូអត់ដូចគ្នាទេវា spotlight right now សង្ឃឹមថាការប្រកួតនឹងជ័យជំនះថ្ងៃនេះយើងសប្បាយចិត្តនឹងគ្រប់គ្រងប្រកួតបន្តទៀតហើយក៏សង្ឃឹមថាកីឡាការនេះរបស់យើងបន្តពង្រឹងសមត្ថភាពខ្លួនឯងនិងត្រៀមខ្លួនជាសាច់សម្រាប់ការប្រកួតនៅថ្ងៃស្អែកតែប៉ុណ្្នឹងកូពីអំឡំប៉ាកេតូមេងកុងវាយរ៉េងសិនហើយជួយអត់ទេស៊ីសន្តាប់មួយក៏មានធីមស្រីដែរហ្នឹងកម្ពុជា top 2 MWI បាន1កៅអីមានម៉ាដឹងមកពីណាបាន2កៅអីមានម៉ាណា2កៅអីមានម៉ាមានតែមួយដែរ Falcon Dicey ហ្នឹងវាក្រុមនារីអត់មានណាគេបាន2 slot ទេមានតែម្ដងឯដោយសារតែគេឲ្យសិតទៅ defendant champion បានន័យថាជើងឯករដូវកាលមុនគឺ auto invite 100រៀលពីតយហេមគេ invite 2មក invite តែមួយឯមួយទៀត qualify ក្នុងប្រទេសខ្លួនឯងទៅដែរយល់អាហ្នឹងវាដូចមកប្រទេសមក team អញ្ចឹងប៉ុន្តែគេដូររបៀបគឺ defending champion គេប្រើពាក្យ defending champion អញ្ចឹងបានថាជើងឯករដូវកាលមុនលេខ1ហ្នឹងគឺគេ direct invite ទៅរដូវកាលទីនេះឥឡូវហ្នឹងលេងអត់ដែរនៅក្រុមបរោះឯណាគ្នាគាត់នៅតែក្រុមនារីតាម៉ៃសគុណយក friend បាត់ហើយបង Falcon Vega មេណាខ្លាំងអត់ Falcon Vega មេណាមកជុំឃើញលេងនៅក្នុងមេតាបានល្អចំណេះដឹងពាក់ព័ន្ធពី lane អីល្អដែរក៏ chemistry ពេលហ្នឹងដោយសារតែគាត់ខ្លាំងជាងគេពេលហ្នឹងគាត់ខ្លាំងជាងគេអញ្ចឹងគាត់វាយឃើញ point អញ្ចឹងយកមកមើលបើមេណានឹងមានម៉ាខ្ញុំគិតថាមានម៉ាខ្លាំងជាង នេះអានេះជាមួយដឹកខើរបស់មីជាមួយមីឆាចូលរបាយដឹកខើហ្មងក៏ហើយនិយាយទៅតាំងពី World Cup មកតែតោអាប្រទេសធ្លាក់តាមបាល់ម៉ានហ្នឹងគឺអាចអ្នកយកអូចប់មើល World FIFA Dota Valorant ហ្នឹងក៏ខុសដែរប៉ុន្តែទៅទាញនៅក្នុង EWC ត្រូវអូអីខ្ញុំលើក្រោយយូចាំប្រាប់ក្រុមមីផ្ទុយមួយអូ Falcon ដៃស៊ីជួយដូចណាគេនេះប្រកាសហ៎ណាគេ Valorant អីគេ set never die set never die មិនតា set ទេមិនតាំងពីថ្ងៃ Epic Legend នោះបើឲ្យចាំមើលទៅ Alliance comeback ហើយអានោះរត់តែ match point ឃើញផង fan Team Liquid ឈ្នះហើយបងអានោះលេខ 19 ដកកអើយហើយថ្ងៃ Valorant ណាអូយ100 នាទីគ្មានចេះស្អីទេ all in energy ខ្ញុំ fan energy ម៉ាំងខ្វិត 3-1 គឺបាបគ្នានិយាយទៅនៅក្នុង live ហ្នឹងខើសាហាវយកកាយស្វីតខើសុំបកតរឿងតុងជាតិបន្តិចបងមិញរវល់ថ្ងៃមិញឃើញ creator MLBB ល្បីខ្លាំងម្នាក់សុកទៅ share រឿងអត់តុងជាតិហ្នឹងមកទៀត I can't believe it him spread the stupid stuff ហ្នឹងអាហ្នឹងខ្ញុំនិយាយយ៉ាងណា Adris និយាយទៅខ្ញុំផ្ទាល់ខ្ញុំអត់ចូលចិត្តបណ្ដាញសង្គមខ្ញុំចូលចិត្តចែកម្លែកតែរឿង positive ឥឡូវហ្នឹងព្រោះខ្ញុំយល់ពី audience របស់យើងរបៀបម៉េចខ្ញុំផ្ទាល់គឺខ្ញុំអត់បានទៅ post អីពាក់ព័ន្ធពីរឿងអញ្ចឹងឲ្យវា over reaction និង spread រឿង negative ទេការឈឺឆ្អាលគឺជារឿងល្អដើម្បីជាតិយើងប៉ុន្តែរឿងខ្លះយើងគួរតែស្រាវជ្រាវនិងសិក្សាព័ត៌មានឲ្យបានច្បាស់លាស់ខ្ញុំផ្ទាល់ឆាតកម្មសហព័ន្ធកីឡាអេឡិចត្រូនិកកម្ពុជាយើងខ្ញុំដោយសារតែការប្រកួតគឺជំរឿជាតិអញ្ចឹងសហព័ន្ធគាត់ប្រកាសចិត្តនឹងរឿងហ្នឹងហើយគាត់ពិតជាឆ្លើយតបមែនថាគាត់បានធ្វើការហ្នឹងតាំងពីថ្ងៃដែលយើងឃើញផុសនឹងថ្ងៃទី1មកម្លេះគឺគេបានធ្វើការហយអស់ហើយគ្រាន់តែរងចាំឲ្យ ENC គេកែប្រែតែប៉ុណ្ណោះទេគាត់បានធ្វើការហយអស់ហើយគេក៏ confirm អីមួយគាត់ដែរបើយើងនិយាយពីការងារការទូតគឺយើងធ្វើហើយប៉ុន្តែគ្រាន់តែឲ្យយើងមានភាពអត់ធ្មត់បន្តិចហើយបើសិនជារឿងនោះការបាត់តុងជាតិហ្នឹងមានតែយើងសមណាស់តែយើងនិយាយប៉ុន្តែបាត់មិនមែនមានតែយើងទេការបាត់ហ្នឹងមានតាំងពីយើងខាងអាហ្វ្រិកាប្រទេសអីគេខ្ញុំអត់ចាំទេហើយនឹងចិនតៃប៉េចឹងឯងចិនតៃប៉េក៏ចិនតៃវ៉ាន់ហ្នឹងក៏បាត់តុងជាតិដែរជាជាងប្រើពាក្យថាគ្រូមានអ្នក reply ខមមិនខ្ញុំតាមយកមិញខ្ញុំឃើញតែខ្ញុំ share reply ថាមិនបានត្រូវការសុំ license ព្រោះតុងជាតិនីមួយៗវា public domain ដែរ public domain ហើយណាយើងមានផុសតាងពីណាមកដែលយើងគិតថាតុងជាតិទាំងអស់នោះសិតតែមានសិទ្ធិប្រើហើយនេះគឺជា page ផ្លូវការប្រកួតថ្នាក់ជាតិកម្រិតអន្តរជាតិយល់អត់ណាកម្រិតអន្តរជាតិគឺជុំវិញពិភពលោកហើយជាជាងយើងប្រើពាក្យ public domain ដែលអាចប្រើប្រាស់គ្រប់គ្នាគឺខុសឲ្យខុសតុងជាតិដូចមុនតើអត់មានសូមឲ្យយើងចាំហើយនឹងផុសខុសតុងជាតិយើងចង់បានមួយណាមានភាពអត់ធ្មត់បន្តិចទៅអ្នកគ្នាមានភាពអត់ធ្មត់បន្តិចទៅ
You have a split crowd where one says Hirara needs to be aggressive by level 3 and then you have another crowd that says Hirara
រឿងតែកើតឡើងបានមួយថ្ងៃពីរថ្ងៃប្រហែល2ថ្ងៃ
like those
My
neutral
God
fights.
ចុះឥឡូវមនុស្សយើងអត់សូវមានភាពអត់ធ្មត់អញ្ចឹងគ្នា
somewhere else and then she just goes in and dances and kind of be like an EXP. You're just a disruptor. Yeah. Right. So we have two different
តុងជាតិយើងមានគេធ្លាប់ផុសខុសដែរអត់ចាំអីតុងជាតិយើងមានតុងជាតិដែលខុសតុងជាតិហ្នឹងគឺនៅក្នុងរូបសាស្ត្រអង្គរវត្តហ្នឹងអត់មានចំណាគឺតុងជាតិហ្នឹងខុសយើងមានតុងជាតិផ្លូវការបើយើងប្រើប្រាស់អ្នកគ្នាយើងមិនចេះតែប្រើណាតុងជាតិយ៉ាងច្រើនមានខុសច្រើនណាអ្នកគ្នាមានដឹងណាអូនខ្មែរតែដឹងរឿងហ្នឹងចាប់ហើយយ៉ាអត់ស្គាល់តុងជាតិខ្លួនឯងណាមកគុំឃើញតែតុងជាតិកម្ពុជាហ្នឹងមកកម្ពុជាសោះ
you know, just like we saw from the wild cards, the men's team over there, they made that Matilda Barrett.
Yeah, tông chết đại trơ nè.
No Atlas today, by the way. So that's pretty interesting. We've seen bans for sure. Yeah. But we haven't really seen it so far.
I think Atlas picked up one and it just did not.
Yeah. Which, by the way, I talk about with Redmar, something that teams are trying out in scrims is actually fight the Atlas with the and then you have your first ability to slow him down. And if he conceals, you got the first ability to cancel that.
Because then once
he's e-sport
he's like
cho cái thai trong là dân mơ cú nó là sao cú đứng sai bạc chứ.
They're waiting for a perfect match while you're taking free hits.
Là dân coi việc cú ní nó hay lo chiếc này nào nè. Là sao cú ní sai bạc dơ này là chef bạc dơ.
Expected. It's the Freya rushed. The full Visenakai really just felt like it was an obvious pick that they were just gonna go for the Freya to make sure it's safe. Most likely still gonna go into the EXP, or is it gonna be just an Esmeralda? Yeah, Esmeralda trade.
And then, do they want to go for a tanked jungle here? Because we still have the box, yeah.
Là sao nó cứ dương swap man, pra tung chết thóc
right now.
Cái cà pia nó đây.
I'm actually quite surprised we don't see too much Eves.
Nè khá tung chết thóc chán đó nè. Tại nhung chơi mod chơi có ấy.
Eve is perfect against tank jungle, so don't show it up too early, and there goes the Harara.
Nó ấy trong thang nó to mi nè cài nó biết ảo emote nè.
Teams wanting to go ahead and give it a test. Is staying true at least from series to series so far. This time we'll see.
Cú nú lọ mơ bàn tay cú ní nè snap ba dương à. Chân coi mơ sắp ấy. I don't know guys.
I'm wondering again.
Mơ khăn nó trâu nữa.
So that you have the best chance of success for the Harara.
Nó khả năng nó stand mãi lại nè.
It's open.
Bột mới trong mơ ấy.
Đã mơ pi vậy mà nè. Mơ pi mà. Mơ vô là giật mơ vô là mơ đặt ngà luôn này. Mơ bay cụt.
Này chuyên mơ này slam mơ slam.
Là đại vote là đại vote. Mơ cu nè, stream A stream B đó. Trời đại vote mà.
Trời đặt stream A stream B nè, bác kia đang mùi nè bạc mùi nè.
À là xe mà nha. Chọc họ mơ sân đơn nè ơi à fan sân. Donation poll này. Tua sná cú mùi nè. Mùi nè.
Because if you're thinking that the stun is just to delay the Freya just a little bit, it's too much for one hero. You're gonna be taking a lot of damage in the mid from the Kimmy and the Belleric being there. So I think Falcon
mấy Chen Chi versus Chen Chi bài Chen Chi ba phút bà mẹ chướng á nè phút đó không được lắm. Okay.
We'll see, right? Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe it does work. At this point,
tao này vote nào. Bà 20 sen mà vote 20 sen. LB. Bà LB bánh lôi 20 sen, remark LB rồi nè. Bà đầm bay thôi ca vote to. 20 sen vote LB đó. Remark LB. Trời năng còn bánh lôi còn vote đó. Chập cú khmái nhom xong scam đó. Chả vote nó nè. 20 sen này. Chưa có được remark LB mà. Đứa có link pin của mình đang đặt remark LB mà 20 sen này. Để tao hai nhom một lôi các bạn rồi nhom miên lôi trai ta sọc chặt ở cái hai một lôi rồi nhom miên lôi trai. Đó là cái trong mơ cũ nè. E đấy Falcon Mena versus Falcon Đại Si. B Chen Chi versus Foot. Đó. Tôi link. Ui. Hàng phơm trời này. Tọt phơ ca bánh lôi 20 sen remark E or B. E nó cứ Falcon Mena versus Falcon Đại Si. B Chen Chi versus Foot. Đó. Lươn chọc tao này lấy.
Which one is the goal there? Is it a CC or the Freya?
I think well, that's the question, right? I think it's gonna be. Unless they end up switching.
Nhóm nó riết ăn lôi tê ổ mạch ấy, ăn miên lôi chân mạch chạy ăn cái miên lôi bánh nhóm.
CC sometimes you're just like stuck there like, oh, okay, you're shielded. I'll use my blitz. Oh, it's like you're just hitting at shields over and over again, while the Freya can constantly damage. I'm trying to think like, what can they put in gold? I mean, there's always a tough part.
អរគុណ Channel Hot សម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1 អាមេរិក A
Ồ này em mà lạ bạn á. 2 volt mà 20 sen mà 1 lá nó 2 volt. Ồ ME bạn ơi.
I see the idea, but it's not without its risks. Yeah.
Ê, cái nắp lại chơi không?
You try to kill them first. Yeah. But if you don't kill them first, they're gonna kill you. That's the philosophy in life.
អរគុណមកចន្ទរាវិសសម្រាប់បុកលុយ50សេន A
អូ A អស់ហ្នឹង A អស់ A អស់
The best defense is amazing offense.
ទីមកចាក់ហ្នឹង
Quick reminder for all y'all. Get checked for paranoia. Nice.
អរគុណវាយបានសម្រាប់បុកលុយ8រៀល A
បាទអរគុណ8រៀល 8000រៀលអូ AI អញក្បែរចុយអើយអត់ចេះលេខហ្នឹងសើចកណិត
Right? I feel like Berserker will be the first.
អរគុណ8000រៀលពីចិត្តមករាយក A បាទអូអញ្ចឹងយើងសម្រេចថាយើងមើល A បាទសូមធ្វើការបិទការវោតត្រឹមនេះបាទអរគុណ
ដឹងហើយមិនបានទីមើល A
អូយម៉ែ player MM ហើយ
I've gone up against
បងរូបសម្រស់ស្រស់សោភាយកតែម្ដង
back to our own countries.
បាទន័យថាការទៅសើប្រកបដោយសុជីវធម៌និងវិជ្ជាជីវៈ
We gotta see Starsoy on this lane. Can she make it work against the
Falcon ខាង SCNS
We're gonna have to wait a little bit longer.
មានម៉ា FLCV ហ្នឹងគឺមេណាអ្នកនេះ
Looking at the emblems too.
មេណាហ្នឹងគឺ Saudi Arabia តែដូចជាមិនទេដូចជា Egypt ទេធីមនេះធីម Egypt នេះក្នុងនៅក្នុងតំបន់មេណាវាមានច្រើនមាន Egypt មានអីច្រើនFalcon មេណានេះគឺ Egypt 4នាក់ទូគី1ដៃ experience line ហ្នឹងទូគីនោះនេះ
That's quite a lot of on hit bursts.
So this is going to answer the question too.
បាទអូ
អរគុណសុករៀកស្មេសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេន
អរគុណ25សេនសុកដែលស្វ័យមកការ tomorrow Galaxy លេងម៉ោងប៉ុន្មានអូយដឹងនេះតើមើលសិននេះចាំផ្លែត
You know what context does that bring into
ដឹងចាញ់នៅណាគ្នាចាញ់ schedule មកនៅ
or is it going to be the case that both teams just don't
ម៉ោង20នេះ
They just let their, you know, assassins.
និយាយទៅយើងគូទី4គូចុងក្រោយថ្ងៃ15យើងលេងថ្ងៃ15ស្អែកហ្នឹងម៉ោង20ម៉ោង20ម៉ោងម៉ាន
For your first turtle.
ម៉ោង5ម៉ោង3ម៉ោង3នេះស្អែកម៉ោង3ដែរដែរឡ
It's a very
different.
You stream B.
Looking for that open. Yes. So it's up to the rest of the team.
Yeah.
To secure the space that they need for that to happen.
If I was a coach, the thing that I would do.
No. AB ហ្នឹងសម្រាប់ vote ហើយ A ហ្នឹងគឺ Falcon Dicey versus Falcon មេណា
Select one target and then keep
មានដាក់ Sim A Sim B ទេគឺដាក់ team match ហ្មងយល់អត់
With that you have more jungle control. So instead of
ចូលមុនហ្នឹងមានដាក់ AB យល់ថា AB គេមិនដឹងក្រុមណាអញ្ចឹងវាមានដាក់ team
And that's
ពើម
especially
ប្រាប់ឯងដែរមកច្រឡំ
You can take their farm and then immediately go back to your own jungle and then that snowball
Saudi Arabia ហ្នឹង team បន្ទុក pro ទេហ្នឹងហើយបន្ទុក pro ដោយសារតែនៅក្នុងមេណាវាមានច្រើនមានមេណាវាមាន Egypt មានអីហើយ team នេះ Egypt 4នាក់ទូគី
If you kill the high lows enough they have no forward momentum
Falcon Africa for fire បន្ទុក pro មេណា for fire បងគេដាក់ទុំជាតិល្អអត់ដាក់ទុំជាតិទេដោយសារនេះគឺជាការប្រកួតតំណាងក្លឹបនៅនេះអញ្ចឹងនៅពេលក្នុងការប្រកួតគេដាក់ទុំជាតិទេ
As soon as you hit level 4,
បងការធ្វើវីដេអូមុខបាំងអូខេ Google Gaga
almost
Google Gaga
what happened
Google Gaga នេះ
first minute
មុខបាំងមកនេះផ្លេច
Let's jump back into the game. This is what we were talking about. We'll see exactly what happens here. But yeah, the Lilia with the Hylos. You have across from them the Belric and the Kimmy. So
Google Gaga.
One thing's for sure, no one goes down in that first minute. They just go to the default. Secure what they need to. It looks like that's going to be a what is that? Orange start for Starsoy.
Yeah, let me just say, as roamers, we can kind of tell how the team is going to play based on the boots that they buy. Because after the buff of Conceal, basically everyone went Conceal, right?
Yeah.
But look at the high loss. He actually went for Encourage. So I feel like Falcon's Mena, they're going to be more reactive. Instead of being super proactive in their fights. That's a very interesting choice. We haven't seen Encourage for a while. It's
basically Philippines. Import ពីប្រទេស
I actually prefer Encourage, but I just know Conceal is the way to go.
Yeah.
Especially because, you know, at this level of play, that's exactly what you need to be able to do. You need to pop that Conceal, kind of surprise the enemy here, or opposing team. This could be a change of pace.
Gaga.
To go ahead and start into this game one. You can see exactly what we were talking about too, where both junglers are unbothered in the early minutes of the game. So this leads into that first turtle, right? First objective. This is pretty much as easy as it gets for jungler pathing into your first objective take.
Looks like it's a ladies tree where they're just like, you don't bother me, I don't bother you. We'll just get whatever's free.
Ladies' agreement.
So, gentlemen's agreement, ladies' treaty.
Ladies' treaty. I like that. First turtle, fight for the space here. Nucci holding up that front side. She's still got the revitalized, so they've got plenty of time to go ahead and deal with this. Half health on the turtle right now. Kiko joining the fight too. I think they just want to fight it out. Valkyrie's scent going to be used. She jumps on in. They're crashing down. Nucci going to be first. Double for Kiko. Names now joining the fight. She's going to go for it too, but she gets catered down on here right under the turtle. And Names goes down. 3 kills for Falcon Daisies here, plus the turtle.
It's unfortunate because Names had her flicker.
Cá con here trong game nhá.
I really don't think Names should have been there in the first place.
Lấy má chơi xa bà ha xa nào nè đang rồi. Xa mà lấy mày bà ha xa bà ha xa lấy bà xa.
អរគុណ Cho Fanet សម្រាប់បុកលុយ 50 សេន បង streamer Indo លេង game ក្រយើង
They try to fight fire with fire, but your fire is
លេង game ខ្មែរយើងមែន trời chứ bên đâu nè. Rồi bà.
It's from a lighter.
Yeah, it's an ember.
Có cháy tới đó nè, có cháy con trong player room ra ăn gì đã.
Not a full force flame.
It's a Charmander against a Charizard.
Oh, that's what it feels like. You know, at this point too, in this kind of
EWC
that Team Falcons Meta has, it's one of those ones. Like I said, if you are to delay this Harara, you might be in a bad position, and you can see them. They're staying bunched up together. I think they just want to try to get a kill and convert. Wrath of the Dragon going to be used. Oh, attraction pulse too in there. Starsoy joining the fight. Tempest Blaze already going to be used. Looking to pick up a kill on Nucci, but they will be able
EWC,
to
man.
escape. But you're already seeing the potential.
Yep, you can see how Ling just, I think 2 hits almost took down
Syrinx,
but yeah, it's a good thing that she was able to get out of there with the black shoes. And now looking at the goal difference here, it's not much just yet, but look at Freya. Being almost like 800 gold ahead of Names, that's trouble for everyone from Falcons Mena.
Yeah, this is one of those things again where
you
know, right now it doesn't look like too much.
Website giống này, website EWC khó chở này.
This has started the momentum that they need. With this kind of lineup that's built to snowball, especially with a menace, you know, before he completely fell off the face of the world.
I remember
like he's the snowball potential for him is what's so scary. Now after the bit of a buff that he's had, we're gonna see if it actually works out. There's Berserker's Fury, like you mentioned. The item the go-to item, especially Starsoy.
Website bây giờ khó
If you
chở.
really want to be fast, you pick up a Windtalker. If you want to be able to sustain,
Mai giờ ai lên mong vậy?
at this point, I feel like
Tomorrow 8 PM.
They're gonna fight it again. Wrath of the Dryad gonna be able to
Yeah, lên má cắt bà lì.
Nucci could potentially be next.
What?
A jump in from Nocturne.
Man.
Go for it. Afu gone. They're fighting back here. Team Falcons in the mid lane. Nucci falls for to get the turtle. They want the kills, and now after 2, Falcons Daisies will go for the turtle.
Falcon ấy mena nào thêm mena Egypt 4 tụ kỳ mùi. Tụ kỳ nó đầy experience lên. Nocturne nó tụ kỳ 4 nhà tiết Egypt. Falcon đầy C nó cứ mi dần mè. Ui Falcon xa nó ơi anh. Tại gì đây?
Keep Kiko alive. What a play to stay alive in that one. Turtle still for the taking here. Neither team wants to commit just yet.
No, Falcon đại C mặt bắt.
So you know which side favors which. But yeah, I feel like Names, if she reacted just a little bit earlier, that was
a little bit earlier.
100% a kill.
Man, that shielding coming in clutch there too. Kiko would have been a great kill to take down. Now that she's got a couple kills for her, but they're gonna fight for it anyway.
Ta soi nó là biết mất kẹt score khi online cột bởi kia chẳng hạn nào nè.
They're gonna fight for it anyway. Traction pulse gonna bring Nucci back, and now Kiko once again. Tempest Blaze gonna be used.
Oh, nè, đạch bật.
Starsoy picking up a kill.
Ôi, Starsoy khlang ơi, pha con đại sĩ khlang. Khlang thế bay số này. Ai làm tí số này. Họ bay số. Họ này khlang mà đây. Ôi giời.
Whoever gets the early game nice, it becomes so unfair so fast. Like even though it's a 2,000 gold lead, the fact that Starsoy got her Berserker Fury super fast.
Yeah.
She don't care if you're tanky. I have true damage. That's not something you can say before. The Berserker Fury buff, it's life-changing for all the crit heroes.
And Starsoy just having a hell of a game. She's on fire right now alongside Kiko. And this is just so much that you can utilize. I mean, even the traction pulses, man. have done a great job at either counter-engaging or engaging.
Look at how crazy this is. Sky Piercer and Hasclaw. It's kind of like, how much do we want to extend our lead?
Yeah, it's like, yes.
Yes. There
that
you
much.
go. I like that Star Soy, like going for the Windtalker is going to be cheaper, but at this point she's like, I don't care.
Yeah.
I just need to stay alive.
This is such an impressive game one from Falcon Daisies, especially considering what they brought in the draft. I mean, this is why we open the day with highlighting MWI's from year to year. It's always refreshing to see what the ladies decide to draft. You know, it's a different style of play, but then again, also you have the meta that's ever changing, ever shifting right now.
Yep.
And hopefully this is just shades of what we get to see for the weeks ahead. Right now, Jay, she's going to take a couple shots. She's going to be fine, though. Still has a Revitalize, too. And now, Kiko could be the next target. Nocturne jumping in. A couple members. Team Falcons men are waiting patiently.
And right now, honestly, looking at Falcons Daisies, with the lead that they have, their draft is absolutely perfect because they have a lot of burst. But also they have range with that Kimmy. So the Falcons men lose
នៅក្នុង EWC ទាយត្រូវតែតយមើលទាយ Queen Phoenix ឈ្នះត្រូវតែទាយដាក់ 2-1
Yeah, this is
អត់នឹកស្មាន 2-0
you know, where it's like just like we usually see with the Moscow, for example, the Ling puts so much pressure on the opposite end of the map, and that's what Starsoy was able to go ahead and do, and now this Lord's up. Falcons men, they want to go ahead and contest this. Half health. They got to make a decision very quickly, but I think it's going to be way too late because you got Syrinx on the other side of the map. So that is a free Lord take for Falcon Daisies.
Right now, it's just that Falcon Daisies, they have an unpunishable dive, right?
Yeah.
Unless Falcons Mena had a Belleric, there's no hesitation. The Freya can go in. What are they going to do, right? The Ling goes in. What are they going to do? I don't see a Cho. I don't see a Kaja. I don't see anyone to lock us down. And even if someone makes a mistake, look at the firepower of the Kimmy, the Freya, heck, even the CC.
Yeah.
Right? I think that's one of the stories for today. Unpunished.
Unpunished. It seems like that's been the storyline, at least for our matches over here on Stream B, but you know, I think the closest thing they have to a lockdown is what, the Glorious Pathway.
Oh,
you know, they try to slow them down at least and get that stun off, but it's just not enough. And with this Lord making its way slowly down that bottom side, Falcon Daisies, they've got the idea here. Sea Halberd picked up by Kiko. Gonna help kind of handle some of that revitalize and the rest of the sustainability that comes with Falcons Mena here. But they've got to get prepped and ready for this base push.
Yeah. I feel like for the coaching staff, for Falcons men as well, has to really rethink about the draft because this is kind of like what Navi did earlier and hoping that they get such a huge lead early that it doesn't make... 50% HP gone by 1 CC.
Yeah, traction pulse used as well. But the Lord was cleared up. Still just trying to get that Holy Defense Shield. Top one's going to pop as well. Good push there from Starsoy. Falcons Mena have to figure something out here as they're trying to hold on desperately. The last bit of turrets that they have. They're going to go for this stun. They've got some damage on Jay. She's going to be fine, though. Pop of the Revitalize, and she's able to get out there just fine. Tier 2 turret down and taken care of. Falcon Daisies take what they want.
I feel like at this point, it really is on the mistakes of Falcon Daisy because I don't think that Falcons Mena has a comebackable draft. They have quite good wave clear with the Lilia, but then you're hoping for names to have enough burst damage to really take down Falcons. Look at the items right now. It's not looking good. Endless battle into the Malefic gun, and that's one reason why items are just expensive, which I really feel like that's the biggest mistake.
Falcon Daisy មកវាយ Falcon Mainland ឡើងទួ Falcon Mainland ក៏អត់សូវខ្លាំងដែរអ្នកគ្នាដោយសារតែនៅក្នុង region គាត់ឈ្នះហ្នឹងអ្នកផ្សេងគាត់អត់សូវខ្លាំងទេអានេះយើងអត់ចង់និយាយទៅរបៀបដូចបាក់ team គេប៉ុន្តែវាមិនដែរអ្នកគ្នា Africa qualifier ហ្នឹងអត់សូវមានតែគេខ្លាំងទេ Falcon Mainland ហ្នឹងវាយឡើងផ្អើលហ្នឹង easy 2-0 2-0 3-0 ហ្នឹងអ្នកគ្នាចឹង team ហ្នឹងបើធៀបជាមួយនឹង Falcon Daisy ឆ្ងាយនិយាយមែនតើឆ្ងាយ
can stall the game to 90 minutes.
10 ស្អីស្អីអត់ទៅខ្លាំងទេ
them having the firepower. I really don't. You know, like as much as we got to give hope and everything, we got to be realistic with the draft that Falcon Daisies have.
it's a rough game. It is a rough game. It's one of those things where there's almost just too many ways for this compositions from Falcon Daisies to pick what they want.
Yeah.
You know, that last team fight, that last little sandwich play was exactly what we're talking about. And Falcon's Mena just keeps going for it. Now Nucci going to be in trouble too. Locking down once again. Glorious Pathway on the defense. Star Story will join the fight. Goes in. Syrinx down once again. They still have the base turrets. But without Syrinx, without a Revitalize, without a Glorious Pathway, what kind of defense can Falcon's Mena have?
Nice. Today I learned, right? If Hirara gets hyped down with the green card, even with the iFresh, she can't move.
ពួកខ្ញុំមើលអាពេលប្រកួតនៅអាហ្វ្រិកាហ្នឹងមានតែ4ធីម4នេះហ្នឹងហើយ4ធីមមានតែ4ធីមហើយវាយធីមហ្នឹងវាយគេ2-0 2-0 3-0ហ្នឹងនេះហើយធីមផ្សេងលេងអត់ត្រូវមេតាទេហ្នឹងនេះនេះអត់ត្រូវមេតាទេមានធីមហ្នឹងលេងត្រូវមេតាជាងគេអូស្រីៗងាយលេងឯងឈូបាទលេងហ្នឹង
Here's the thing, like Falcon's Mena, I feel like most of the damage came from Syrinx, so I think that's good. Looking at the gold difference here, it really doesn't matter that much, except when we look at the jungle. Almost 4,000 difference, and this is one of the scariest things about the Ling, is that the Ling is so fast that a 200 gold lead will eventually feel like 4,000. So with the endless battle as well, the on-hit damage from Star Soy. Like, imagine if she jumps down and that just so happens to be a crit. It's going to be a crit. There's going to be true damage, and then there's going to be true damage on the endless battle as well.
ខ្ញុំ Hirara ថ្ងៃនេះដកមកចាញ់អស់នេះ Hirara Aurora ក៏ចាញ់ Hirara របស់ណាគេនេះចាញ់ដែរមុន Hirara ហ្វីលីពីនក៏ចាញ់ឥឡូវ Hirara នេះចាញ់ទៀតនេះ Hirara ហ្នឹងចាញ់ទៀត Hirara ដកមកចាញ់ដកមកចាញ់ Hero នេះចូលបណ្ដាសាអូន Healing Hero ហ្នឹងគឺដឹងតែចាញ់ហើយសុំគុំលេងអីបងត្រៃទី at home
They've been showing up in the jungle every time, like, hey, you know, and no, imagine like
that's all you got.
That's all you got. That's how it's felt. But some of us are still up.
You
know, I think at this point too, they might be just looking for that kind of Hail Mary, you know, just trying to make something where they either get a massive shutdown, a ton of gold in the right target here, but it's at this point it's almost you know, a wish up into the air. You got 20 seconds for this lord to come up. You already lost one of your base turrets. The shields are down. This is where that decision making comes into play for Falcon's Mena as well. Do we contest? Do we fight? Do we just hold on in our base? You know, what do they do here?
I'm gonna bring a counter argument and just say Falcon's Daisies.
Yeah.
If you don't close out the game soon, every minute that you give Falcon's Mena is an opportunity for the mistake to happen. Right, so as much as you are so comfortable in the lead, 13-1, 10k gold lead, the moment you're like, we don't have to end this now.
You need more airtime. នេះដល់ថ្ងៃសារទឹកនឹងបាត់តែបាត់ឃ្លៀដល់ថ្ងៃគៀនេះចាន់បាត់គៀបាត់ទៀតឥឡូវហ្នឹងថ្ងៃចាន់ថ្ងៃគៀលេខបាត់ថ្ងៃចាន់ដែរ
everything's in your favor
ថ្ងៃគៀដែរចុយយ៉ាងភ្លើលេងស្គរថ្ងៃអស់នេះ
going to be in their favor. You know, it was about 4 minutes ago when he said they need 9 minutes. So they got another 4 minutes to go and
ខ្មែរយើងតែចាំគូហ្នឹងណាគេឆាស់ប៉ះយើងតែខ្ញុំគិតថា Falcon Daisy ហីចុយមិន 10k លេតភ្លេចមើលដល់គ្នា What
defensiveness
Ôi, mình đọc khê mày ơi mày. Thế thôi mày comeback à?
If they get a little overzealous, if they overstep this now.
Chăm chọc đấy chăm mới Chen Chi này.
Clearly be a win push with this lord already making its way down.
Team này Falcon Daisy chăm mùi rồi rồi.
And it's very very nice coming in from Falcon's Daisy, so clean. It's going to be a tough one for Falcon's Mena to defend.
Yeah, Names is going to clear out that top wave at least. Gonna work on this mid too. They have to deal with the Lord. Trying to buy some time here, Kiko, but still, this is a great defense so far from Falcon's Mena. Lord's got to be worked on unless they push this a little bit further. Gore's pathway to slow things down, but so far so good.
Yeah, Falcon's
clearing out the waves. They've bought themselves
Give me Lilia. Lilia, Lilia clean. Lilia clean as that clear land.
Very low cooldowns, making it
so
that she
can
They're going to go for Nucci, Wrath of Dry, and everything else. The team has to show up for
cái váy váy nục. Ngọt bạt bọc đi hai bàn mà.
So Nucci will survive, but the trade for the mid lane for Falcon's Mena.
Sao miền goal lên chẳng đây những bạn
Syrians didn't have time for the black shoes or
trong người đang pi sâu tầng ó miền pi muối đâu không pi sâu này cái này không
oh traction pulse again Starsoy waiting on the wings here they just want to clear out the waves that's all they have to do but I'll tell you what man
miền cái miền thơ đi broadcast mẹp Khmer
defending again they're down thousands and thousands of gold but they've essentially brought them up to this point in about 7 minutes
broadcast khơi bên Việt Nam khơi cái đại tham miền Việt Nam mà những tầm
eventually
broadcast
will be so good in a long team fight and names will be so good in a short team fight. Look at it, even with the BOD, right? Look at names. Names is just one item away. Either you go for a win of nature just to make sure you don't die instantly to Starsoy.
Miền Việt Nam, miền Russia.
Actually, I think that is going to be
miền Việt Nam, miền Russia nè. Ai đang English? Tập đấy.
A rose gold.
Khơi miền là tam đấy, đang miền đó khơi miền là tam.
Looking at Harara as well. Cooldown reduction. I think at this point there's going to be enough cooldown for Harara to actually have a good tango in a fight around the Lord.
Chia lên hai, chia episode.
For Falcons Daisies
chia Philippines episode.
It's becoming less and less important.
Yeah. At that point, it's almost just the ability to go ahead and switch out defensive items. You know, it's like now we're in the territory where it's item juggling. You know,
Immortal, Winter,
going for that.
After Khmer Mountain Man, we have Khmer Noteball.
And this is going to be, it's just going to go in there.
So you have record voice tục
more.
more.
Be able to go ahead and grab this. Now this is where, because you're past that
18-minute mark too,
and you know the game has dragged on to this point. Now you got to deal with defending against an evolved.
Record voice hay chọt
go ahead and juggle this out better. Now
I will say là xong đâu rồi Spain với nhau nè.
The time where they're actually capable of making
rồi Spain với ngày mới thay vô Prang là đó thì vô Spain.
The strongest inside their own base. Right? There's just
Win
no
of
way
nature.
Falcons Daisies
Spain pi mua Prang rồi.
So I think they took a calculated risk and say that this is going to be a tough lord to defend against. But if we can defend it, we win.
Dù qua bọn cái lo.
They want to hold out.
Người kia đắng là hết chạy prap đấy, prap ban prap đó, ọt mình cao một pê này, pê nó này. Cả ọt một miền Nam tầm nót rồi. Cả ọt một miền Nam tầm nót.
Will successfully defend against an evolved lord nearing that 20-minute mark.
If you can defend that lord, you can win.
You can win. You can.
I feel like they can now because even
Bóng khơi Spain man, trời mày đắng.
To the point where becoming now unkillable.
Yeah.
So Falcons Daisies.
Trời ơi hai vậy, mấy bạn đắng.
One of the biggest upsets of being like 13,000 ahead and then still losing.
Yeah, there's a potential for this to completely flip on the Falcon Daisies here if they're not careful enough. Even taking out again, we're talking about the threat of now the late game composition and itemization from Falcons Mana. You can see that Wind of Nature was picked up there. 4 names. Harara as well. Nearly there.
là ngồi đây nè, bóc cắt trầu.
Yes, it's not there's the BOD.
Đã nồi ghê ai mà do lon. Xong thao môi mình này. Chui.
Stopping Falcon Daisies in their tracks half the time.
Dân chăm cu này chắp ba dương nè. Cu này chắp ba dương sai mong vậy. Anh vai vinh lên. Ngọc lên mặt xem. Tỏ. Rotana rồi linh không? Rotana. Linh à. Rotana. Rotana tao ơi. Ngọc lên mà lại đang bên đây điện.
As Falcon Daisies, they don't have a wave pushing in just yet. Mid lane will be able to follow, and Syrinx, she wants to clear this out and delay it, but she's pushed off. Black shoes already, and that's game 1 in 21 minutes, going over the Falcon Daisies.
Mai game môi mà phải môi tê ơi, sẽ ghê ra.
But I gotta say, I gotta break it up instantly.
Chào bạn. Ê dạ. Anh chèn chi sao vậy?
Inhibitor here, but let's see it. That Fatal Links could be a make it or break it.
Yep, let's see. They could ask for the turrets for help as well, but now the Lord, they have to melt this out as fast as possible. It's Arya yet again onto the front lines. That is what we're we're talking about Ashley with another Fury. Good job down. The connection isn't there. They're slowly capitalizing under the moving every single member here for Foot Esports. Ashley is a sacrifice, but I think it's going to be enough for Genji Esports to actually finish off this round. Panda 1 focus round to the tower, and that's it for game number 1 win for Genji.
Ooh, that was one hell of a game. Cool, calm, calculated, but most importantly, it never felt
by the opposing team, and I don't think we really got to see Foot Esports establish that of their own in that entire game.
Yeah, not at all right. I mean, even from a perspective of Turtles, even from perspective of map control, they just simply didn't have anything all game. They didn't necessarily play bad, it's just Genji played even better. Hey, we got Rose on site for Stream B update. Who's playing over there?
Hey guys, Rose here live from Stream B once again, and if we look at the back, game 1 has just concluded, and guys, although it was a 21 minutes long game, the kill count ended at a 15-2 in favor of Falcons Daisy, and actually on my right we could hear quite a bit of crowd and quite a bit of cheering for Falcons Daisy. So the question now lies, will Falcon Vega Mena be able to come back to equalize the score in a 1-1, or will Falcons Daisy actually come in with a sweep? That's it from Stream B, throwing it back to you guys.
Falcon Vega ធ្លាក់ដល់ lower មួយណា Falcon Falcon ដោធ្លាក់ទៅក្រោមមួយ Falcon Mena ធ្លាក់ទៅទៀតទៅ Falcon នារីទីវលីវហើយ
Skin exclusive because Belleric has been popping as much as Hirara hasn't been able to work. Belleric is having the time of his life today. I just feel like we don't want to target any of the players, but Names really got to make sure that she plays Clint perfectly. The team needed that.
Honestly, it's time
Are you?
I'm really starting to miss Joe. You know, those fast rotating, has the damage, the constant vision. Should open things up a little bit more. I think it was warranted that we hyped up the potential combo that they had to help set up for the Hirara. But at the end, it was like, when you're up against an actual wrecking ball of a composition, it's like, what can a poor lowly high loss do against a Freya and the Link, which is gonna tear through everything? And even not just those two, CC did their job. We mentioned the Link, Kimmy. It seems like it was just perfect out for Falcon Daisies.
You know what I would call this draft? What would you call this draft? The debt collector.
The debt collector, yeah.
Debt collector? They're relentless. They keep on chasing it, and it's like, what are you going to do about it, right?
Yeah.
The Freya and the Link, that's it. And it's just like, there's no way for you to run.
It's nice to see the Ling work.
Yeah.
The way that Starsoy was able to make it work, because she just did a great job. But yeah, Kiko, I mean, all of them. I think, again, as a team, Falcon Daisies made this work, and it was great to see in game 1.
And I'm very happy, of course, for the members of Falcon Daisies. Specifically, well, Ira, Afo, Jay, and Kiko, specifically the members from Myanmar, because they have been grinding out, trying to make it into MWI for the past 2 installments, but they always just fell short. They were either stuck at 5th to 8th or 3rd to 4th. This is them finally making it to the stage, and it's so good to see that they started off their campaign this year with against an experienced team, against a team like Falcons Mena, who has danced in this hall for multiple years.
Hasn't that been the case today so far?
Yeah,
that's
true. In day 1, where it's like, you have these teams with this amount of experience. Some surprises too of where teams are taking them down.
Can I just say, experience can be your biggest enemy.
That's true.
When you have to unlearn and learn new things. Right?
Every year or every season, we always have to unlearn and learn new things when we enter Rhino Day. And if you want, there are exclusive, brand new interactive effects for our Rhino Day now available. Check it out and join the celebration. You have these unique emotes that you can use. Go ahead, do that. Happy Rhino. Well, Rhino Day has passed, but I am very happy that they have finally started calling it Rhino Day.
When did that happen? Like, when did people start calling it Rhino Day?
I don't know. I've always just said Happy Rhino Day.
Really?
Yeah.
Can we go to a short break?
Sure. Let's go to a short break. We'll be right back in just a bit.
Short break បាទហើយ short break ហ្នឹងមក build sponsor មកវិញ
And even in the gold lane it didn't seem like they have that much of an advantage too.
Well, let's find out even deeper, or go deeper I should say, with the analysis. One more clip to show from map number 1, and this time we're a little bit deeper. We start to attack the home, and at this point, or our base I should say, excuse me. And Genji making great work, good headway pushing through. You can tell there is some resistance from Foot Esports, but it's only short-lived as they continue to push forward and ultimately, I believe, take map number 1. Again, it wasn't really a long map number 1, was it? I mean, like around 14, 15 minutes. Genji just simply dominating until the very end. They had control from start to finish. You know, I would have loved to have seen Foot Esports come back and develop maybe some type of a comeback, but it didn't happen. Good news is, though, we have a fresh map about to be before us, a fresh opportunity for them to potentially fight back. I mean, after all, Turkish representation, Foot Esports has a lot of pride behind them, especially regionally based, but they're going against Genji, such a Titan roster. Again, second place from last year. It was never going to be easy, but if I learned anything from that MIBR loss comeback against Vitality just a little bit ago, even though they win that round, I know it's not over till it's over.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, they technically had the drafts to do so as well, right? They had the Harith. I'm not really sure at that 14th point, did the Harith already get the power spike? It would be nice to get a little bit more insight into the organization, but it required a lot. There was a specific winning condition that actually still be able to take it to the late game, and I think it. But the gap was so far. It was a 10,000 gold gap at that stage, so it was a very difficult to come back from situation. If you were to look at it from the perspective of Foot Esports.
ជូនពរជូនជ័យដល់ចៅដែលចេះចាក់បាល់ឲ្យជាតិណាណាកើតមករៀនឆ្លាតខាងចាក់បាល់ជីវិតងាប់នឹងចាក់បាល់រស់នឹងចាក់បាល់ប្រកាច់នឹងចាក់បាល់អាហ្នឹងជូនពរឲ្យណាគឹម
won't be as much difference when it comes to the bans that are to come from Genji, because they really feel like they did their homework. So much homework even. Barely a single meta ban from their side. They were all targeted specific bans towards the members of Foot Esports. That was the fact.
ចង់ឲ្យអេស្ប៉ាញចាញ់មែនមិនយកអេស្ប៉ាញ No ខ្ញុំយកអេស្ប៉ាញហើយដល់នេះណាយកទៅខ្ញុំយកអេស្ប៉ាញហើយ បងកកាយកអេស្ប៉ាញដើម្បីមិត្តភ័ក្តិយកអេស្ប៉ាញហើយខ្ញុំ fan យ៉ាមីយ៉ាម៉ាល់
vulnerable gold laners out there. There's a reason why we, or more so now that the Esmeralda has been buffed up, right? Like you wouldn't wonder why the Hanabi was even an option, but it again. We saw it in MIBR loss. It can happen again this time. Once you get a hold of your comforts, anything can happen.
It's been fun today.
Okay,
from the big bands, right? I think we've seen quite a bit of diversity. That kind of opened it up wide. The Hirara still coming into play, having a bit of an impact. We know that buff obviously had a tremendous impact. As the whole Esmeralda has been, I want to say, one of the more impactful heroes of the day. Had a good time learning about MLBB. The MWI has been truly phenomenal so far. For Genji, they're looking to close out today with a 1-0, a 2-0 series count. Push forward into the brackets or their group respectively. And then ultimately make it to the knockout stage. They clap, supportive. For them, this is just one stop along the road to grand finals. That's where they want to be. That's where they want to go. Of course, Foot Esports does as well. But if they can do so, this series might get a little bit crazy. And speaking of crazy, I'm hearing Rose, Damascus, Hollywood, Rob TV playing basketball or something. What were they doing? Let's check it out.
Hey guys, Rose here. Right now we are at the basketball arena over at the Expo area in the EWC 2026. Right now I have 3 lads behind me and
my baby.
They will be playing basketball. So they're going to try to shoot one from the nearest, middle, and the longest shot. Everybody gets 3 tries. And we're going to start with Hollywood Rob TV. Let's go, man. Okay, guys, how do we think this is gonna go?
Oh my god!
That's not a good start. Okay, middle. Okay, not bad. So he got 1. And onto the longest shot. Let's go, Rob. What do you think? Oh, that was close. That was close. Okay, Trav is next. Do you think he's gonna do better than you, Rob?
Yamin
I
Yamal.
think he's at least not gonna miss this one.
Okay. Now middle.
E cà phê.
I think he
E
misses the rest
a.
Oh, really? The rest of it? Okay. So now,
Yamin Yamal hay năng cả liên my baby.
get this. Let's go, Trav. Do you think it's
Nơi
gonna be
Espagne miền Yamin Yamal nơi Brang miền cả liên my baby.
Oh, damn, that was clean. That was good, Trav. So of course, with that, it's Damascus' turn. Let's go, Damascus. Are we getting it? Are we getting it?
Esports Cambodia.
Do you think it's gonna beat your score?
Chi mà bài Esports Cambodia.
It's 1 for 3 so far.
Nãy cái trên Discord mà Kim mình. Rồi. Man.
On to the middle one.
Mà
Let's
Kim
go.
nó một ngày chân chỗ. Trời. Phò mơ đã khó nè.
All right, onto the longest. Can you do feet? I don't think you can do feet. Let's go, Damascus. Oh. That was close. That was close. So I think we have a winner. We have a winner, guys. It is Trav.
Can I just say that the American of the group is losing?
Bro,
that's your national sport. That is your national sport, bro.
Ông có nếp bao hà chất những cái bọt trầu cho tập tụng hơi màu bên lại.
There's too much pressure to start off. That's all it was. I was representing all of America.
Oh, damn. The pressure on his shoulder was too much. But you know what? Good try and good job, Trav. We have a winner. Thank you very much, boys. I hope you guys can try over the activities we have over at the Expo Arena. If you guys ever do come to EWC 2026, that is it from us, and throwing it back to you guys.
Bro, Rob, what are you doing, bro? You're embarrassing, dude. You let the Englishman beat you? That's not even his sport. That's not even his sport. He plays something like football or something, bro. Rob, we got to do that. Run it back again. Damascus, that second shot was bad, bro. But you know what? You did better than Rob. We got to have a conversation after this. Hey, check it out. About to hop into map number 2. We head back to the stage. It's Gen G Esports versus Foot Esports. Now, these two lady teams are ready to get it started once again. Gen G Esports, though, cool, calm, and collected. They dominated that first match. They're letting anything go, all gas, no brakes. Foot Esports, let's get real about them. What do they need to do to come back? Because this is not going to be easy. They've got to potentially throw something out there that maybe we're not expecting.
First of all, they need to reset. Yeah, right? They need to take a breather, you know, go do fun stuff for a bit. I think basketball. Like basketball. And I'm pretty sure they're gonna beat Rob as well. Okay, you know, I think I can even beat Rob, but hey, the three of us should try it next time. Yeah.
Can they try high?
Thing I'm not seeing here. Like what? Somehow high loves EXP and then is me jungle? This is like a trust issues thing, like a trust issues draft, where you're not 100% sure.
Friend mean trust
issues. Yeah, trust issues. That Suyo ban, so really honing in on the jungle options here, yeah.
Why? What's up? Are they just gonna front the back? Is it just then gonna be a Fred Kimmy here for?
Chọn đây là khom chang.
But then they're up against.
And the ball vào the calm mode tới throw mơ.
Carry still open.
I'm just gonna say with this
opener, with the calm mode nó mày.
Yeah, actually now with the carry ban out, I'm leaning towards the Fred Kimmy.
The Fred Kimmy.
Nè, nó ba cái này nè.
Yeah, I can see the Fred Kimmy working.
Oh, they duplicate bandit.
You're really relying on either just your durability in the team fights and then playing for the Mozkov.
Yeah. Actually, maybe it's better to go for Baxia Kimi so that you don't have to rush the glowing one and go straight for Sky Piercer.
Or what about the juice?
Actually, yeah.
Can I tryให้mình đi
I think the Baxia's utility is still something that we should
expect.
Kim
Esports na, but Kim Esports.
But you know, the anti-heal is very nice to have.
Yeah. To be fair to Falcon Daisy, leading into the potential of the utility jungle with the
đó ham lùm lại lố.
Jushin Fred.
Okay.
I'm worried not enough damage.
Yeah. Unless they somehow miraculously rush Sky Piercer on that juice after you get the gem. Yeah. But that's like so. That's
mong pi ai cu prang ngồi đi nó mong pi mẹ nào
with you on that one. You're just telling Sirix, hey Sirix, could you get like 3-4 kills early on?
Yeah. Could you like do everything?
You could do everything for us.
Crowd control, damage, and looking good while doing it.
Yeah. Like
the discussion that we saw there, a glimpse of it from Team Falcons Mena, because I think the last 2 picks are so.
Wait, hold on. This is Rome, right?
Yeah.
I just erased in my head it as a Harara. Okay, Yisung is picked up as well.
Lựa chọn chứ.
Dude, that's a flavor nice.
I thought they'd go like.
And Hanabi.
Then the Hanabi? So we saw Hanabi 1 earlier today.
Yeah. I've never thought I would ever hear
Cà
someone say Hanabi 1 with this split push.
គេរៀនដល់បាប៉េនឹងជន់ផ្ដាច់ការចឹងមិនគេហៅនោះជន់ផ្ដាច់ការចឹងហ្នឹងប្រវត្តិវាមិនអត់យល់នៅប្រាប់ជាង
only something that would happen to us in our ranked games. But hey, I'm glad
ENC និង EWC ខុសគ្នាមែនបង
Okay.
under same organization ប៉ុន្តែ EWC ជាការប្រកួតតំណាងក្លឹប ENC ជាការប្រកួតតំណាងជាតិកម្រិតអន្តរជាតិដូចគ្នា
That's it. I'm gonna pass it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Remar. This is Lafel as well as Naisu. He just dropped his pen. I'm pretty sure you guys can hear that.
He's been dropping a lot of things today, by the way, man. I mean, not just today.
បងមើល point intro អប្រែឆានហើយឃើញអត់ណាមិញ reaction អត់ណា
The moment we all decided
ឈ្មោះគ្រប់នឹងគ្រប់បោះពួកតោះលេងឈ្មោះគ្រប់អាប្រេះឆា
We gotta see whether Falcons Mena with
មិនមែនអាមីឆាទេណាមើលហើយ
interesting draft will it really work? I love Kadita, but you know
I love Kadita too, but I think this is a revenge game for Syrinx too. I think she really wants to burst down Falcon Daisies here because she
អាកៃរ៉ូមចេញមក Falcon លេងអស់ហើយ
she had a heck of a time
កៃរ៉ូម
in the previous game, so already a battle spell. It's going to actually be a trade. Nocturne had to burn hers, so some battle spells going out.
Something to note here is that Nocturne does
ក្នុង
not have
MWI
any
ធីមនៅ region ណាមើលទៅយើងពិបាកជាងគេទៅ vitality តែមួយហ្នឹង
Oh, hold on, Hirara.
Oh, little iframe utilization there. Star Soy will actually be all right though, but she's going to work on her purple. I'm wondering if, I don't know if they're going to be able to continue to put pressure on her, so she'll be able to secure her buff.
Cho Linh Hirara với
still going to be a focus.
Yeah, as I was saying, Syrinx has to pull yourself together as well as the
ngày nào một friend bọn tới
she gets
chơi tới tới gọn ngay vậy
either kills or assists combined. It should be pretty scary because that Petrify is such a game-changing spell. One of the reasons why Yuzong is so terrifying.
Chế a pull Starboy.
You know, just as a little side.
Khi lên một bên nó vi stand một president friend.
Trời. But it's like you can also just delete the gourd.
You know, like
honestly, anyone.
Yeah, anyone. That's the power of the Kadita, right? But there's very few teams and professional players.
Dạ nó ní nó bà sân chỉ bạn click off hai vậy. Của game chat thế.
It's one of those heroes like you know your job, you know your assignment. Once it's done, if you haven't killed someone.
Yên sĩ ăn miếng gì sang rồi nó sao bà đó. Kết bà biết bà rồi khởi bị mất.
Do it perfect, then you're all good. But the moment you keep missing your opportunities, you're kind of a sitting duck, especially because her wave clear.
តែគាត់ថាមាន exclusive សម្រាប់នារីទេហ្នឹងនេះ
You're kind of not helping your team out that much.
See what happens here. That's exactly what we're talking about.
Oh.
Vengeance gonna be used.
My SD.
Anh
mean that bang it.
Engagement. They're still gonna pull off here though. Revitalize.
Thôi cái váy bên rồi. Váy bên rồi. Váy bên rồi nó chạy. Chạy cái váy đòn ngọt.
Yeah, that was good. The extended team fight. Honestly, for both teams, the extended team fight is gonna be.
Bơ chén chí tới bong.
Both mids really
rely on their
team
lõ mới này cái váy bên này.
Use everything and no one dies. They're like, oh, basic attacks.
Yeah. It's one of those things too where this time around names.
Phải không? Này váy bên nhà ta, vẽ này váy bên ơi, này váy bên ơi.
A little bit of like that extra gold off the turret, so Nana will secure the turtle. So good first objective take here for Falcons Mena to get things going. But whoa, a kill in the mid lane. I guess they got the lockdown on Nucci.
Oh, whoa, no, that's
pretty aggressive.
Haven't seen that for a while. Just because we haven't seen the flicker on
that's right. For a minute, my brain lagged. I was like, wait, okay?
Can do that?
Trôi lên chú ạ, này cái răng bơ chú này, chú má này. Này chú ạ. Này cái số tha sẽ lên chú với này má.
It's a Barrett's choke.
Well,
again, Barrett's into the Akai, a more common matchup. We've seen it happen even in wild cards, but it does not in any way together with the Mathilda.
Okay, but when it comes down to neutral objective takes, the Barats has kind of an upper edge because of his ult against the heavy spin, right? Yeah, it's just the minus is that it's really, really slow. A lot of them have crowd control. A lot of them can just keep running through the members of Genji. But
delivery
how systematic can you get with this very brawly all-fighter composition that Foot Esports decided to field out, and Genji not a Mathilda even. It's a Minotaur comfort pick the second time around for Ashley. So just imagine how messy the team fights could be. These are all fighters we're looking at.
It's time to get map number 2 started between Genji Esports and Foot Esports. Will Foot Esports be able to come back, or will Genji Esports shut the door on them, move forward to be that much closer to pushing into the knockout stages? Let's get map number 2 started with Athena and Gideon.
Again, great analysis here, and all the points make a lot of sense coming into this matchup. But I have to say, Foot Esports, they're coming out of the gate swinging with a much better draft compared to game at number 1, and they're pulling off the big stops. The Alice is coming into the mix. I have never seen a composition that is screaming, I'm gonna dive you.
Okay, and as well as they already activated Nora's specialty, the show as well. I've seen them use it on their Grand Finals qualifiers. That's a 4-0 they finish up. That's almost like 3 games out of show for Nora. So for Foot Esports, they're taking in a lot of their specialty mechanics here just to try and ensure their survivability here onto their uppermost bracket of our tournament. Now for Genji Esports, they're one step closer. The tricky part about this is that whoever wins this one will get most of the money.
Most of it all really, really aggressive coming in from Foot. And I love this opening coming in from Foot Esports. They start on purple, but immediately move over to Little Wanderer because they have mid-prio. Try to attempt to steal the camp, but instead they couldn't do it. So you know what? Let's take Litho and immediately move down. Foot is using a dive composition that's heavily centered around their mid-trio. This Barats, this Kimmy, alongside with this Cho, are going to lead the team on how the movements across the map are going to look like. Without them, the opposite side is considered the weak side.
Yep, now they move as a unit. They need to really put their foot down here against Genji Esports, considering the fact that they're most likely to be on your faces in kind of composition. You've mentioned the strength of Cho's pad as well against so we might see some interesting counterplays when it comes to objectives. Speaking of which, neutral objective will spawn in a few seconds, and now is the time for Foot Esports to actually engage or somehow negate the position for Genji Esports. Now that we're talking, just happened to make sense. Genji Esports already foresaw that happening, or foresaw the plan here for Foot Esports.
I don't think they foresaw it. I think it was just a miss on body slam, unfortunately. I mean, Nora was in mid-animation, but now they need Ashley to be level 4. I think that Genji, now that Arya doesn't have a clear lead, they're going to be playing for picks, but we'll see.
Okay, there's going to be a very here for Uno Ana, but get the turtle block here for Genji. Meanwhile, the first block as well. Genji, Arya trying
what the heck?
The shield just isn't enough.
How
the
possible?
Is there, but still,
they
survive. Being caught on the crossfire.
Void changer.
It's just too much to handle. Genji did a perfect circle moment here against Foot Esports. Then the kills, then Arya taking charge of everything. That's a 0-3 by the way for her Esmeralda.
Oh my goodness, that was ridiculous. Like again, this was technically a losing scenario for Genji's side. It was such a great engagement coming in from Uno Hana, already catching on to 4 of the members.
Espagne 100%
from Rui to wait until the very last second to combine her heavy spin to break out of the crowd control and then get the retribution down. Completely 180 the entire scenario. Now not only did they win the team fight, they also get the turtle. Genji, they're not scared to fight.
Okay, now they commit the failure here for Ashley. The 3 members caught here. He likes that. She likes that attention. Now it alleviates some of those damages here for Genji Esports. The chase is on Satori.
Like Panda, like Zendaya với Pido muối. Pido muối hoặc Pido hoặc Pido muối.
Yet again. But still for Genji, Is it worth it to take the time to actually torn it down?
That void
They're like,
changer
no, let's just focus on
Máy
Nova
cast
and preventing them from really going
Bong
with the
mơ
freedom
cái
of just
sòng kia xin
capitalizing
đi
far
cái vậy
enough
bị
here on
dừng.
the map. Nico,
Ok, chăm tầm 10.
has other plans here chasing down Reese.
Sòng phía nông lái còn sòng phía chỉ video bờ nông lái chẳng những thà về chập.
They can commit a lot actually, but I think Gen G have bigger sights in mind. Like the
Đâu
turtle
bà
that's
ráng
about to
nè
spawn
bà
in
nè
about 6
bánh ơi bay
seconds. Keep in
là.
mind, big
Rồi đâu mày cá ra.
actually can't just freely
Bóng cá
engage
đấy
upon
ơi.
their targets. They will have to play a more defensive
Anh cho
style.
expand ấy.
As we see the mid
Anh
lane
cho
getting
bị
contested
đây
by
cầm vô tam
Arya
anh. Anh
and
cho bị đây.
Own early.
Lại bỏ hay chăm chọc ở đây tầm 10.
Arya is doing a great job in preventing another
Do nó do
repeat of
khơ
what
expand đi.
Unohana did. So now Unohana is
Thôi
forced
expand
to
tránh
just
vô lần.
regen some of her HP before actually committing.
Anh fan giảm mi giảm má lá.
Clashes here for Gen G Esports. Unohana under the front. Crimson lead activated. Let's see if they will be able to throw down Arya. But it's just like a tickle onto her. Another.
Mai chứ. Mai sắp ngày mình thọt từ nào mà.
Just isn't there yet. Now Miko jumped in. What a mistake on their part.
Búa. Ôi phút trồm cho đấy chân chi lọ. Anh pha con đẩy xí pha con mena vay vĩnh.
This is starting to get a little uncomfortable. Gen G, they don't have to do much to deal with this dive composition because they're so well suited to deal with the counter engages. Foot's execution needs to be crystal, needs to be perfect. No opportunities must be given over to Gen G's side.
That was too much of a risk here for Migo. For me, that was a question mark. Yeah, Unohana actually has a great vantage point with the Throne of Wind, but to jump inside the turtle pit with no one in the vicinity to help you tank up some of the damages, just wild here for Foot Esports. But still, for Gen G Esports, an early established lead compared to game 1. Almost 6 minutes in, now they have 3k gold lead, and it's not stopping there. Even on the positioning, look at
Thơ tầm bay gần thén nào thế xây của viết thơ. Bơm Portugal nó bên đó control Portugal đã Portugal sẽ bắn trẻ thơ đó. Mình gần thén to một cái. Bộ gần thén này.
Instead, she gets a lot of damage from Gen G Esports.
I'm losing my mind here. Zendaya is getting zoned out from every little bit of EXP. She is literally 2 levels down on Sayori. And now we see the Throne of Ruin come down from Unohana. It's a guaranteed kill here.
It is.
What can you even do?
Plus the recall from Ashley.
You gotta make sure you are putting your mark on your opponents right now. But Foot, I don't think it's completely over for them just yet. Mako has time to scale.
Trời ơi, mấy thằng Mike Caster đồ là hột rồi. Void changer. Mình miên công tra một phi pha kìa. Máy dịp. Cho Brad lên cái 30 nữa kìa. Nhưng mà ban mới này.
A way to do it is actually just focus on farming and slow down the face. You don't have to necessarily fight onto Gen G's clashes or attempts. But they have no choice. It's always Gen G here, Gen G there. And most of the time, even their jungle camps aren't safe from Gen G.
Yeah, no, it's too late. It's too late to actually.
Mẹ thế nhung khơi những nhung tờ xá ha cái lá can này miên rút sọc phía mình trong tờ can lên o đấy xong bây sầm lót có sọc phía đây.
They've got most of the clashes well enough prepared, but now
bước mày ơi còn knock trong một khi knock Esme đã vay oเลยvay Esme đã ngộp lên đi Pen Nam toàn máu Pen Nam máu luôn ngộp tăng du chộp nắng ba đây ngộp bắn lấy
a sure kill yet again for Gen G Esports, and they're taking it
onto
the hands of
Sayuri.
Panda One. Well-formed carry.
Đấy, Mena vay với những vùng mơ đây.
It's only 8 minutes in the game, but now they're
miền game bấy
inside
team
the
thoát.
inner turret as well
Cú
here
đứng game bấy.
for Esports.
Nghĩa sai
No
kế
one
bóng.
is safe here onto Arya.
Hả?
The
Trời.
jump yet again for
Xuống đến đây slide cho
Nora.
mấy.
We've mentioned she isn't the anchor that they
Nghĩa sai
need
cái
to
là lấy được mấy.
face off against Gen G.
Mà lời nó phong banh Free Fire.
I think the most I don't want to make big assumptions, but in my
Tông
mind,
bơ hua chích tôi tại đây cái
Zendaya is your main anchor. You got to play around Zendaya. She is not exactly the most mobile once the hover packs are down. So that means everybody either has to play for peel or counter engage. And unfortunately, Unohana is at a point in the game where really hard engaging into the back line may not necessarily be good unless you get a trade in ultimates from Genji. In this case, Ashley has been doing a lot. Sayori as well doesn't really need to go above and beyond because Ashley's already doing so much work. Very dangerous. I'm only going to use my ult to either catch somebody or because everybody else is doing their job.
To what worked best, which is a kind of repeat of what Ashley and Sayori is doing. A bonus part is that Arya doesn't even have to be in the clashes because now for Genji Esports, they want to take another member here for Food Esports. Cert on the other hand, Sayori falling down. That is the shutdown that they want, but at what cost? That was an instant double kill for Genji Esports. We mentioned
Falcon main á bay trong game 3 មួយស្មាបាត់ game 3 Israel ខុសទៀតខ្ញុំខំទាយ Falcon main ណានៅក្នុង EWC 2-1
she took in the early 2 mid stages of the game that she's so slow to actually scale up. She's 3 levels down at this point, 2 levels, and finally gets the divine glaive. But I gotta give it to Genji.
Like đó chắp
send their one member, they have the follow up ready to go. They even know how to force scenarios underneath the turret while it is low. So it gives you a false sense of hope. Oh, we have a tower, but really it's just one auto away.
Yep. What ultimate should be copied, right? Just to try and complement what Rui or Ashley vice versa could start off with the clash. Now they've got a Lord. That was a fairly easy Lord to take here for Genji Esports because what matters is that no one from Food Esports is safe to actually farm up. Most of the time, the plan B is to just farm onto the other side of the map, but that isn't happening because every side of the map there's an Arya always taking charge. That's 5 women chasing her down, but no one actually peel off the layer, the shields here for Arya.
Keep purifier, start to keep purifier. Salib,
purify was well timed from Arya. She was waiting for that second half to activate, but decided, you know what, I'm gonna do it early. If you take that second half, we win the next coming fight. And with Lord knocking down at the base, Genji force.
Ashley again with a very nice setup for Genji Esports. At what cost? It's okay because now Arya gets a free Food Esports Rui as well.
Ôi nó ra
It's another 2-0 for today.
Ooh, a day of sweeps here on Stream A, but Genji take another win. 2-0. Great game so far.
Are out of
tends to be quite aggressive. They love the skirmishes. They like pushing fights and engagements. Did we see a lot of that from them here?
So maybe get a draft. This is like one of those moments.
That was a
two things were happening earlier at the same time.
At the same time, what a series that.
Usual dominating win coming from the side of Team Vitality. What happened today? What do you think about your performance?
Well, maybe because we don't have a lot of data about them, so the Lunox is a bit unexpected.
And painful.
Very painful.
Very painful. Now, Sini, you've mentioned the Lunox, and we all know coming into MWI this time, we have a new patch, a new hot fix being played. So I gotta ask you, what do you think about the current mid lane meta?
Ooh, I think I like the current mid lane more. Because, I don't know, a lot of heroes that I like are being used now. So, let's see.
Will you play Lunox?
I might be.
That is fun. I haven't seen Lunox in the pro scene, honestly. It's been a hot minute. And of course, did you know that over at Stream B, Galaxy Phoenix just 2-0'd Na'Vi?
You just told me.
That is crazy.
That was really surprising.
You weren't expecting that, right?
No.
So if I'm not mistaken, your next opponent could be Galaxy Phoenix coming from Cambodia. Once again, a team that is lesser known, lesser active, which means lesser data. So how are you guys preparing for that?
Well, maybe just watch the games that just happened and learn from that.
Do you think they will take you guys on a surprise tomorrow?
Hopefully not. I want to play it safe.
You want to play it safe. You know what,
Cái
Sydney? Congratulations on today's win.
Về Vitality. Cái chả lắm ta bắt dân thử pa mùi chèn chi đó. Trời. Ô, này hiệp schedule không số khó đây. Này hiệp schedule khó không số. Cái thử pa mùi chèn chi. Schedule cái à. Rồi những bài mở. Liquipedia. MWI phong lấy những cái đạn MWI muốn. Yeah, cái tập pa chèn chi này. Chèn chi lang má chụp mùi Vitality. Dương trăm mùi pha con đại si mà ba dương. Là mùi smile lower bracket. Pha con Vega pa Aurora Storm. Cái gái pa mùi với tu pro mê này. Ní xe tá pa mùi team Ray Yang. Celtic Cyber team pa mùi Twisted Mind về anh. Ngày sạch. Sai cái tranh schedule mà thế này. Cho lắm á, cái cho lắm á em đúng không?
Do it in 5 minutes, just might as well do it now.
Yeah, cho lắm schedule.
Pretty good.
Meaning like
oh, like if you can complete it.
Yeah.
If you can
like
complete
for
the task.
example is like the reason he asked me to do is to throw away the trash. You know, like take it out and put it at the trash. Like if you can do this in 5 minutes, you might as well do it now. Because during that time I was like, I'll do it later. It's like, and honestly, that really changed a lot of my mindset doing things. Because at that point, I'm like, actually, I can just do it now.
Yeah, makes sense.
Makes you very productive.
So does that mean you never procrastinate?
If it takes longer than 5 minutes, then yeah, I'll procrastinate.
It was like 5 minutes and like 5 seconds. Like, nah.
Vitality
like,
clang.
It's over the 5-minute threshold.
I look at the dishes and there's like 20 plates.
So you calculate each plate.
6 minutes, I'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then the next day it's just more.
Yeah.
I'll do it at night. But then the kids piling up. So now let's talk about this game right now. Falcons, man, and they're like, huh, you dealt with us at 20% of our strength.
Yeah.
Now we put 25.
I think it was more than 25. That was a pretty dominating game.
That was a pretty dominating game.
They looked pretty sure. Although there were some moments where you could see it was like a little bit of a coin flip when it came to the very specific fights. There were some sequences definitely where it looks like Falcon Daisies could have won it. But then eventually they were just able to eke it out and just survive longer, which I hope this time around, game number 3 isn't a sweep stomp. Is it a stomp? I hope it's like a back and forth, a swamp. I like swamps. Swamps are nice.
A steep.
The what?
Yes, a steep. The one with the STE-double-PE. Steep. All right,
Swamps.
so yeah, as we teach you more about land, we're gonna go on a short break.
Boss đây ơi, phải đợi Rose chẳng cá đây. Trong canh như là bao nhiêu số đây. Rose này mình nè số đây, chưa đây. Ngạ. Cái này sầm rạ. Ok. Chỗ hai này cái sầm phía Ansley cho mọi người. Nè. Vừa trận trí từ 30 Vitality. Website khó hay nào thế, website khó này. Này trong đăng cho ba nè. Mở website MLBB Sport. Website, Facebook page, cho lắm website.
Play is in our DNA.
The MSC.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. It's a city powered by play.
Vụ bay năng bracket cái POKH. Nè. Nè. Nè, thấy hả? Thà thí lang mà đấy pha nè này. Mùi âm thu sức. Cái lạ xí mùi pha con đại xí được pha con mê ná đi nè này. Nè, thấy hả? Nè, thấy hả? Nè. Chen chi. Mà đi. Mà với con lạ xí rồi có pha con mê ná mà đi. Pha cái này đây. Cho lắm hay.
gold lead, almost a 10,000 gold lead for Falcons Vega Mena.
មើលគេសម្ភារខាង Gen G
Drafts very intriguing.
ណា VPX ហ្នឹងខ្លាំងដែរពីមុនតែឥឡូវដូរពីរនាក់អូម៉ែ Omega Impress កាលមុនណាតែមកដូរណា VPX តមកមានពីរនាក់ហ្នឹងមកពី Blacklist
They went for
Blacklist
Lilia at the end, but they could have considered something like the Kadita.
បងចាំគេ interview Ashley.
So we're seeing a lot more old picks come again. And MWI.
Old is cool, okay? Brigida, old is cool.
Old is gold.
Old is gold. I like that better than cool. Brigida, let's take a look at some of our emotions from the players out on our stage because, again, the emotions run high. I mean, how could they not, being on that stage, the fans watching you, plus you're playing, you know, an MWI. Again, it brings elation, it brings joy, but sometimes it brings heartbreak. In this case, you get a little bit of everything.
Yeah, and I like how it seemed like they were in really high spirits before we started the match, and then even after, you get to see smiles on their faces, even from losing teams. One, I think I would really remember from today was from MIBR loss. I saw La La Land just clapping her hands after they lost eventually to Team Vitality. And very well done for them. They deserve to smile after what they've been able to show up against the team to beat that we've established here in MWI 2026 because they took us by surprise. We were so close to getting that game 3 reflection because he did feel like that could have went the distance, right?
I felt that I was wrong, but I did feel that, and honestly, we could have went that way. I mean, it was still probably one of the greatest matches we'll have over the next coming days, going 26 minutes. I mean, that's an eternity.
It is. It was one of the longer games that we've seen so far, and I hope we get more. Right, because the longer the games go, it means that that's the closer things are getting as well when it comes down to the competition. And we've seen certain regions dominate here at MWI for so long. Finally seeing things level up and having that being like the growth and the entire landscape of things. It's really nice because like we've been following the female scene for so long, and we finally get to see a lot of these regions out there really develop.
Absolutely, and
at last first pick joy
questions were
Falcon Dicey គេធ្លាក់តែ World Bracket ឆ្លើយមួយ Falcon Main ដែរ
Are they going to be coming in a little
Falcon Main នេះ fast learner
We do
រៀនពីគូបដិបកបានលឿន
in the past. Okay, it's few, but it does happen. They have shown that they can bleed. However,
មើលគេសម្ភាសមើល
at least for right
មើលគេ
now,
សម្ភាស
MWI in 2026 seems like they are not bleeding whatsoever. In fact, they are thriving, and they had such an incredible series. Yes, they did get overzealous. We talked about it, pushing the base a bit too much, but they still locked it in, and they looked more confident than I think they ever have.
And they can afford to do that.
Yes.
They can afford to do that, especially in the early stages, I think. As we get further and further, I think that's when things are going to get a little bit more competitive from Vitality because they are going to start to properly execute their early game. Am I allowed to say that? Properly execute their early game?
I get a feeling that it's okay because that's a Vitality thing, you know, like they've already proven and established how clean their executions are, how they've mastered the fundamentals, and it shows in their records because I believe even in the previous MWI they barely dropped a single game, if not none.
Oh wow,
like they had a perfect record. All games, all series ended in sweeps. And yes, it just really shows how dominant they are, but now that there are so many regions stepping up, I'm hoping to see less of sweeps, you know. It's the first day, I guess it's a bit forgivable, but as time goes by, as we get to the top few remaining teams, I can just sense that it'll be much closer than last year's MWI if we keep this trend going.
Well, going back to Gen G, they just at least had a tremendous 2-0. Luckily, we had Rose to sit down with Panda to hear what she had to say after her win.
Oh, Panda, Panda. Panda ឡើងបាត់តាណាបាត់
Rose here with with Panda from Gen G, and they have just won Foot Esports on the 2. Oh, congrats, girl. Now, Panda, let's talk a little bit about you, because earlier on in the pre-match interview with Ashley, I mentioned that she looks more composed, more calm this year, more mature. What about you? Have you changed much since last year?
No, I feel just as excited and motivated to be here.
Okay, now I know that you guys had your boot camp once again in Malaysia this year. Why do you guys keep going back there? What's with Malaysia that you guys like so much?
I feel like Malaysia is more at home. We feel more comfortable there and we learn better when we're there.
Oh, yeah. So you guys have much more fun. Yeah. I see. That's really nice. I think when you guys are having fun, then the gameplay definitely gets better.
Yeah.
Now, speaking about gameplay, you guys will be having a very early rematch with Team Vitality.
Yeah, rematch
and just
with
now,
Vitality.
Team Vitality was in a close call with MIBR loss. So how does that make you guys feel?
I think regardless of how they played, we still feel the same confidence going into tomorrow's match. And we're actually very excited to have the rematch.
Are you hungry for a revenge match, perhaps? Oh. You know what, Panda? Thank you very much for chatting with me. Congratulations on that win, and I hope you feel better soon tomorrow. I will see you on the next match. With that, back to you guys.
Thở ơi. Pass một Vitality. Gen G pass một Vitality.
Okay, they have
a lot of AOE.
Everyone has AOE. I think the one that threw me off is the sequence. If the
chẳng mà này thang chẳng là nó cần phone một Hirara man.
Speaking of AOE, am I right?
Camilla mà tiệt ơi, trời dạ. Camilla, holy shit, bro.
Alice and Carmilla, are they in?
Are they somehow related in the
No, pretty sure. Because Alice is just evil. Carmilla is just flirting with
Camilla, that's so bad, bro. That's terrible, annoying.
Yeah, and then Alice just takes Farsa's eyes and
turns her husband into a bird.
Wait, that's a jungle Carmilla.
That's a jungle Carmilla.
Wait, yeah, it's a jungle Carmilla.
The last time I saw this was in Asia Games by Yazuki.
What the heck?
But yeah, he didn't win. But maybe this is how Hirara can win.
Because you're up against the Carmilla jungle?
What do you think of Rimmer?
What do I think of Rimmer?
What if she's just the one solo casting?
Don't do that.
I think at one point we've all solo casted at some point.
Yeah, that's true. All right, you guys do your job.
Welcome to
Hey, we get to do our jobs here in the Lanadon as Mielfeld as well as Nizo. Yes, Nana is going to be using the Carmilla in the jungle. So the Curse of Blood should help out.
Chăm cú ní chop lăng một ba dương nè cái này.
It's. Gosh, I don't remember. I mean, whoa.
Sai mong bậy.
They're going in right there.
Ba krom ná nè, tầng lơ cú ní nè cái xe lăng một ba dương. Rồi mai slide lần hot ơi nè cái. Về mình hot slide sầm đua nè, xua đây xua về đại tràn đòn đi. Trong hai sụp đòn ấy.
Wait, how does a Carmilla jungle work in this context? Just we've got a Wrath of Dryad, we drop down the Curse of Blood. Your Mystic Gush is going to just.
I think it's more than Mystic Gush, yeah, because you want to triple your damage. That's a fun way to use the Carmilla.
Oh man, that's quite deadly. I mean, look at this. Whoa, Flicker burned already. Jade, she's gonna burn that. Oh, hunt down Nucci. Nucci able to scoot on away. So, no, I almost thought that was gonna be a first blood on either side, really weaving through things. But yeah, burning some battle spells.
Good projectile.
Không niêm nè control chẳng còn là control lực chất quá nè up tranh lực chất tập năng này admin rồng băng admin VP admin thiệp ấy nó này ấy cái nhóm admin này admin đó nó không nhóm chỉ nè control này
like almost honest MLBB where it's all about team fighting, right? It's not about, you know, split pushing and etc.
And the amount of speed that they get too between is they can kind of take some surprises here to Falcon Daisies. This Turtle's going to be up here. See how the position favors right now. Jade, she's up there. Fighting for control. Looks like they want to make a move down here in the mid lane anyway. Syrinx, she's going to hold on. Doesn't have a flicker, so she's going to rely on the projectile. There it is. First blood going over to Nucci. Jay goes down. That's 2 kills.
Trong Falcon Daisy. Falcon main này quick learner đặc nè.
Falcon Daisy still staying.
Con này xí lên cái đi rồi lên cái chỗ
They don't have a jungler to contest this, but they want to go for Sirix to throw it over. At least for Arya, she'll pick up one. They're trying to delay it as much as they can, but turtle secured for Falcon's men. There's a SOD. Names I don't think follows that one. There's no one to pick up.
Yeah, honestly, right now it looks like we gotta look at the EXPs here because just now Nana made a very good play by throwing the Curse of Blood, so that Nocturne was able to hit both.
Anh pha con đại si miền mẹ mấy trận. Con là cá chun po rồi bo lấy má anh phơi ai cho mình ra xa được vậy.
Yeah, that's kind of how a Carmilla jungle works. You just create the opportunity for other people to pop up.
Oh, Nocturne, and she's actually gotten enough of the shot essence to go ahead and heal her up, so she's fine. Will survive that. She's feeling pretty good about that too. Saw the emotes there. She's gonna reset, but yeah, Falcon's Mena holding on to this bit of a lead they built up at this point. Oh no, Jay. I don't know if she's gonna get spotted out. Okay, Nucci's there. Mystic Gush gonna be used. We're going for a foo here. Not even Black Shoes. There's the Fatal Links though in the response. Flicker gonna be burned by Sirix. They're going for Jay. They're locking it down in the mid lane. Names throwing the SOD. They pick up another kill though for Falcon's men.
Sending support and the best way to cheer up Cambodia team in this situation.
Maybe after 5 minutes, then you can really join the fight, right? So right now,
Tom đã smart đây nè, tao cút cái tay là trong chân này nè, bây giờ bị smart đây và đây dướng smart đây nè control. Chẳng dướng một pin tuần đầu tiên nè control tới lực tắc chất cốt chẳng này. Support cốt. Op Osato pe đã nè, lực tắc chất pe đã trắng như này chỉ nè control này.
But now you're dealing with heal as well. So without that,
dương còn ton nè mà cui dương kịch đòn nè đòn đấy ngay nữa ha, chắc spa nè, không nè, mùi nè pa tự pa. Sai lực tắc chất là cốt phẳng lên tiết, to su tiết, đầm bay nè thằng một tiết, vẽ play on chỉ được bao dương cái chân tư. Giờ tới đôi ho nè, khi xua pro sport tập cuột mạch tay, ở đấy dương trăm mơ ca cuột tới dương mi là trăm tập ho tới, còn biết pro đằng lược biến này, pro đằng lược biến này. Anh nói mình smart đây nè control đây, nè smart đây nè bị phệ, nè lược chương lôi pong nè, con nè lôi pong. Chẳng dân và lực tắc chất tới dân vào thang đòn ngay cốt cái dân control pro sport mà rồi lực tắc chất của quạt ai của quạt prăng lên. English caster talk about man of the effect đôi một ca này. Thôi you, anh ấy những phép bài thàn anh cứ chỉ lesson, cứ chỉ merian, cứ chỉ experience, chỉ bảo bị sao đó là ôi, Camilla sao ha đó. Ngày nay khơi ra phần đấy bên Camilla cả mọi lên sao ha à. Bữa sau này team Falcon Mena lại á, bên Camilla cả mọi lên sao ha đó. Camilla is a key player.
I gotta say, Falcon Daisy's right idea, wrong execution, because they were trying to play around the Black Dragon form. But the thing is, you were able to dodge the Black Dragon, but he was still in the black.
Hôm nay là cam chia lấy những bọc búa những thầy đáy nào kìa. Đáy những nơi từ lực tập chất của control Sato. Lực tập chất nó ngay chỉ nè control nó kìa. Rồi tôi nhom vậy nhom máu chỉ CoStream chỉ nè lực tập chất control chẳng dừng trăm trăm là lực tập chất quá tới. Trong pha con main ác fix lớn mấy team nick fix lớn nào kìa. Lớn vì pha con đại si trong đó nè mà play thấy cái spray tạ rồi. Trong 10.000 bán đấy với Falcon main này.
Look at this. This is very interesting. Era understands that they really need anti-heal.
So instead of going for the Oracle, cái vì Falcon là cái này bị thiệt. I don't know. Feel like someone analyze this game. Analyze vì Falcon main, Falcon đại si phẹp ở Falcon main này. Cái miền analyst kia đó, cái miền làm analyst game hỏi đôi miền làm cái link thời tụm tụm chán này nè, đánh chọn canh pha con đại si chờn đó.
Kind of weaving in and out of the fights, but there just isn't enough damage. And at some point, as you can see, even Kiko, when she attacks Nucci, you know, it's just a sliver of HP that goes away. So it's one of those things where it's a lineup, a composition.
Sai năng dân bạc cuột chắp sân nhầm cấp tiết chăm như phép tiết.
All right, let's talk about it.
Chăm đó ngày sai bạc cuột chăm prap tiết nào hay.
Maybe names, correct?
Yeah.
How are you gonna do that going up against a
user semi final này nó.
You're just gonna be locked
so be
down.
upper.
Right, so I kind of feel like she wants to do something, but there's just so many ways to deny it.
They want to go for names right now. She's got the fatal link.
Purify, that's good.
She's gonna be fine.
Jay.
They wanted this turret.
Ô cái đăng cái kiểu áp tret nâng chào. Damn nem. Nem thôi chú nem. Hết nách ở rỉ ba đấy nè. Hay ba nè chui thò. Ô cái đăng style nâng tiết. Đăng style cho của Vi nâng tiết. Ôi pha con bên này quick learn nè đây. Riêng lươn. Riêng bán lươn. Hay đâu nhom vậy mẹ làm công đấy kia bị phía bị pha con miền mẹ ấy nè mình nè bom giống ao được còn anh là lý cái lõ vậy hay tại này lõ nè tại này sao hái nè Camilla gõ nè Camilla gõ đấy Camilla miền Berek tiệt ơi lúc này cái bay Berek là cái bay Camilla là cái lô du giống điệt ơi bay mưa nè là bay mưa nè cái bay vinh mà đấy lang chiếm bớt ui bị đạch trong cái reverse mình pha con đại sĩ đặt cái reverse bã mỏng bắt tư mà sập mà
I do gotta say I would do the same thing too. Like I'm almost dead and you still didn't have enough damage to take me down. Like
anh lose confidence á. Team đó ta tranh tới từ rồi.
She is massive right now in the Yuzhong. There's just whether it's Black Dragon form or not, she's able to provide so much value. Mr. Gush dropped down.
Bay nè kia đây. Ở đâu bay nè kia đây. Yuzhong nó bây nó scout nó sẽ bắn mục. Yuzhong nó chỉ nè bắn map lock backline. Đánh lock ta hit Kiko mùi phu nè đang rút tần nè pi nè bởi Kiko chop giờ mà
nhảy châu xưa ra mình lá nó chú anh đã báo từ
one of those wings, man. Dragon wings weren't enough.
Không pha con mê nè sa hai mày mọc lẹt không dễ sa hai mình đấy trai ní super trai ní cứ chia sẻ net cho trai một cái mẹ rầm chẳng mẹ rầm thằng cái đọ mong thời đặt chân từ một kiện mà cái Mila chăng là lẹ vô đấy lấy bậc không đọ mà đấy thấy nói là miền Camilla đôi cả lên một giờ mi dần ma pe lên pa một dương giang còn cái Latico dôm còn tha Camilla bên nó Roma hay bên Moscow là Camilla đã mắng Moscow cục mồi thấy mà vậy tới finish ban là sĩ còn lối ban kia còn lùi không há cái điện lấy motivation ở đây gọi tha bật thiệp là vẽ là bao pha con đại sĩ lơ men như vậy mấy này tại vì làm team này cái quick learn like mentality cái ăn bạo thấy mi đó na krom pha con mena này mi nè bị oi là cái nè bị oi bị đại sĩ ở lính này trong cái là câu ba môi nè ôi du giống à du giống mới bay bay
phải buôn à
bây giờ pha lấy như vậy mới đấy đó pha con đại si bao miền má chốt tra tăng game pi chốt tra not gameplay but chốt tra I don't know what happened make ban thời thì do hay là bị why do experience lên chỉ ăn lấy and then do hira ra mà ôi bạn lên nào ơi đây unexpected cho mùi nên Camilla miễn hero sao vậy kia hay hero cái counter như vậy kia cái Freya ta ở đây đừng mò cái gì vậy đó ngay đang chăm cái bay đập buôn phèm mấy cái nó cái bay buôn phèm mấy nó cái bay mà dân buôn phèm dân bay ta Camilla nó bay mình ngộp dân bay ta Camilla nó bay mình ngộp lợi thứ ấy nữa hay là biết do nothing tại xa Camilla này cục tàu vinh điện cục stand điện chop stand mấy màn tích ơi triệt tray ngôi tay rồi rồi linh cái vô tier 3 hết cái thôi cái ăn clip đi đây đâu Moscow đi lên đòi miên nằm nát out một mình nên lọ player đấy giờ ban tier 3 chừng đánh overconfident I don't know ប៉ុន្តែតារាមានអារម្មណ៍ថាតារារបស់ Falcon បាក់លេងដល់ game 2 game 2 ហ្នឹងយកតារាមកបាក់លេងណាឥឡូវ game 3យកតារាមកលេងចាញ់តារាគេទៀតអត់យល់តារា game 2 ហ្នឹងយកហាដប៊ីដែរហ្នឹងយកហាដប៊ីមកលេងដែរចាញ់ដែរហ្នឹងហាដប៊ីអាកៃហ៊ីរ៉ារ៉ាណាហើយយក CC មក CC សបាយវាយគេវគ្គទី1វគ្គទី2ដួលchọc ơi bạn tờ link nâng đây mà tao link cái bén sao sai chặn bén link nhau bán mơ bén mơ pick link ngọt bén tiết ơi vẽ mũi kẹt đăng gameplay ở mà vẽ phí cái đăng gameplay cái tịch
at this point for Falcon Daisies if they want to turn this game over they need a whole lot to happen. A lot of that has to be Kiko too. She has the trinity of items.
Hay lấy cho seal tập bao nhiêu này mà skill đại oli. Hay là bị vay ta Beleric nó còn ngọc luôn này. Bao co ơi hero thằng sĩ kia đấy. Bạn chắp trôi mà chứ. Anh Moscow show fire ra chắp mày rồi. Chăm em là châu đi mình nóng đi tao em đi châu là hay lấy bật team fight phém hiện lên mà kia đây là thôi mày team fight phém cái miên du giống cái miên Camilla mà có team fight thì là thi cái panna này thì là thi nó phụ skill thông thông du giống chơi lông du giống ta đấy cái sồn cho lọt nó ra khi lọt cái bao cái mình chụp được file get thở đấy thở stand super soi super soi mày super soi mà soi ơi bà soi ơi lá bé game mình bé chat thi hả chat thi đau mà nó nật cho mà trong 10 thăm mà tôi pha con mena sao chặt tóc bạch ta ngọt bắn ngay lên chẳng có xe đấy hơi xe mùi muốn là chơi xe ngọt rốt cho skill ok rốt cho skill oh my god right chi chơi Moscow chơi cái river bắn chụp star soi đi bạn còn lấy ma và lấy ma khơ hỏi lẹ bạn pha con mày nào đó tranh cái Milan máu vẫn đăng gameplay cái rồi mấy cái Milan đấy cả lên được nông tế với vẻ mình thích cái này nó cái gì cả lên nông tế cái gạt mình thích cái này lẹ trắng ultimate trắng cái do là bấy nè cái đó nó cái do nó cứ trong nè một cái trong vay bạc ai bán tao một họ miên lên tê cái miên lè và trang là cái miên ở Fanny trang là miên Fanny cái bật Fanny trở lại I go line nó miên lên clean miên idiot trang cái nó đây assassin á trang cái nó ở hero chùm lại cái này lý trang cái lý này trang cái nó chùm lại
But then you mentioned the veterancy. I feel like they all stepped up. Syrinx, Names, and Noiji had to lead Nocturne, had to lead Nana in their first
international. Dân pa mùi Falcon mày nè.
They led the way.
Mấy cái pa vitality vậy.
Nó không ở website cái update đó.
Website nè. EWC Humor đấy, website lọp nè. Website nó update khâu luôn. Pa mũi pha con mena nào này Vitality pa mũi trận chi
I would want to see a meme of Belleric's head on
ស្អែកសេតាបោះចិនប៉ះមួយធីមរេយ៉ាងជល Tech Cyber Team ប៉ះមួយ Twisted Mind VN Upper Bracket Group B Genji Sport ប៉ះមួយ Vitality Galaxy Phoenix ប៉ះមួយ Falcon Vega Mena Lower Bracket Group A Falcon Vega Ndo ប៉ះមួយ Aurora Storm Mongolia Giga Esport FE ប៉ះមួយ Virtus Pro Mena Lower របស់ Group B BBR.loss ប៉ះជាមួយនឹង Foot Esport ចឹងហី Yeah ប៉ះមួយ Foot Esport Navi ប៉ះជាមួយនឹង Falcon Dicey ចាន់ជីខ្លាំងណាស់នេះចាន់ជីខ្លាំងทีมនឹងខ្លាំងทีមនឹងខ្លាំងដៃអត់ទេខ្លាំង mentality ทีមនឹង mental ខ្លាំងណាស់ឆ្នាំមុនដែរយើងទៅមុនចាញ់រឿង mental គេទេ
I want to say inexperienced, but
មើលគេសម្ភាស
អីគេ history record របស់ MWI ដូចបានតែ top 3
but it seems like Falcons got to recover a little bit faster.
CU Serenity យើងទៅបាក់ទឹកចិត្តពេញទឹកពេញដី
So you could at least go into the lower bracket portion and
7 ម៉ោង 7 ម៉ោង 7 ម៉ោងបាត់ឡើយ
because you were able to get that win. You know that you can play really well with a dominant
ឡើយមើលសម្ភាសគេសិនចាំយើងបាត់ឡើយ
Consider Harara. No more Harara. I'm good with Harara. I want to see them with
Hirara pick chang
fast pace.
So like, right now it's like good news, bad news. Good news.
Joy ma Hirara nè ngày nắng nè cái pick chang không?
Yeah,
that's true. That's true. That's the way to look at it. And maybe I think maybe I don't know. Bring out the Ling. Bring out something else.
Yeah, their Ling was great.
Was great.
The Ling was great. Well, to be fair, Falcons might have started taking away the Freya after.
That's true. That's true. Because I feel like now that was back-to-back games losses for Hanabi. For Kiko.
Oh,
yes, it was.
You know, and I just feel like Hanabi, even when it was played by Quinn earlier today, it's like it was doing okay, but they won because it was a split put, right? And it was a decision for a team fight that happened before that. But Hanabi just hasn't been working in terms of like how long it takes for the Hanabi to build up to that.
MLBB sport ខុសទៅព្រោះគេសម្ភាសហើយគេសម្ភាសចាន់ជីហើយគេសួរពីអារម្មណ៍ថាមិនដឹងស្អែកប៉ះមួយ Vitality
in the side of a lot of these heroes right now that have been tested in MWI. So
មើល website EWC ហ្នឹងខុសមកកណ្ដោ
because of Hanabi.
Yeah,
right?
That's
exactly. Yeah. It just so happened to be there, and I really feel like Hanabi's strength isn't actually the late game. Her strength is really just the laning phase because you just get good trades. And then maybe in pushing, but again, that's the kind of gimmick that will eventually phase out. And the thing is, other heroes can do the same, but sometimes better.
Yeah, you really have to build around the Hanabi, and then you make sure that it has a strong front line, which is what Team Rayong was able to do earlier. They paired it up with the glue and they were able to hold down a strong front for it so that the Hanabi can just freely hit, which is why Quinn ended up with a really good KDA. I think close to 10 kills, less than 3 or 4 deaths. And even a great handful of assists for her also.
Because that's what we were saying in the draft. Like, in order for the Hanabi to most likely work, like, you need that certain condition, and which is like everyone's gonna protect her and give her the space.
Okay, break down. Hi, get some
It just felt like, you know, in these matchups, this case from game 2 and 3, we didn't see that.
Let's see.
And it was a very different game for her when she had the.
Let's see. ថ្ងៃស្អែកតទៅមុខទៀត ស្អែកចាំមក control ប្រកបទៀត
I'm sorry to really
ថ្ងៃនេះ
it on the hero.
អស់ប៉ុណ្ណឹងហើយ
Poor Harara.
It feels like playing 4 against 5.
Hey man, when Team Rayong won with a Hanabi earlier, their jungler wasn't Harara, it was a Lancelot. Their roam was a glue. So that's a lot of space creation. And then Lancelot can be independent. While Harara, sometimes again, you mentioned about the 2 different schools of thought of like when to play Harara. I feel like that's like sometimes that could be a little bit of a decision overload. Like,
I agree.
Do I wait? Do I go now? While Lancelot can just go. He gets the dash resets anyway.
It's like he can be self-sufficient.
It really does seem like Harara right now is like when you pick it up, it's like a missed opportunity. Like it's a slot that could have been something else. That whatever you wanted to do with Harara could be achieved with a different hero, and either it's easier or just straight up better.
I wonder what we're missing though. Like why are or maybe it's a day one thing. Like why are teams, because we saw this in Wildcard too. Why are teams really trying to make the Harara work? Like is there something that just isn't clicking?
I haven't answered. It looks good in scrims, but somehow in stage it doesn't.
Leo ចាំទៅ
There have
fail
been
on there,
moments
Leo.
in MLBB history wherein
scrims. It's
ở đây ngày nãy ở đây stream shot
whether it's a hero and then once you get onto the stage
any chance Chenchi would be mentality maybe đó đấy bộ mentality bao Chenchi nó khăng á ở đây bạn là gameplay đó nay là cái vai đó vậy tao về mentality mà sân lên đôi nhà nắng đôi chia smart đây mà Chenchi thế đôi khi đây lên đi mà
live streams of scrims where you win with the Hirara, but even your teammate is like, bro, could you get off that hero?
Could you not play it?
Could you carry this time?
Yeah. Maybe they're just too demanding a pick.
Maybe it's just such a
I think
factor.
it's fun. I think it's fun. Right? It's
fun.
It just doesn't always gives you the win.
I think it's fun, but you need the support.
It's not a win condition.
To make it work. To be a win condition.
It's not a win condition. I think that's just the baseline. It's not a win condition.
Okay.
It goes in as a distraction.
This is going to be such a meta point discussion, like throughout not just MWI, but even
unbelievable là thế. Chenchi, team Falcon Mena vs Falcon Vega.
But before we move on, let's go on over to the stage with Leo for an interview with the winning team.
Yeah, my.
Merci, gentlemen. We have here on stage one of the newer members of Team Falcons Vega Mena, their gold laner, Nocturne. Nocturne, congratulations. A 2-1 victory over Falcon Daisies. Very well deserved. It was a long match. The only 2-1 on Stream B. Your thoughts on the match? How was it?
I think the game wasn't hard. It was easy for me. But I need to say something about first match.
Of course.
We didn't expect it, by the way. So we lost, but we know we will come back stronger. So we won.
You reverse swept it. 1 game 2, 1 game 3.
Yes,
you mentioned
we didn't lose our hope, you know.
Yep. You mentioned something to me. This is your very first
offline
tournament.
Yes.
Playing on stage with your new team. What was it like? Were you nervous when you first played?
I was very exciting, but when I sit here, you know, I was feeling very comfortable.
Very good.
It was good for me.
Yeah, especially I saw that in game 3 when you played the Moscow. Flawless, perfect game. Now, question. Tomorrow, you'll be facing off against the winner of the match before you earlier, Galaxy Phoenix from Cambodia. You saw how they played. What do you think of your next match?
I think they're good, but we are better.
No. Good
to hear. Your teammates are very excited.
Yes.
You got fans.
Yes.
Speaking of, would you like to say something to fans of Nocturne watching from home in Turkey, or even fans of the newest XP laner from Falcons Vega?
Okay, first of all, I want to say we told you in interview better Falcons wins, so we won this game. And I want to say something from my fans, actually my friends, like Turkish, okay?
Okay.
Beni Türkiye'de destekleyen herkese çok teşekkür ediyorum öncelikle. Gitarist ve hoca, abi, sunucular onlar. Onların da desteklerini gerçekten hissediyorum. Onlara buradan kucak dolu sevgiler
gönderiyorum. Who be better tomorrow, guys? Let's see. Falcon Mena or Galaxy Phoenix?
Çok teşekkür ediyorum. That's all.
Thank you. We're excited to see more of you and your team. Again, ladies and gentlemen, Nocturne from Team Falcons Vega Mena. We'll see them in action tomorrow. And of course, the rest of the teams, no one has been eliminated just yet from MWI 2026. For now, we'll throw it over back to the desk. Gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, of course, once again to Falcons Mena and
the laner. Cái thà dương lõ hôm nay cái lõ chiên. Hey, alright, let's see tomorrow guys. Bracket update 2. គឺយើងប៉ះជាមួយនឹង Team Falcon Mena នឹងហើយអ្នកគ្នាថ្ងៃស្អែកម៉ោង 8 ម៉ោង 8 ទៀតអញចុះយើងជាប់តែម៉ោងលេង 8 ហ្នឹងហ្មងមិនអី B ពូ B ម្សុំក៏មកនៅ bracket ពោចគេក្រុមគេ Chenchi ប៉ះ mentality គេ update នៅ Liquipedia ហ្នឹង Chenchi ប៉ះមួយ vitality យើងប៉ះមួយ Falcon Vega Mena នេះស្អែក Alright show អត់នេះវិញបាទអ្នកមើលនេះចឹងស្អែក Seta team A Seta ប៉ះមួយ team Ray តែអានេះលេងថ្ងៃស្អែកដែរមែនចុយ lower លេងស្អែកដែរ Seta ប៉ះមួយ team Ray ម៉ាឡេចិនប៉ះម៉ាឡេ Kikai Agile Tech Cyber Team ប៉ះមួយ Twitch Man VN គឺ ECA រុស្ស៊ីប៉ះជាមួយនៅវៀតណាម Lower Falcon Vega ដោប៉ះ Aurora Storm Mongolia គីកាយ e-sport ហ្នឹងមេណាប៉ះជាមួយនឹងបន្ទុះ Pro មេណាទេគីកាយហ្នឹងមិនមែនមេណាទេស្អីគេឲ្យភ្លេចបាត់ហើយគិតរស៊ីអីគីកាយហ្នឹងដូចចូលមិនប្រហែល team មានប្រាំងទៀតតាមចាំដូចមានប្រាំងទៀតគីកាយមានប្រាំងទៀត import ប្រាំងទៀតអូ Saudi ដែរតាគីកាយSaudi ប៉ុន្តែប្រាំង Egypt អ៊ុយក្រែនហើយនឹងអ៊ីតាលីនិយាយទៅមិនសាហាវវគ្គហ្នឹងតែមកពីមេណាទេអញ្ចឹងប៉ះមេណាគ្នាឯងគ្រប់ B ចាំតែគេចេញទៅចេញហើយអូនេះ replay ដែរគ្រប់ B Upper Genji Esport អាមេរិកប៉ះមួយ Vitality Indo ហើយយើងGalaxy Phoenix កម្ពុជារបស់យើងប៉ះជាមួយនឹង Falcon Vega មេណា4 Egypt 1 Turkey 4 Egypt តើ4 Egypt 4 Egypt 4 Egypt 1 Turkey ហ្នឹងហើយនេះ4 Egypt 1 Turkey នោះនេះហើយត្រូវប៉ះស្អែកម៉ោង8អញ្ចឹងថ្ងៃស្អែកនេះ bracket គេចាញ់ហើយអត់មានទៅមើលឡាលើ EWC ហ្នឹងដែរ EWC បោកហ្នឹងឯង EWC ហ្នឹងច្រឡំហ្នឹងឯងបានផុស bracket ចាញ់ថ្ងៃទី1សេរីមេតូចអីសើផុសដូរ schedule អត់ប្រាប់ឯណាណែអត់ចេះទៅសួរគេណាមេតូចនេះអត់នោះយីទៅនេះបើតាមនេះនៅក្នុងនេះដូចជាចាញ់ទៅអញចូល nick មក Galaxy បាត់អញចូល Dota 2បាត់ហ่า scroll លឿនមេឃនេះមើលនេះនេះអានេះ update ខុសទេណានេះមើលនេះខុសទេឃើញអត់ខុសទេអានេះត្រូវហើយអានេះខុសយើអា bracket 2នេះគឺច្រឡំគ្នាទៀតគេដូរហ្នឹងទៀតគេដូរ people make mistake អាហ្នឹងបែបវា set code auto និយាយទៅវាខុសតាំងពីអាថ្ងៃចេញ bracket មកហើយវាអត់ដូរដល់ពេល auto ទៅខុសតាំងដល់ឥឡូវទៀតវា set auto វា set code auto អូខេចឹងអ្នកក៏យើងដឹង schedule ថ្ងៃស្អែកហើយចឹងកុំភ្លេចថ្ងៃស្អែកមកគ្រប់គ្រងជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួត MWI 2026នៅប្រទេសប៉ារីសប្រទេសបារាំងប្រទេសប៉ារីសណាប្រទេសប៉ារីសជាមួយនឹងក្រុមកម្ពុជារបស់យើងនឹងប៉ះជាមួយនឹង Falcon Vega មេណាដែលមាន Egypt 4 Turkey 1ស្អែកម៉ោង8ខ្ញុំធ្វើការ restream ដដែលចាប់ពីម៉ោង5តទៅចឹងចាំជួបគ្នាម្ដងទៀតនៅថ្ងៃស្អែកអរគុណដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រង support ហូរកញ្ជៀវជុំគ្នា chat ជាមួយគ្នា donation របស់អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នា like and share subscribe និង follow កការ42ចឹងថ្ងៃស្អែករួមទាំងអស់គ្នាគ្រប់គ្រងដល់ក្រុមកម្ពុជារបស់យើងគឺ Galaxy Phoenix បាទអញ្ចឹងអរគុណច្រើនជំរាបសួរដល់សុខភាពល្អនិងសុបិនល្អ Good night